Chapter 1. The Young Talents. Part 1. Like a dream, like reality. In the vastness of the cosmos, where celestial bodies dance in an endless waltz, myriad stars, each with its unique form, revolve in harmonious synchronization, releasing an unfathomable splendor that dazzles the eye and enchants the soul. Being amidst this celestial spectacle feels akin to being ensnared in a beautiful dream, enticing one into a trance from which one is reluctant to awaken. Little do they know, hidden within this magnificent vista lies a perilous enigma, should one truly become lost in this kaleidoscope of wonders and bizarre phenomena. They would face imminent doom. At this moment, within this cosmic expanse, two figures stand silently suspended in the void, gazing at each other from afar. One, a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, possesses an exceptionally handsome visage, exuding a palpable aura of heroism. Clad in a suit of jet-black armor, crafted from an unknown material that is neither iron nor steel, the armor is adorned with countless bizarre runes, each differing significantly from earthly scripts, lending an air of the uncanny. In his hand, he wields a long, dark green blade, the patterns on its surface mirroring those of his armor, intermittently flashing with an enchanting azure glow that captivates the heart. This youth, seemingly in his 20s, emanates a chilling and murderous aura potent enough to freeze time itself, starkly contrasting with his otherwise striking appearance. In contrast, the other figure is utterly mesmerizing. Her long, black hair flows like strands of ink, and her features surpass the definition of exquisite as they bear no trace of imperfection. Particularly striking are her enchanting eyes, within which swirl two streams of iridescent light, rendering them akin to celestial springs from the heavens. Clad in a simple black gown devoid of any embellishments, this girl, who would cause even the most ethereal celestial maidens to feel inadequate, carries a long sword at her waist. The sword's scabbard, much like her attire, is unadorned, resembling a rustic weapon of a rural warrior, ancient and worn, giving off an odd yet intriguing aura. The prolonged silence of this realm was finally pierced by a voice. "You have repeatedly disrupted my plans. I have tolerated you long enough, and today I shall not spare you." The handsome youth spoke, his voice unexpectedly aged and hoarse, entirely uncharacteristic of one so young. "You foolish girl, are you truly unaware of the heavens' vastness? I have shown you mercy thus far, moved by your unparalleled beauty, a rarity in this world. Do not presume that I have exerted my full strength. If you continue to entangle yourself in this manner, you shall be reduced to ashes." The youth bellowed in rage. "Reveal all your ultimate techniques. Do not hold anything back." "Very well. How surprising it is that there exists someone bold enough to provoke me. If I do not exert my full strength now, it will be a disrespect to you." At this moment, the two stood several miles apart, locked in a tense standoff. Despite the distance, their voices resonated clearly, revealing the extraordinary levels of their cultivation. Suddenly, the armored youth sheathed his blade behind him, slowly bringing his palms together, murmuring incantations. Where there is a cause, there must be an effect. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Eons of creation, reduced to nothing with a snap of the fingers. Ensnared in illusion, the cosmos shall be extinguished. Upon finishing, the armored youth vanished into thin air, only to reappear at a considerable distance from the girl in black. This barrier is indeed the most ingenious I have ever encountered to simulate the vast universe within a space of one's own making is truly astounding. However, it is regrettable that this realm is saturated with malice and murderous intent. As practitioners, our foremost duty is to eradicate the myriad desires and troubles within our hearts. Though you possess extraordinary skills, they are tainted with hatred, anger, and a desire to dominate, which will inevitably lead to torment from your inner demons. In the end, all your lives' efforts will return to dust. If you can relinquish your greed and understand that the purpose of cultivation is to enhance one's ability to assist others, starting anew would yield far greater results than your current state, the girl stated earnestly. To quibble in the face of impending death is truly hopeless. The armored youth glared, fury evident in his eyes as he clapped his palms together. In an instant, the celestial bodies began to undergo violent transformations. The light from each star dimmed, as if the very essence of life was being slowly siphoned away. With the depletion of this energy, the stars could no longer produce sufficient repulsive force to counteract their gravitational pull. Stripped of their protective repulsion, the internal balance of these celestial bodies shattered, leading to a catastrophic collapse as they were drawn towards their cores. As the pressure reached its zenith, oblivion awaited. One by one, the stars erupted, their fragments scattering into cosmic dust. Yet in doing so, they unleashed an endless brilliance, a riot of colors. At the moment when all this light converged, it transformed into an infinite expanse of pure white, enveloping every corner of the space. The energy radiating forth potent enough to reduce all things to ashes in an instant. With a flick of a finger, the galaxy shattered, and in a heartbeat, the realm was engulfed in darkness. The girl in black sighed lightly, raising her right hand gently, revealing an ancient, dusty scroll that materialized in the void. From it emanated a primordial, celestial melody that resonated as if quietly reciting the profound truths of the universe. Chapter 2. The Moonlit Uprising Part 55. The Revenge of Jingqiu. Moonshadow Island stands as one of the 7 great islands of the world, a place where extraordinary individuals and bountiful resources converge. Characterized by its simple yet vibrant folkways and picturesque scenery, the inhabitants are gifted in song and dance, and various trades flourish, creating a scene of prosperity. The island derives its name from the multitude of rivers, streams, and lakes that grace its terrain. By nightfall, the reflection of the bright moon is visible from every corner of the island, a truly magnificent sight. However, a decade ago, a cataclysmic event shattered the tranquility of this haven. Moonshadow Island is a territory of the Tang dynasty, governed by a high-ranking official. The administrator is replaced every 5 years, and due to the island's flourishing economy, which brings substantial benefits to the Tang, the selection process is exceedingly rigorous, favoring only those of both virtue and talent, individuals of the caliber of a prime minister. Yet, 10 years prior, a grave error occurred during this critical selection that a scholar, who, despite his remarkable academic achievements, was nothing more than a beast in human guise, managed to deceive both the emperor of the Tang and the prime minister, successfully securing the coveted position of governor of Moonshadow Island. A role coveted by all officials. Upon his arrival, this brute not only disrupted the island's economic development, siphoning off the people's wealth, but also forced the beautiful young maidens of the island to become his concubines. The once joyous and serene homeland was utterly ravaged by this fiend, plunging the populace into a sea of suffering. The people of Moonshadow Island belong to the Moonshadow clan, distinct from the Tang people. With differing origins, customs, and traditions, despite the close relationship and 1,000 years of amicable exchange between the two ethnicities, significant differences remain. Centuries ago, the Moonshadow clan harbored aspirations of nationhood, but their strength was insufficient at the time. The sovereign of the Tang and the chieftain of the Moonshadow clan signed a gentleman's agreement, wherein the Moonshadow clan accepted the protection of the Tang and agreed to promote relations between the two peoples, with the stipulation that Tang would not interfere with the freedoms of the Moonshadow people until their nation was established. However, after centuries, the citizens of the Tang came to regard Moonshadow Island as a territory of the Tang. The Moonshadow people were once incensed by this perception and urged their chieftain to expedite the formation of a nation. Unfortunately, successive chieftains believed that without thorough preparation, nationhood could not be achieved, despite the fact that the wealth accumulated within their ranks was sufficient for such an endeavor. However, after enduring the ravages of the beast, the Moonshadow people could no longer tolerate their plight. With unanimous support from the populace, the then chieftain, Xuantian, finally raised the banner of rebellion, leading the 5,000 warriors trained from within the clan to slay the beast and formally declare war on the Tang dynasty. The Moonshadow clan possesses an ancestral martial art known as the Dragon's Roar Fist, characterized by the soaring might of a dragon and the ferocity of its roar. Yet, due to its profound intricacies, practitioners often risk losing themselves in madness. Hence, only the descendants of the noble families Li, Song, and Lin are permitted to study it. As the foremost master of the dragon's roar fist, Song Taimin is a rare martial genius of a century on Moonshadow Island, frequently traversing the martial world and engaging in contests with numerous masters, suffering defeat only rarely, earning him the esteemed title of Fist Hero among the martial community. Although Emperor Mingzheng of the Tang is also a martial expert, he is acutely aware that he is no match for Song Taimin. The quelling of the Moonshadow Island rebellion is an urgent matter that cannot be delayed. While Mingzheng was troubled by this situation, the historian Xue Huai, adept at the language and script of the Moonshadow clan, devised an exquisite strategy for Song Taimin to achieve victory without battle and willingly offered himself to execute this plan. Xue Huai, an exceptionally astute individual, disguised himself as a member of the Moonshadow clan and infiltrated the island. He sought every possible means to approach Song Taimin and showcase his talents. Song Taimin, despite being a man of caution and prudence, grew increasingly fond of Xue Huai, and the two became inseparable friends, sharing their innermost thoughts. Initially a cautious individual, Song Taimin relaxed his vigilance due to his bond with Xue Huai, ultimately appointing him as the strategist for the Moonshadow army. In order to completely assuage Song Taimin's suspicions, Xue Huai imparted some intricate military formations, which greatly benefited Song Taimin. Standing before the two armies, Song Taimin declared, "Mingzheng, let the conflict among our soldiers cease here. Neither of us wishes to see further bloodshed and sacrifice. Today, let us settle our fates with a single strike, that if I prevail, you shall dismantle the protective system and contribute 10,000 taels of gold to aid in my nation's establishment. Should you triumph, Moonshadow Island will willingly submit as a territory of the Great Tang." At this critical juncture, Song Taimin suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, soon thereafter collapsing from his horse. His cousin, Li Renjie, who had been closely following him, was struck with alarm and hastily dismounted to reach Song Taimin's side. Examining his breath, Li Renjie's heart sank. Song Taimin had already passed away. A man of sharp intellect, Li Renjie comprehended that Song Taimin had succumbed to poisoning. Yet his cautious nature was known to all. Contemplating who could poison Song Taimin without detection, a sudden realization struck him. Only the strategist Xue Huai could have achieved such a feat. In a beautifully adorned boudoir, a girl of around 5 or 6 years was engrossed in her painting. Though still very young, she was a remarkable beauty, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled like clear spring water, radiating a spectrum of colors that seemed to captivate the soul. Upon completing her artwork, which depicted a landscape, it was evident that her skill was extraordinary, displaying the finesse of a master. Satisfied with her creation, she beamed with a radiant smile and eagerly called out, "Mother, come and see my new masterpiece." A young and lovely woman entered the room shortly thereafter, smiling at the girl and inquiring, "Mingwan, what have you painted this time?" The girl, named Li Mingwan, was the daughter of Li Renjie. Her mother had dreamt of a phoenix enveloped in a radiant array of colors on the night she conceived her, thus bestowing upon her the name Mingwan. Li Mingwan replied with a smile, "This time, I have painted the tranquil river. What do you think, mother?" The lady examined her daughter's work closely, nodding in approval, and remarked, "Mingwan's artistry has indeed progressed remarkably." Upon hearing this, the mother and daughter hastened to the front courtyard to greet Li Renjie, only to find him with a visage etched in pain and sorrow. The lady promptly inquired, "Renjie, what has happened? Is the situation in battle unfavorable?" Upon encountering his beloved wife and daughter, Li Renjie struggled to suppress the torrent of emotions surging within him, but ultimately, he could no longer contain them. In an anguished outburst, he exclaimed, "Brother Taimin has perished on the battlefield." He then recounted the entirety of the events, leaving the mother and daughter profoundly affected by the devastating news. Song Taimin held a deep affection for Li Mingwan, having cared for her since childhood. Treating her as if she were his own daughter, they often played together, trained in martial arts side by side, and he showered her with an array of gifts. Consequently, Li Mingwan's feelings for this uncle were akin to those she harbored for her biological parents. The sudden arrival of such tragic tidings twisted her heart in agony, tears glistening as they cascaded down her cheeks. Yet, upon witnessing her parents weeping in despair, she resolutely stifled her own sorrow, wiped her tears, and gently smiled to comfort them, saying, "Father, mother, uncle was a truly wonderful man. After his passing, He will surely ascend to the heavens and become a deity. You should rejoice for him. Li Mingwan was a radiant and optimistic child, perpetually gazing towards the brighter side of life. She possessed an innate ability to bring joy to her family and friends. Before her smile, any sadness could be dispelled. She was a priceless treasure bestowed upon the Moonshadow clan by the heavens. The following day, the clan elders read aloud the will left by Xuantian before his departure to war, in which he bequeathed the title of clan leader to his cousin, Li Renjie. Upon assuming the role of clan leader, Li Renjie planted a flag atop the renowned Mount Wangyue in the heart of Ningchuan, declaring himself sovereign and establishing the state name of Jing. Thereby becoming its first emperor, he allocated a portion of the clan's accumulated wealth, which had been amassed over a millennium, to aid the common folk, while another portion was designated for the construction of a palace and the enhancement of military capabilities. He proclaimed his reign as Shang, subsequently known as Emperor Shang, and conferred the title of King of Ningchuan upon Song Taimin's son, Song Zhendong, while his eldest son, Li Zixing, was named King of Pingchuan. Both were recognized as princes with rights of succession. His eldest daughter, Li Mingwan, was bestowed the title of Princess Huiyang, and his niece, Lin Baozhu, was honored as Princess Jingyil. Li Renjie vowed to strengthen the nation, aspiring one day to vanquish the great Tang Empire. A year later, a celestial radiance of 7 colors descended upon Moonshadow Island, from which emerged an ethereal elder with flowing white hair, who specifically requested to meet Li Mingwan. Li Renjie, skeptical of this omen, cautioned his daughter against meeting the elder. However, Li Mingwan disregarded his warning and sought out the elder independently. Upon their meeting, the elder extolled her virtues aloud and resolved to impart his unique knowledge to her. Li Renjie, bewildered by the elder's actions, was informed that the elder had dreamt of Li Mingwan's name, foreshadowing her destiny to become an extraordinary figure of great significance. Thus, he had come to pass on his teachings. The elder further advised Emperor Shang regarding the weight of his murderous intent, cautioning that it could lead him astray and yield contrary results. He then gifted several sacred texts to the emperor, urging him to study them diligently. Li Mingwan devoted herself to studying the enigmatic art under the elder's guidance, and in the blink of an eye, 9 years passed. Not only did she possess remarkable talent, but her perseverance was also unparalleled, and her vivacious personality fostered a deep passion for martial arts. As a result, she navigated the numerous challenges of mastering the art, unknowingly reaching an advanced stage of skill. One day, the elder produced an oddly shaped stone from an unknown source and instructed Li Mingwan to cleave it with her wooden sword from a distance of 5 zhang. Li Mingwan doubted her ability to accomplish such a feat. Yet she remained oblivious to the profound depth of her internal strength accumulated over the 9 years of diligent training. Li Mingwan, with a heart full of curiosity, unleashed a sword aura from afar, causing the peculiar stone to split in two with her movements. In that moment, she could hardly believe her eyes and turned to the elder, inquiring, "Master, was that merely an illusion?" The elder laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How could it possibly be an illusion? That stone is a type of celestial stone, countless times harder than any rock in the world. With a single strike, you have cleaved it in two, which astonishes me as well." The elder informed Li Mingwan that she had successfully mastered the profound secrets of the wuxiang technique, and that the development of her skills was to be guided by her own understanding. He also warned her that a band of marauders would soon approach Yueying Island from the sea the following day. The elder recommended that Li Mingwan face them alone, simply needing to unleash a sword aura with a blunt iron sword from 10 miles away, which would compel the marauders to retreat. Gratefully, Li Mingwan bowed to her master, only to find that he had vanished upon raising her head. Li Mingwan relayed the information she had received from the elder to Emperor Shang. Li Renjie instructed her to act in accordance with the elder's words, with no room for error. The next day, the marauders indeed launched their assault, their ferocity instilling fear in all, standing alone at the edge of the island. Li Mingwan called out as she saw the marauder ships approaching from 12 miles away, "I am Princess Li Mingwan of Jinghua. Your invasion of my Jinghua is an unjust act. Should you recognize your transgressions and abandon your invasion, I may grant you forgiveness and refrain from seeking retribution. However, should you ignore my counsel, it will be at your own peril, and you shall bear the consequences." At that moment, the sea erupted into towering waves, a tempestuous tide surging forth with an overwhelming force that shook the very heavens and earth, rushing towards the marauder fleet. Terrified, the marauders hastily retreated, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. From that day forth, the tale of Li Mingwan repelling 1,000 troops with a single sword spread throughout the martial world, elevating the reputation of Jinghua. Many small nations willingly became vassals of Jinghua, seeking its protection and offering tributes annually. However, since Emperor Shang had delved into the teachings of the sages, his ambitions had waned. He now desired nothing more than the happiness and safety of his people. His aspirations to annex neighboring countries and his enmity towards the Tang Empire dissipating. Meanwhile, Emperor Mingzheng of the Tang Empire, burdened by guilt over his entrapment of Song Taimin, resolved to cease all interference with Yueying Island from that point forward. Xuantian had been away from Sanqing Mountain for 3 days. After entering the maritime region and spending 5 hours in search of a suitable landing place, he pondered, after descending the mountain. I meticulously studied the map and learned that the first landing spot, Yueying Island, should be around here. Why have I yet to see any signs of it? Could it be that the map is too outdated? Just then, he noticed an exceptionally large island not far off and chuckled to himself. Indeed, my wishes have come to fruition. That island was none other than Yueying Island. Xuantian soared to the island on his sword and, upon witnessing the scenery within, recalled that today was the first day of the Lunar New Year. As he spotted a young man in his 20s approaching, he stepped forward to inquire, "Excuse me, young sir, may I ask where this place is?" The young man, upon noticing Xuantian's attire and hearing his words, cast him a disdainful glance and turned away without uttering a word. Xuantian stood there momentarily stunned, glancing down at his own garments, unable to discern anything objectionable, and mused, "Have I offended someone?" The inhabitants of the island seemed to have largely taken notice of his presence, beginning to murmur among themselves that it was at this moment that Xuantian realized the locals harbored an unusual aversion towards him. To make matters worse, he could not comprehend a single word they uttered. Cold sweat trickled down Xuantian's forehead as he found himself in a completely unfamiliar territory, one that was rife with hostility towards him as an outsider, sending a chill coursing through him. At that juncture, a handsome young man approached him, smiling as he inquired in the language of the Tang dynasty, "Greetings, are you a visitor from the kingdom of Tang?" After expressing his gratitude, Xuantian suddenly had the word training flash through his mind, prompting him to directly ask, "Is it true that this was once an independent nation? I wonder if the populace is still martial." The young man, upon hearing his question, did not exhibit any signs of disdain. Instead, replying with a smile, "The common folk do not practice martial arts, for our nation's martial studies are exceedingly profound. Thus, only the nobility engage in such pursuits." Upon hearing the term profound, Xuantian's eyes sparkled with interest, and he smiled. "Might I be granted the opportunity to witness it?" The young man shook his head, saying, "I regret to inform you that our martial arts are not shared with outsiders." Xuantian felt a deep sense of regret, and suddenly recalled his quest to find Qi Ling, chastising himself for focusing solely on training and forgetting the most crucial matter. With this thought in mind, he hastily inquired, "Might you have encountered a woman clad in white silk, with long hair cascading down to her waist and possessing extraordinary beauty?" The young man pondered for a moment before responding, "Princess Huiyang once donned white silk, but how do you know of the princess?" Xuantian was taken aback, questioning, "Princess? Is she the one with hair down to her waist, remarkably beautiful?" The young man nodded emphatically, stating, "Indeed, in my lifetime, I have never encountered a woman more beautiful than the princess." Xuantian felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Despite his confusion regarding when Qing Ling became a princess of the Jing kingdom, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. He earnestly pleaded, "Good sir, I implore you to take me to see the princess, just for a brief moment." The young man coughed awkwardly before chuckling, "I have only seen the princess 3 times myself. How could an outsider glimpse her visage?" "You would do well to abandon such daydreams." Xuantian, in a state of urgency, began to stomp his feet in frustration, yet no amount of pleading could persuade the young man to grant him entry into the palace. A middle-aged man then asked, "Do you wish to take the literary examination or the martial examination?" Without hesitation, Xuantian replied, "The martial examination." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Please follow me." The man led Xuantian to a square approximately 100 paces in diameter, its ground paved with blue stone, and in the center was carved a robust and vigorous character for martial, resembling a miniature version of a grand military plaza. The middle-aged man then remarked with a smile, "The martial examination consists of 5 stages. I shall be your first opponent. Please, make your move." Xuantian humbly replied, "You may go first." The middle-aged man insisted, "You are the guest, and I am the host. How can a guest allow the host to act first? Please, I urge you to strike." Seeing that he could make no further concessions, Xuantian resolved to proceed without reservation. As his foremost objective was to see the princess as soon as possible, he gathered his strength into the index finger of his left hand. Launching a swift, sword-like thrust aimed at the middle-aged man's left shoulder, a flash of azure light surged forth, akin to a bolt of lightning. This move indeed startled the middle-aged man, who barely managed to evade it. Recognizing that his opponent was no ordinary adversary, the middle-aged man heightened his vigilance, closing the distance and striking with his right palm, the gust of his attack carrying an almost imperceptible sound reminiscent of a tiger's roar. Xuantian perceived the formidable force behind the incoming palm strike and chose not to evade. Instead, he met it head-on with his own right palm, resulting in a collision of energies. The gusts of their palms intertwined, slicing through the air and causing the surrounding currents to split asunder, dispersing in opposite directions. The middle-aged man led Xuantian toward the second challenge and inquired along the way, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Dear friend," Xuantian replied, "I am surnamed Xian, with the single name Tian." The middle-aged man remarked, "Brother Xuantian, it seems you have come specifically to pay a visit to Her Highness the Princess." Xuantian responded, "My master's uncle went missing 4 days ago. I have come here in search of her, and upon hearing that the princess bears a striking resemblance to my master's uncle, I wish to meet her." The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, saying, "Brother Xuantian, I believe you may have mistaken your identity. The princess has never set foot outside of Moonshadow Island since her birth." Upon hearing this, Xuantian felt the flicker of hope in his heart extinguished. However, having accepted the challenge, he could not turn back and steeled himself to proceed to the second challenge. Before him stood a burly man in the center of a crystal-clear pool, and the middle-aged man explained, "The second challenge involves combat in the water, testing one's agility." After finishing his explanation, the middle-aged man turned to leave, prompting Xuantian to hastily inquire, "May I ask your honorable surname?" The man replied, "I am surnamed Zhang, farewell." The imposing figure observed Xuantian's delay and urged, "Brother, do not waste time. Please enter the water with haste." Xuantian removed his boots and socks, rolled up his trousers, and leaped into the pool. The water was frigid, and he immediately felt his feet rendered immobile, as though frozen. However, having previously experienced similar conditions in the Thunderfall waterfall, he quickly acclimatized to the water's temperature, regaining his agility. The giant's face displayed a flicker of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Xuantian's rapid adaptability. After a moment of stunned silence, he said, "I would appreciate your esteemed guidance." This time, Xuantian did not retreat. He sprang a full yard into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the giant's head. Yet, the giant was prepared, and with a strong grip, he seized Xuantian's feet. The man, seemingly endowed with innate brute strength, held Xuantian fast, hurling him into the water. Undeterred, Xuantian found his movements unrestricted underwater and swiftly retrieved a spirit flight talisman from within his clothing, silently reciting its incantation. The giant, witnessing a flash of light beneath the surface, was startled to see Xuantian appear before him. In a moment of surprise, he swung his right fist to counter, but before he could land the blow, Xuantian had vanished, only to feel a heavy impact from behind. A fierce gust roared, sending ripples through the pool that surged several feet high. Although the strike did not injure the giant, it propelled his hefty form 2 yards away, where he landed with a splash. The brawny man quickly rose from the water, shook off the droplets, and bowed deeply, saying, "My name is Yin Feng. This brother possesses profound skill. I cannot match you. Please, allow me to escort you to the third challenge." Xuantian expressed his gratitude and emerged from the water, donning his footwear once more, and followed Yin Feng to the location of the third challenge. There, he beheld an open space dominated by a wooden frame constructed from hundreds of slender sticks, deliberately designed to be exceedingly unstable. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the graceful young woman clad in a lightweight blue combat outfit stood atop the frame, which showed no signs of trembling. Reflecting her remarkable stability, Xuantian marveled at the extraordinary lightness of her movements, pondering whether he could possibly prevail against her. Yin Feng remarked, "The third round is a contest of lightness of foot. Those who fall from the wooden platform shall be deemed defeated." Xuantian understood the implication and gracefully leaped onto the wooden structure, moving with the elegance of a drifting cloud. The woman, witnessing Xuantian's poised stance upon the platform, skillfully glided toward him, utilizing the smooth surface of the wood. Remarkably, the structure did not tremble in the slightest as she approached, halting her slide just a foot away. Executing a sweeping kick towards Xuantian's knee with her right leg, Xuantian, Not to be outdone, ensnared the woman's ankle with his left foot. In response, she exerted force with her right knee, dislodging Xuantian's hold, and followed up with a diagonal kick aimed at his abdomen. Though Xuantian was not particularly adept in martial arts, their contest of leg techniques persisted for nearly the duration of a burning incense without a clear victor. However, the woman's stamina paled in comparison to Xuantian's, who had achieved mastery over the 8 extraordinary meridians. As time elapsed, her movements gradually slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Xuantian slightly bent his body and delivered a gentle strike to her knee. At last, she faltered and tumbled from the platform. As Xuantian prepared to leap down to catch her, Yinfeng intervened, securing her descent. Xuantian landed softly on the ground, making not a sound. Yinfeng, observing this, praised, "This brother possesses remarkable skill, rivaling the finest among the nobility. However, in the next round, you shall contend against the foremost master of the Jingwa Longing Fist, whose technique has reached an unparalleled level. Tread carefully." Yinfeng then led Xuantian to the entrance of the Jingwa Palace. The grand gates, forged from fine iron and adorned with vibrant red lacquer, loomed 5 zhang wide and over 10 zhang tall, rendering a person before them akin to an ant. After Yinfeng conveyed their intentions to the guard stationed at the gate, it creaked open slowly. At that moment, Yinfeng patted Xuantian on the shoulder and said, "You shall enter through here and proceed straight ahead. He awaits you in the grand square before the Longing Pavilion. I shall not accompany you further. Farewell, my brother." Xuantian bowed in gratitude to Yinfeng. And after their parting, he ventured into the palace. Upon entering, he progressed along a central avenue paved with marble, which led directly to the Golden One Hall. Flanking the wide path, every 10 paces stood a statue, each representing ancestors, deities, or heroes. The surrounding structures, crafted from rare gold and jade, were arranged with meticulous order, exuding grandeur befitting a royal courtyard. Xuantian recognized that these chambers served as the residences of the nobility. After a brief interval, Xuantian arrived at the Longing Pavilion, situated in front of the Golden One Hall. The area before the pavilion was expansive, reminiscent of a grand square. The Longing Pavilion, a repository of books, was said to house all vital texts overseen by the Jingwa aristocracy, safeguarded by countless mechanisms. Many a thief had attempted to infiltrate its sanctum, yet none had emerged unscathed. At this moment, Xuantian gazed upward, captivated by the pavilion's architecture. It towered over 30 zhang, constructed from fine redwood and exuding an unparalleled elegance. The Longing Pavilion comprised 25 levels, each with a distinct exterior, intricately carved patterns corresponding to the types of books contained within, rendering their identification effortless. The fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, invigorating Xuantian's spirit. Before the grand entrance of the pavilion stood an individual clad in scholar's attire, tall and slender, standing over 7 feet, yet appearing quite frail, likely in his early 20s. His features, though not conventionally handsome, conveyed a sense of composure, wisdom, and calm intelligence. Upon closer inspection, his movements and posture exuded a dignified demeanor and refined grace. Xuantian immediately discerned that this individual was no ordinary foe, and he understood that overcoming this challenge would likely prove quite arduous. The refined young man introduced himself, saying, "I am Song Zhendong, here to seek your esteemed guidance. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, then consider yourself the victor." Song Zhendong's words were concise and articulate. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly, revealing the profound depth of his internal strength. Xuantian contemplated that even if the princess was not Qingling, he could still inquire about her from her. However, now faced with a formidable adversary, his hopes seemed dim. Upon hearing Song Zhendong declare that 3 strikes would determine the outcome, he felt a surge of joy and replied, "I am Xuantian. Please, do proceed." Song Zhendong responded, "As the guest, it is only appropriate for you to make the first move. Regardless, you need only to withstand 3 of my strikes." Xuantian declared, "Then I shall not hold back." In the earlier encounters, Xuantian had not engaged earnestly, merely using his fists and feet to feign compliance. But now he dared not be negligent. He focused his energy, channeling it into his right index finger, which emanated an intense stream of air, compressed to its utmost limit, swirling in a vortex, with flashes of azure lightning intermittently sparkling, illuminating the surroundings. The sword energy stirred up fierce winds, causing dust to swirl and stones to tremble. Song Zhendong observed this formidable display with calm composure, remaining perfectly still as he traced a circular motion with his right palm. An invisible wall of energy promptly rose before him, intercepting the sword energy before it could reach him. which was effortlessly dissipated by the energy barrier. Xuantian was taken aback, realizing that his usual tactics were utterly ineffective. He pondered to himself. This person's cultivation seems extraordinarily profound. Perhaps not inferior to Luo Yong. At that moment, Song Jindong suddenly cautioned, "Be wary, the first strike is coming." He brought his palms together, and the air before him became intensely compact, the degree and range of compression far surpassing Xuantian's sword finger. The friction of the air produced a piercing shriek, and sparks frequently erupted within a radius of about 10 feet in front of him. Xuantian felt a sudden constriction in his chest, the force of the air pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Song Jindong abruptly altered his stance, bringing his fists together, causing the air to contract further until it coalesced into a singular point. At this moment, he infused his own true energy into the air currents before him. In a flash of golden light, a vacuum ruptured, and the essence of heaven and earth manifested in the form of a dragon. Before Xuantian could brace himself, a vividly lifelike golden dragon of true energy surged toward him. He quickly summoned a barrier of true energy to offer some measure of defense, but to his astonishment, the dragon-shaped energy possessed remarkable penetrating power, effortlessly shattering his barrier and striking solidly against his chest. Although the force of the blow was significantly mitigated by the barrier, Xuantian was still propelled back 5 paces. Retreating to the edge of the square, seeing Xuantian struck down by his powerful blow, Song Jindong hurried forward to check on his condition. Yet at that moment, Xuantian stabilized himself, smiling as he waved his hand. "No need for concern. I have not yet lost." Song Jindong earnestly advised, "Do not overexert yourself. Your health is paramount." Xuantian replied with sincerity, "I have pressing matters to discuss with the princess. I implore you to assist me." Recognizing that Xuantian was resolute in his intentions, Song Jindong refrained from arguing. However, he felt a deep admiration for Xuantian's determination to continue fighting despite his injuries. Song Jindong resolved to defy the princess's orders and aid Xuantian in successfully overcoming this trial. As thoughts converged, Song Jindong exerted merely 20% of his strength, swiftly gesturing with his right arm before him. His palm pushing forward, a torrent of dragon-shaped energy surged forth, accompanied by a resonant roar. At this moment, Xuantian felt an unexpected calm, devoid of any tension. His heart was tranquil, undisturbed by the knowledge of his internal injuries, aware that another blow would surely lead to his downfall. Yet, his consciousness incessantly urged him, should he falter here, not only would he forfeit further opportunities for growth, but he would also remain ignorant of his master's news. There was no room for fear now. He must face this challenge with courage. Suddenly, Xuantian sensed a long-forgotten power surging from the depths of his soul, a familiar sensation that ignited his very blood. As if welcoming the return of a dear friend, it was this very absence of power that had led to his defeat against Luo Yong. Could it be that the power of the dragon I had finally awakened? A wave of inexplicable joy washed over Xuantian. However, contrary to his expectations, this was not merely an awakening. It was an ascension triggered by his unwavering will. The legendary dragon I possessed the ability to see through all, to comprehend all, to dominate all. Only a true sovereign was worthy of such a singular ability, the embodiment of an emperor, the ancient conqueror. The exalted leader, commanding all beings to submit. At this juncture, the only divine entity to bear such majesty, the ancient golden dragon, finally opened its long-closed eyes. With the golden dragon's essence manifesting, legends revived, and Xuantian found himself reigning supreme. The patterns of the golden dragon emerged within Xuantian's pupils, as the dragon eye unleashed its boundless might once more. As he perceived Song Jindong's approaching strike, Xuantian instantaneously grasped that the true power of the dragon eye extended beyond elemental repulsion. It encompassed the understanding and insight of all phenomena. That he discerned the intricate dynamics of the true qi within the dragon roar fist, and, in an instant, comprehended its profound subtleties. With a steady push of his right palm, a golden dragon-shaped energy burst forth, countering Song Jindong's palm strike. At that moment, Xuantian felt as though his cultivation had exponentially increased since unlocking the dragon eye, the seemingly effortless force of his strike rivaling that of his opponent. Song Jindong was taken aback by Xuantian's actions, his focus wavering, causing him to be pushed back 2 steps, placing him at a disadvantage. To reconfirm Xuantian's strength, Song Jindong quickly adjusted his stance, unleashing both palms with 70% of his true qi. The dragon form expanded several times in size, its scales becoming distinctly defined, resembling a genuine golden dragon as it roared towards Xuantian. Such martial techniques that condense true qi into specific forms grow stronger with increasing perfection. The clearer and more complete the mental image, the greater the capacity for true qi to be infused. Conversely, if the technique remains unformed, it becomes exceedingly difficult for true qi to be channeled. Song Jindong smiled knowingly, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "I have never witnessed such an exquisite ability. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Our strengths are evenly matched. It is conceivable that if we were to continue battling, I may very well be defeated. You have navigated this challenge with remarkable skill." Concerned for Xuantian's earlier injuries, Song Jindong offered to assess his condition, only to discover that there was no significant harm. Little did he know that after unlocking the Dragon Eye, Xuantian's meridians had self-healed, rendering his previous injuries a mere memory. Song Jindong then led Xuantian towards the final challenge, and along the way, the two began to engage in casual conversation. Xuantian found Song Jindong to be remarkably affable and amiable, and his fondness for him grew exponentially. Song Jindong greatly admired Xuantian's humble demeanor. After conversing for a brief while, the two felt an instant camaraderie, leading them to decide to weave grass into a fragrant offering on the meadow, thereby establishing a brotherly bond. At 23, Song Jindong took on the role of the elder brother, while Xuantian, at 16, became the younger sibling, thus forging a close-knit relationship. That as they strolled, they unexpectedly circled around the Golden Luan Hall and entered the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Xuantian inquired, "Elder brother, is this not the residence of the royal family? What is your intention in bringing me here?" Song Jindong chuckled, "There is no need for alarm. The final trial awaits us here." Xuantian pressed further, "If we pass this trial, shall we indeed meet the princess? Is there truly someone stronger than you?" With a mysterious smile, Song Jindong replied, "If we overcome this challenge, we shall certainly meet the princess. And this trial is indeed more difficult than the previous one." Xuantian felt a pang of despair. Although he had barely managed to withstand 3 of Song Jindong's strikes earlier, he feared that this time his skills would be of little use. Just as he was consumed by frustration, Song Jindong patted his shoulder and remarked, "What are you pondering? We have arrived." Xuantian lifted his gaze, realizing they stood in a courtyard of a palace. He couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the Jingguo royal palace. This palace was so vast that it could comfortably accommodate nearly 100 individuals without feeling cramped, and its exquisite decor featured top-quality wood and stone. Some architectural corners even utilized rare celestial stones, giving the place an ethereal appearance akin to a celestial abode. However, what captivated Xuantian most was a young maiden, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, standing in the courtyard, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, unbound by any adornments, resembling a stream of ink flowing gracefully. She bore a striking resemblance to Qingling, both possessing an otherworldly beauty with features devoid of any flaw. The primary distinction lay in their eyes and the aura they exuded. If Qingling's gaze sparkled like the morning star, this maiden's eyes resembled a serene spring, infused with a hidden spectrum of colors. While Qingling radiated a cool and aloof demeanor, the young lady before him embodied warmth and vivacity. Xuantian found it challenging to determine a clear victor in his mental comparison of the two, ultimately concluding that Qingling's beauty was more striking at first glance, while the maiden's countenance was more enduringly appealing. That he mused, could the princess be even more beautiful than her? No matter how hard I try to imagine, I cannot fathom what the princess must look like. The maiden beamed a radiant smile, extending her right hand in a warm gesture, her expression seemingly perpetually cheerful. Just as Xuantian prepared to bow in courtesy, the maiden seized his right hand in a playful yet earnest grip. This maiden, whose beauty rivaled that of Qingling, was the first to speak. "I am Li Mingwan, and it is a profound honor to meet you. Your arrival at this trial surely indicates that you have bested my cousin Jindong. I hold you in great esteem. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" In that moment, as Li Mingwan grasped his hand, Xuantian stood frozen, his mind momentarily blank. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a situation, and in his flustered state, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Upon witnessing Xuantian's face flushed with embarrassment, Song Jindong elucidated, "The handshake is indeed one of the rituals of the Yueying clan. However, our women typically do not engage in handshakes with men. Mingwan possesses a remarkably cheerful and easygoing disposition, and only she would not mind." Gazing at Li Mingwan, who was playfully covering her mouth with a smile, Xuantian could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How is it possible that this young lady, a member of the royal family, can be so carefree? Her temperament is exceedingly lively, in stark contrast to that of my master. Xuantian regarded Li Mingwan, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Although being afforded 3 moves did bring him a measure of joy, he was acutely aware that despite her being a woman, her prowess might surpass even that of Song Zhendo. Nevertheless, Xuantian recognized that this was not the time to delay, and resolved to apply his newly acquired skills to startle her, aiming to defeat her through sheer momentum. The techniques replicated through the dragon's eye were not merely transient. They represented a permanent comprehension. With his strategy firmly in place, Xuantian vividly envisioned the dragon form in his mind, channeling 5/10 of his power through both palms and thrusting them forward. The force of the dragon's roar unleashed itself. A furious dragon roaring forth, sweeping towards Li Mingwan with the might to vanquish 1,000 armies. Li Mingwan, evidently thrilled that this foreigner could wield the dragon's roar, felt an overwhelming curiosity as the dragon-shaped energy approached. She summoned strength to her right arm, which instantly became enveloped in dragon-like patterns, the head of the dragon emerging upon her fist. With a decisive strike, she launched her fist into the air. Treating the oncoming force as if it were inconsequential, the dragon's spirit embodied her, rendering her invincible. As the dragon shed its armor, legions faltered. Upon contact with Li Mingwan's right fist, the energy dissipated like smoke. Li Mingwan remarked, "Your strength indeed surpasses my expectations. There is no need for me to offer further concessions. However, this alone is insufficient to satisfy me." Observing that Li Mingwan was indeed a formidable opponent, Xuantian once more activated the dragon's eye, mirroring Li Mingwan's technique to empower his right arm with the dragon's roar before charging towards her. The two commenced a close-quarters combat, and in that moment, dual dragons battled fiercely, their figures soaring through the air, golden light flashing erratically, the clash intensifying without resolution. After half an hour of entangled combat, neither had emerged victorious, and Li Mingwan grew weary. She leaped back a distance of 10 feet and declared, "It seems your ability allows you to learn from the techniques you observed. That if that is the case, I shall demonstrate a few more moves for your benefit." With that, Li Mingwan crossed her arms before her chest, and upon separating them, she gracefully traced a perfect circle in the AT. The moment the circle was completed, she unleashed her right fist with a spirited cry, Dragon Roar Fist, the traveling character technique. Dragon travels the world. An erratic stream of dragon-shaped energy surged towards Xuantian, the dragon's head changing direction numerous times mid-flight, leaping and bounding in a most peculiar manner, truly embodying the essence of the dragon, elusive and ethereal. Traversing the void with an enigmatic grace, Xuantian found it impossible to predict the dragon's orientation as it approached him. Stealing his mind, he utilized the dragon's eye to observe, realizing that the dragon's head was aimed upwards as it neared him, attacking in an uppercut fashion. Consequently, he crouched down to evade the strike with ease, but to his dismay, upon rising, he was confronted by 7 formidable waves of the dragon travels the world technique rushing towards him. Xuantian's heart cried out for salvation, inadvertently catching sight of Li Mingwan making a provocative gesture towards him. Faced with the impending onslaught of 7 immensely powerful strikes, Xuantian understood that half-hearted efforts would yield no victory. Thus, he cast aside all distracting thoughts from his mind, concentrating his awareness upon the Dantian, unleashing all the latent true energy within the meridians. Before the force of his fist could arrive, Xuantian was already in motion, his 7 fingers striking simultaneously in an instant, the tips glowing with a brilliant azure light, as the verdant radiance erupted forth, effectively neutralizing the immense power of Longxing Tianxia's punch at the critical moment. At this juncture, an unyielding determination shone in Xuantian's gaze. Anyone who met his eyes at that moment would inevitably feel an inexplicable pressure and feared. Li Mingwan, however, was not daunted by Xuantian's transformation. Rather, she found herself more intrigued by him. Swiftly, she darted to Xuantian's front, delivering a sidekick aimed at his neck, the force of her leg conjuring a tempest that whirled and howled through the air. Xuantian made no attempt to evade. Instead, he seized her ankle with his left hand, employing a technique of leverage to propel her a good 3 feet away. Li Mingwan regained her stance and exclaimed excitedly, "Truly remarkable. In my lifetime, I have never encountered an opponent as formidable as you." With that, she leapt high into the air, drawing a dragon shape with her fists, then forcefully launched them towards Xuantian's position. Her momentum fierce and unparalleled, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. The air above surged with energy, golden light bursting forth and spreading beyond the courtyard. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, a force without equal, and in the vacuum, The sound echoed incessantly as the brilliance faded. Xuantian remained steadfast, untouched by the tumult. Yet, Li Mengwan's body lost its balance, and she began to plummet from the air. Just as the moment seemed to stretch, Xuantian, without a second thought, rushed upward at full speed, catching Li Mengwan securely and halting her descent. Looking at the one who had swiftly rescued her, Li Mengwan's face blossomed once more into a radiant smile as she gave Xuantian a thumbs up, softly praising, to so effortlessly unravel the dragon's roar of the 9 heavens. You truly are a remarkable figure. I have been completely vanquished. This time, I concede with complete sincerity, but should there be another opportunity for confrontation, I shall not allow you to gain the upper hand again. Li Mengwan steadied herself, dusting off her attire. Clad in a flowing white gown, she perfectly showcased her exquisite figure, though it was evidently ill-suited for combat. Xuantian felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for Li Mengwan's inappropriate attire, he might have found himself in a rather disheveled state. Cleansing his mind of distractions, he inquired with a smile, "Miss Mengwan, might you be able to lead me to the princess?" Upon hearing this, Li Mengwan immediately laughed charmingly. "You truly are not very astute. I am the princess you seek. How could you not see that?" Xuantian thought to himself, "Indeed, I should have guessed." With a resigned shake of his head, he bowed to Li Mengwan, saying, "I pay my respects to your highness." Li Mengwan replied, "There is no need for such formalities. What do you wish to inquire of me?" Xuantian responded earnestly, "Might your highness have encountered a woman clad in white silk, with long black hair cascading down to her waist, possessing extraordinary beauty?" Li Mengwan blinked playfully and replied with a smile, "More beautiful than I." Xuantian awkwardly stated, "You two are on par with each other." After pondering for a moment, Li Mengwan said, "I have not heard of anyone matching your description. I apologize. However, I am also somewhat uninformed. You may seek out my father. Perhaps he might know the whereabouts of this woman. If you manage to find her, do be sure to bring her to meet me." Upon hearing your words, my interest in her has been piqued. Xuantian smiled and said, "If possible, I shall certainly accompany her to pay my respects to the princess." At this moment, Song Zhendong, who had been standing silently by, finally spoke up, "Mengwan, it is already the hour of you. Why not allow brother Xuantian to sample your culinary skills?" Xuantian was taken aback and inquired, "Could it be that Her Highness the Princess is still working as a chef in the kitchen?" Overjoyed, Xuantian exclaimed, "I have not enjoyed a proper meal atop the mountain. My diet has consisted solely of wild vegetables and fruits, entirely unaware of what constitutes a delectable feast. This time, I shall surely indulge my appetite." Song Zhendong asked with curiosity, "Do you reside in the mountains?" Xuantian replied, "I have yet to introduce my sect. I am a disciple from the Miaoji lineage of the Sanqing sect." Song Zhendong responded, "The Sanqing sect, one of the 6 great sects of the world?" Xuantian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Song Zhendong laughed. "Truly, it does not disappoint in its noble demeanor. It is indeed a fortunate event to forge brotherhood with you." At this moment, Li Mengwan could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Have you two sworn brotherhood?" Song Zhendong replied, "Indeed, we are like old friends upon our first meeting, having pledged our brotherhood. Do not waste time here. Hasten to prepare dinner, for everyone must be famished." Li Mengwan instructed Song Zhendong to take Xuantian to meet Emperor Sheng before making her way to the kitchen alone. Song Zhendong then led Xuantian to the front of the Golden Luan Hall, where Emperor Sheng was reviewing memorials. Upon noticing Song Zhendong and a handsome young man standing outside the hall, he ordered the guards to invite them in. Xuantian, upon seeing the emperor, felt a surge of admiration. The emperor, clad in a golden dragon robe, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an aura of vitality, appearing to be scarcely in his 30s. After Xuantian and Song Zhendong performed their respectful kneeling salute, the emperor smiled and remarked, "There is no reason for an audience in the Golden Luan Hall without cause. Zhendong, does your friend have pressing matters to inquire about?" Song Zhendong replied, "Your Majesty, this brother Xuantian hails from the Tang dynasty and wishes to inquire about a lady clad in white silk, with long hair cascading down to her waist, possessing an exquisite beauty." The emperor responded, "Ah, a friend from the Tang dynasty. You are most welcome to tour the Jing kingdom. However, I must apologize. I have not heard of the lady you describe. She may not be found here." Xuantian felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart, but maintained a smile, saying, "I am immensely grateful for your Majesty's audience." The emperor replied, "There is no need for thanks." "Zhendong, is it true that Mengwan has prepared the meal herself today?" Song Zhendong affirmed, "Indeed, Mengwan is currently making preparations." The emperor smiled. Excellent. It has been several months since I last savored Mingwan's culinary delights. I have been anticipating this since early morning. Song Zhendong suggested. Your Majesty, why not wait for the meal in the Miaoyan Hall? The emperor nodded, and the three exited the Golden Luan Hall, making their way to the rear courtyard. The Miaoyan Hall, located in the palace's backyard, serves as the dining area for royal family members. The hall boasted marble flooring, with a dozen dining tables crafted from redwood, neatly arranged with various utensils, such as wooden bowls, bamboo chopsticks, and wooden spoons, presenting a layout that was grand yet not lacking in refinement. Xuantian had never witnessed such a formal dining establishment and silently marveled at it. At that moment, the Miaoyan Hall was devoid of any patrons, and the emperor remarked with a smile, "It seems we have arrived rather early today, yet this grants us ample time for idle conversation." Having spoken, he proceeded directly to the end of Miaoyan Hall, taking his seat at the central, grandest dining table, where he settled into the dragon throne position there. Meanwhile, Song Zhendong accompanied Xuantian to the left side, where they took their place at the table nearest to the emperor. Song Zhendong remarked to Xuantian, "This table is usually reserved for my solitary meals, thus it often accommodates ample space. Henceforth, the two of us shall dine together." Xuantian, finding himself in such close proximity to the emperor, felt an overwhelming pressure and a sense of unease. The three exchanged brief pleasantries, awaiting the arrival of others. In a fleeting moment, guests began to arrive at Miaoyan Hall, each bowing to the emperor before taking their seats. Most gazes gravitated towards Xuantian, their expressions a tapestry of surprise, envy, and even jealousy. Under the weight of these stares, Xuantian broke into a cold sweat. Plagued by a foreboding sensation, he glanced at the three unfamiliar individuals beside him. The empress, seated next to the emperor, exuded beauty and grace, her demeanor warm and nurturing. To his right sat a demure and refined young lady, likely of a reserved nature. Both were pleasing to the eye, yet the gentleman directly opposite him stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. This man, though possessing a polished exterior and exhibiting an air of elegance and humility, harbored a disdain for all living beings in his gaze. From him, Xuantian sensed an aura reminiscent of a born slayer, a palpable malevolence that instilled in him a terrifying illusion of imminent demise. At that moment, Song Zhendong introduced these individuals. The empress required no elaboration. The lady to his right was Princess Jingwelin Baozhu, and the nobleman across from him was Prince Pingchuan, the emperor's own son. Li Dechaixing to at this juncture, all ceased their meals, their eyes converging upon Xuantian. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, rather indulging in the delectable dishes with increasing fervor. Observing Xuantian's manners, Song Zhendong suddenly recalled his oversight in teaching him dining etiquette and felt a pang of regret. Discreetly nudging him under the table with his leg, was only then that Xuantian noticed the peculiar stares directed at him. He looked around and realized that no one lifted their bowls to eat, nor did anyone make audible sounds while consuming their meals. In the aristocratic dining customs, numerous taboos existed, which Xuantian evidently breached, leaving the assembly perplexed as to why such an ill-mannered individual graced their table. As the emperor led Xuantian towards Yangxin Palace, Xuantian, filled with concern, inquired, "Why has the princess not joined us for the meal? Though she cooked today, surely she wouldn't forego the time to dine." The emperor chuckled. "She always sets aside some for herself after preparing the dishes. You need not worry. How do you find Mingwan's culinary skills? In comparison to the renowned chefs of the Great Tang, would they not pale in significance?" Xuantian replied, "How could that be? The meals prepared by Her Highness are the finest I have ever tasted." The emperor responded, "Is that truly so? I am nearly weary of them." They exchanged hearty laughter. Fostering a mutual fondness, the two conversed and laughed. They arrived at the Yangxin Palace, taking their seats on either side of a jade-green table. The emperor summoned a serving maid, who brought forth 2 wooden wine bowls. Filling them to the brim, he inquired, "Have you ever partaken of wine, my esteemed guest?" Xuantian shook his head and replied, "I have not. This is my first experience." The emperor reassured him, "That is of no consequence. This is fine rice wine. Though potent, a modest sip will keep you from inebriation." Xuantian had often heard tales of heroic figures in the rivers and lakes who could drink freely without succumbing to intoxication. He had long wished to try, but had refrained for fear of losing composure. Now, faced with no option to decline, he cast aside his reservations and downed the rice wine in one gulp. No sooner had Xuantian departed the Yangxin Palace by a mere 2 paces than he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his head heavy and his feet light, the world around him becoming a blur. rendering him nearly directionless. Alarmed, he chastised himself for having indulged in excess, believing he would be unaffected, only to now feel the effects of the alcohol surging within him. He slapped his forehead in an attempt to regain clarity. Pondering, Brother Zhendong had shown me to my quarters within that palace built specifically for guests. If I proceed from here, it should be to the left. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Xuantian was struck dumb as he beheld its layout, which was astonishingly identical to that of Li Mingwan's palace. Realizing he had landed himself in grave trouble, he resolved to seek out Longing Pavilion to confer with Song Zhendong. However, unbeknownst to him, two maidservants had already taken note of his movements. They whispered to one another, "This morning, when we saw the princess emerge, her countenance was markedly different. It must be due to this scoundrel. Who knows what he has done to her? But it is surely no good. You must gather all the imperial guards to the Longing Pavilion Square at once and inform them of this matter that I shall deal with him here." After concluding their discussion, they split up. Point one made hurried off to relay the news, while the other approached Xuantian, blocking his path with a smile. "Esteemed sir, please accompany me to the Longing Pavilion Square. There are urgent matters to discuss." Xuantian, perplexed, thought, "Did not Brother Zhendong arrange to meet me at the hour of Chun? There should still be half an hour remaining." Yet, he replied, "Very well, lead the way." As the maid turned to walk ahead, Xuantian sensed a flicker of disdain and hatred in her eyes at that very moment. Realizing that news of his night spent in Li Mingwan's chamber had been discovered, he feared the consequences might be dire. Just as he was about to straighten his posture, dozens of guards suddenly encircled him, delivering a flurry of punches. Poor Xuantian had not even had time to react before he was dealt a heavy blow. The guards, emboldened by their initial success, continued to rain down fists and kicks upon him, each strike delivered with fervor. Xuantian, however, made no effort to resist, allowing them to vent their wrath, for he believed this might alleviate the burden he carried in his heart. His profound remorse towards Li Mingwan made him wish they would strike him harder, as it would both ease his guilt and possibly quell the guards' animosity towards him. The guards, all youthful and specially trained, however, they simultaneously uncovered a predicament. No matter how forcefully they struck, it was impossible to inflict any harm upon Xuantian. It felt akin to assaulting a sack filled with sand, aware that their efforts were in vain. The guards found themselves unable to relinquish their tenacity. "Cease at once." The voice resonated like a dragon's roar, reverberating through the heavens, and the vacuum created by the sound conjured a gust of formidable wind. Dozens of guards, unsteady on their feet, were blown back a distance of 2 zhang. The newcomer was none other than Song Zhendong, who had arranged to meet Xuantian at the hour of Qin to present him with some texts on the rituals of the Jinghua. Only to stumble upon this farcical scene, Xuantian rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, and expressed his gratitude to Song Zhendong, saying, "Thank you, brother." Song Zhendong inquired hastily, "What transpired? Why are they assailing you? Are you injured?" Xuantian reassured him that he had protected himself with his true energy and was entirely unharmed, recounting the sequence of events to Song Zhendong. Upon hearing this, Song Zhendong's expression turned regretful as he remarked, "Had I accompanied you to the Yangxin Palace last night, this incident would not have occurred, but I never partake in alcohol that by chance. Due to Mengwan's instructions, her palace has never been guarded by sentinels. Had you approached the gates of another's palace, you likely would not have gained entry." Xuantian sighed. "The misfortune has already transpired. It is prudent to contemplate how to face Her Highness the Princess." After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhendong replied, "Mingwan must have realized when you intruded upon her chamber. Given her disposition, she is unlikely to hold you accountable." As Xuantian made his way to the breezy grove, he incessantly pieced together and rehearsed the words he ought to convey upon encountering Li Mingwan, muttering to himself in a rather comical manner. Having drunkenly lost his composure the previous night and mistakenly intruded upon Her Highness's chamber was indeed a grave breach of etiquette, undoubtedly causing her considerable trouble. Xuantian felt he deserved the harshest punishment and implored, "Please, let Her Highness mete out her judgment." Finally, having formulated his speech, he silently recited it several times before confidently entering the grove. After traversing the grove for about the duration of half a stick of incense, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching. Realizing that Li Mingwan must be nearby, he hurriedly dashed towards the sound. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Li Mingwan reined in her horse and turned to look back. As their gazes met, Xuantian's consciousness once again sank into the enchanting depths of the 7-colored celestial spring. Captivated by her exquisite silhouette, rendered speechless by the carefully constructed words he had intended to articulate. Only managing to stammer, "Your Highness." Li Mingwan let out a soft laugh and replied, "Look at your foolish demeanor. You seem as though you have committed a grave offense despite having done nothing wrong." Xuantian felt a surge of emotion and asked, "Your Highness truly forgives me?" Li Mingwan smiled, "You have committed no wrongdoing and require no forgiveness. However, it would be wise to limit your alcohol consumption in the future. Should you drunkenly intrude upon another's chamber next time, you may not receive such leniency." Her words brought to Xuantian's mind the bamboo mat laid beneath him and the cotton pillow, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that words could not convey, causing his eyes to redden slightly as he bowed deeply to Li Mingwan. "Does it not vex you to be called Your Highness constantly? It sounds rather unpleasant to my ears," she remarked. "Simply call me Mingwan." Li Mingwan emphasized earnestly, "Very well. Then, Mingwan, I request you to call me by my name as well." Xuantian responded. Li Mingwan suddenly inquired, "Xuantian, how old are you this year? In which month were you born?" Xuantian replied, "I am 16 this year, born in March." Li Mingwan smiled and said, "I was born in June, 3 months later than you, so I shall call you Brother Tian." Upon hearing this, Xuantian shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "How can that be? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing for me?" Li Mingwan made a playful face at Xuantian, giggling, "I don't care. Brother Tian, Brother Tian, Brother Tian. The more you dislike it, the more I shall call you." Xuantian, feeling utterly helpless, reluctantly acquiesced to her choice of address, but cautioned Li Mingwan not to call him that in front of others, lest he face yet another beating. Seeing her nod in agreement, Xuantian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then realized he had inadvertently let something slip. Since the question had been posed, he had no choice but to succinctly recount the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwan's small face turned crimson with anger, and she immediately turned to confront the guards. Alarmed, Xuantian hurriedly called her back, assuring her that the matter had already been entrusted to Song Zhendong for resolution, so she need not worry. Once Li Mingwan learned that her cousin had taken charge of the situation, she calmed down. Noticing that Xuantian had arrived on foot, she queried, "There is a stable outside. Why did you not ride a horse in?" Xuantian lowered his head and replied, "I cannot ride." Li Mingwan laughed and said, "No matter, I shall teach you. I guarantee you will master it within a day." With that, Li Mingwan led Xuantian out of the gentle breeze forest and into the stable, selecting a slow and docile horse for him. Thus began her rigorous training regimen for Xuantian. Initially, he struggled to grasp the reins. Either he held them too loosely or misdirected the horse, resulting in frequent, merciless falls. Yet, Li Mingwan did not permit him to rest, insisting he continue practicing, though she couldn't help but show a hint of concern and reluctance in her eyes. After 2 hours of arduous training, Xuantian finally gained the ability to control the reins accurately and tame the horse's wildness. Though not yet proficient, he was no longer prone to errors, seeing Xuantian's rapid progress. Li Mingwan could hardly contain her joy, bursting into exuberant cheers, her laughter ringing through the entire forest like silver bells. Witnessing her delight brought Xuantian a sense of comfort, but a sudden pain shot through his back, causing him to groan softly. It was then that Li Mingwan remembered Xuantian might have been injured from the falls, and she rushed over to examine his wounds. Normally carefree, she was now exceptionally meticulous and cautious, inspecting his injuries while inquiring if he felt any pain, resembling a healer in her demeanor. After applying ointment to the slightly bruised areas, Li Mingwan finally exhaled in relief and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Xuantian, having sustained only minor abrasions as he had not summoned his protective energy, smiled and shook his head. Li Mingwan gently said, "To reward your perseverance, I shall sing a song for you. What kind of song would you like to hear?" Xuantian, pleasantly surprised to discover that this princess was also skilled in singing, replied with a smile, "Just sing a folk song from the Moonshadow clan." Li Mingwan, understanding his request, began to sing with abandon. As soon as Xuantian opened his mouth to sing, he was deeply captivated by her voice, which harmoniously blended tenderness and exuberance, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. It was akin to the celestial sounds that seemingly emanated from the heavens above, capable of revitalizing all living things, cleansing the profound sorrows nestled in the depths of the human heart, and purifying the negative emotions concealed within the soul. Every being immersed in the melody would cast aside their myriad distractions and embrace a spiritual baptism. Li Mingwan joyfully inquired, "Is it truly that enchanting?" Xuantian, unabashed in his praise, responded, Even the song of a celestial maiden may not surpass your own. A gentle flick on his forehead led Xuantian to notice a faint blush blooming on Li Mingwan's cheeks, rendering her even more alluring and endearing. At that moment, Li Mingwan playfully chided, "What are you thinking about now? Is it concerning that woman clad in white silk?" Her expression was a perplexing blend of joy and concern. Xuantian paused, then nodded affirmatively. "Indeed," Li Mingwan then softly asked, "Might you share the tale of the two of you with me? She must be someone who cares for you immensely, right?" Xuantian smiled. "Yes, though she is not one for conversation. She treats me as kindly as my grandfather. Our story is rather dull and unexciting. If you have the patience to listen, I shall recount it to you." Li Mingwan nodded resolutely. "I shall persevere until the end." Xuantian unreservedly shared his origins and the time spent on Sanqing Mountain with Li Mingwan, feeling an inexplicable trust towards her. Although they had only recently met, there was no hint of the distance that often exists between strangers. Perhaps only those who resonate with each other can forge the strongest bonds. As time flowed alongside his narrative, the sun began its descent, and dusk approached imperceptibly. It was in this moment that the scenery vividly illustrated Xuantian's deep-seated loneliness and sorrow. The pain of having once been cared for and cherished, only to be abandoned without a word, was acutely felt by Li Mingwan. Crystal-clear tears glided softly down her cheeks as she gazed at this youth, with whom she had exchanged but a few glances, yet silently vowed to protect him to the best of her ability. Facing the forthcoming trials and dangers together, his seemingly resilient spirit was, in truth, exceedingly fragile, yet he always yearned to appear strong, wishing to shoulder burdens alone. A voice within Li Mingwan's heart warned her that should Xuantian encounter a severe setback, without anyone to care for, encourage, or share in his adversities, he might vanish from the world forever. At the edge of the sky lies the sea. The horizon, where the azure meets the fiery sunset, appeared adorned with a layer of crimson. Occasionally, a white gull would soar across the water, leaving behind a trail of bright calls. Such beauty, such grandeur, yet it was merely a harbinger of the impending night. As twilight approached, the afterglow of the sunset lingered. A single phrase awakened the dreamer. Xuantian no longer felt lost and nodded. "Mingwan, every word you utter is most sensible. I have a grave responsibility to fulfill. I must set aside the entanglements of love." A green leaf drifted down from the sky, landing softly in Li Mingwan's palm. A phenomenon so natural, yet it sent a tremor through her heart. Turning the leaf over, she was startled to find a line of glowing yellow text that read, "Star Ring City is in peril. Hurry to rescue." Xuantian was taken aback and questioned, "Is this a message conveyed by the green leaf? I have heard of this means of conveying information, but to whom is the message directed?" Li Mingwan's countenance grew grave as she spoke solemnly. "The recipient of this green leaf is the person in question. This must be from a friend of mine. I am determined to offer my assistance." Xuantian was rendered speechless with astonishment. It was evident that Xuanqing City was not located within the Moonshadow Island, and Li Mingwan had presumably never left Moonshadow Island. It was said that her friends were all of royal lineage. What, then, did this friend from Xuanqing City signify? Observing the look of surprise on Xuantian's face, Li Mingwan promptly stated with earnestness, "I shall not provide answers to your questions for the time being. However, if you so wish, you may accompany me to Xuanqing City. Should you prefer to remain here, do not disclose my whereabouts." Xuantian sighed and replied, "I bear no interest in prying into the secrets of others. Yet I cannot help but worry about you. Mingwan, take me to Xuanqing City." The two guards shook their heads, their eyes filled with fear and disappointment. The guard on the right trembled as he spoke. "We have scoured the entirety of Moonshadow Island, yet have found no trace of them. I suspect that the beast Xuantian has abducted Her Highness out of covetousness for her beauty." The emperor bellowed in anger. "Preposterous! I know well the character of Lord Xuantian. You are not to judge recklessly. Moreover, Mingwan possesses formidable martial skills. It would be exceedingly difficult to abduct her. This matter is undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. Summon Zhendong at once. I wish to speak with him." The two guards, relieved of blame, felt a surge of joy, and upon hearing the emperor's command, immediately set off to locate Song Zhendong. At this moment, Song Zhendong was also troubled by the sudden disappearance of Li Mingwan and Xuantian. He had dispatched subordinates to search multiple times, leaving no stone unturned, even inspecting the lakebed, yet not a single trace could be found. Song Zhendong was beside himself with anxiety. Mingwan has never left the island since childhood, and Xuantian's younger brother is not very familiar with this place. Where could they possibly have gone? The only plausible explanation is that they have fallen prey to nefarious individuals seeking to exploit them. But what could their motive be? The more Song Zhendong pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, ultimately yielding no clues. At this juncture, a guard announced that the emperor summoned him to the Golden Yuan Hall. Song Zhendong hurriedly made his way, hoping that the emperor had discovered the whereabouts of the two. In the early morning, the sky was as clear as if it had been washed, with not a cloud in sight. The rising sun cast a warm and gentle glow. In midair appeared two figures. A handsome young man soaring through the skies on a sword, clad in a green Taoist robe, and a stunningly beautiful young woman in a flowing black gown, strangely able to float without any assistance. Xuantian remarked with a smile, "Time truly flies. It is already dawn." Mingwan gazed around at the sky and praised, "The scenery is exquisite. Today is indeed a rare fine day." Xuantian tilted his head and inquired, "Do you know what it takes to master the art of aerial maneuvering?" Li Mingwan shook her head in confusion. Xuantian articulated carefully, "Mastering aerial maneuvering requires at least a century of inner strength cultivation. Few in the world today possess such skill, yet you wield it with ease. It has only now dawned on me that I know so little about you." Li Mingwan smiled gently and replied, "Do you now feel that you should not have trusted me in the beginning?" Xuantian's expression remained tranquil as he remarked, "That vague sensation of a connection with your heart has yet to dissipate. Even to this day, it is merely your hidden past that eludes my understanding." Li Mingwan seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and replied slowly, "I will surely share everything about myself with you, though it shall not be at this moment, having traversed numerous maritime expanses." They gazed upon the surging waves. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, yet beneath them lay an endless expanse of azure. Although the sea appeared calm, beneath the surface lurked unseen currents, ripples spreading outward in layers, as if heralding the approach of a tempest. In the distant horizon, the opposite shore of the sea could faintly be discerned. Shrouded in mist, it resembled a cluster of mountains. Beyond those mountains lay a city. Could that be the destination of their journey? A gentle smile graced Li Mingwan's lips as the breeze danced around her attire, rendering her figure even more ethereal. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. "Tiange, look, we are almost there. The other side of the sea is Xinhuan City. Yes, I see it. It truly seems distant." Song Zhendong and Emperor Sheng had uncovered no clues. Their exchange of intelligence yielded nothing of substance. Song Zhendong shared his conjectures with Emperor Sheng, and together they analyzed the origins of the incident, ultimately reaching a consensus. Li Mingwan and Xuantian possessed abilities coveted by others, and the captor had taken advantage of their gathering to ensnare them both in one fell swoop, aiming to usurp their powers for personal gain. Upon safely reaching the opposite shore, night had fallen. The bright moon scattered its silvery waves across the sea, causing the surface to shimmer as if adorned with countless silver gems. Throughout their journey, the ocean lay serene like a slumbering child, undisturbed and tranquil, bringing a sense of comfort to Xuantian and Li Mingwan. Li Mingwan smiled and remarked, "It feels like ages since I last visited this place. Perhaps 2 years have passed, yet the surrounding scenery remained achingly familiar, as if no time had elapsed at all. The warmth of the sun, the softness of the grass, the kindness of the inhabitants." Li Mingwan could hardly contain her excitement, seizing Xuantian's hand and leading him forward. Through her explanations, Xuantian discovered the origin of the name Xinhuan City. That he gazed upward, surrounded by towering mountains, each with its own peculiar shape, yet when viewed together, they resembled stars converging in one place. Xuantian marveled sincerely at the breathtaking natural wonders crafted by the heavens, which consistently surpassed human imagination. That nature's forms defy predictability. It adapts to any environment and transforms itself at will. The ability to change while adhering to one's principles seems to embody the true essence of law. Taking a deep breath, Xuantian finally grasped the profound meaning hidden within a common saying. In this world, there are only things one cannot conceive, but nothing that cannot be achieved. As evening descended, the sole entrance to Xinhuan City had been securely closed. Their primary mission now was to assess the situation within the city. Time could not be squandered. Opening the city gates would require considerable effort. And should Xinhuan City have fallen, it was likely that enemies would be stationed at the gates. Xuantian whispered, "How shall we gain entry into the city?" Li Mingwan chuckled, "Isn't that simple? Of course, we shall fly right in." Xuantian scratched his head and replied with a smile, "By nightfall, my mind tends to be rather muddled." The two then arrived directly opposite the city gate, leaping high into the air, soaring upward and vaulting over the hills. Two swift figures, one clad in blue and the other in black, carved graceful arcs in the shimmering moonlight, reminiscent of two brilliant shooting stars streaking across the dim night sky, that in a fleeting moment of brilliance. They vanished, leaving behind a longing that could not be fulfilled. Li Mingwan and Xuantian successfully landed within the city, silently and without a trace, attracting no attention whatsoever. They both exhaled deeply, and Xuantian softly inquired, "Where shall we go now?" Li Mingwan gestured subtly towards the northeast and whispered, "Let us first proceed to the home of the messenger." Xuantian understood that this must be Li Mingwan's dear friend. The two then showcased their extraordinary agility, dashing through the air towards their destination. The night breeze was sharp and biting, like blades cutting into Xuantian's skin, a sensation most unpleasant, yet for him, it was trivial. Having endured much suffering that had rendered both his body and spirit as resilient as steel. In truth, this hardened exterior served merely to shield the tender, yet undeveloped heart concealed within. Observing the determined expression on Xuantian's pale face, Li Mingwan felt a pang of sympathy. He was far too neglectful of his own well-being. While selflessness is indeed a noble trait, one must also care for oneself. How can one protect others if they cannot safeguard their own being? Are you cold? I recall there exists a talisman within the Sanqing sect that can maintain body temperature. Why not make use of it? Li Mingwan asked with concern. Xuantian, seemingly having forgotten the existence of such talismans, wore an embarrassed smile and said, "I can't believe I overlooked that. Thank you for the reminder. I truly feel ashamed." Li Mingwan's face once again blossomed with a radiant smile as she replied, "You, my dear, should never forget yourself while considering others. No talisman can compare to the warmth of your smile. Perhaps no one in this world can rival your radiance." Xuantian sincerely praised, "Thank you for the compliment. But it would be wise to lower our voices a bit. We could be discovered at any moment." Upon hearing Xuantian's words, Li Mingwan felt a profound sense of comfort, reaffirming her vow, no matter how long it takes. Even if it costs her a lifetime, no matter how painful, even if it leads to death, it mattered not. She was determined to protect this youth named Xuantian, whose innocence, kindness, and strength were so endearing. However, in that fleeting moment, as they gazed towards their destination, a terrifying anomaly unfolded before them. A crimson blaze erupted into view. Waves of heat rolled forth, sweeping away all coldness. Both Xuantian and Li Mingwan were affected by this surge of warmth. Beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The crimson hue was the furious flames, mercilessly consuming the abode of Li Mingwan's dear friend. A wave of anguish surged within Li Mingwan as she cried out, "Sister Lan's home is ablaze. Is this fate's design?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xuantian swiftly retrieved a water talisman from his bosom, casting it into the air, while his right hand formed the Taoist seal and he silently recited the incantation. A cerulean light emerged before the talisman, swirling gracefully as it summoned forth a dense mist. The mist and the luminous glow intertwined, spinning rapidly. A biting cold wind intensified the talisman's formidable power, and in but a moment, it transformed into a swirling vortex of azure-watered. As the light flickered, the air itself seemed to congeal with the chill. Xuantian issued a sharp command, slicing his right hand through the air, and the azure vortex surged forth, carrying with it the frigid essence, hurtling directly into the depths of the flames. Within 100 miles, the wind pressure escalated swiftly, the sound of the wind shifting from a howl to a piercing shriek, resonating clearly throughout the entire Ringstar city. Those who ventured too close to the eye of the storm found their eardrums nearly shattered by the force, no matter how fierce the fire raged. It was powerless against the torrent of water infused with such tremendous wind strength. Upon their collision, the once dominant blaze lost its ferocity, diminished in an instant by more than half. Li Mingwan, witnessing the overwhelming might of Xuantian's intervention, remarked, "I have long heard of the myriad uses of the talismans from the Three Qing sect. Today, I am truly enlightened." Xuantian chuckled. "When did you become so eloquent? Do you think I am uneducated?" Li Mingwan, lowering her voice to a whisper, replied, "You performed admirably just now, but the commotion was too great. It will surely draw attention that I fear we have already compromised our position. From this moment on, we must proceed with utmost caution." Xuantian nodded in understanding. The two wasted no time, swiftly making their way to Sister Lan's residence. Li Mingwan pushed the door open forcefully and rushed inside. Having visited here before, she was intimately familiar with the layout of the rooms. Yet, upon bursting into Sister Lan's quarters, they found it utterly deserted. The table bore no dust, and every item in the room was meticulously arranged, displaying an impeccable order. The water in the teacup remained warm, indicating that Sister Lan had been there not long ago. Xuantian, and Li Mingwan searched the other rooms, but not a single soul was to be found. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Mingwan's heart, and she lamented, "We have arrived too late." Xuantian replied sternly, "The most crucial matter now is to ascertain the situation. If we remain oblivious to what has transpired, how can we hope to rescue her?" Realizing her impulsiveness, Li Mingwan took a deep breath to steady herself. "I apologize. Have I been overly emotional?" she murmured, lowering her gaze. Anyone would feel an overwhelming urgency when a dear friend was in peril. "You have remained remarkably composed," Xuantian reassured her with a smile. Li Mingwan inquired of the citizens of Ringstar City, who had been awakened by the commotion outside, about the recent events. She pieced together a troubling narrative. The infamous Wicked Sect, the Mad Slaughter Cult, had inexplicably invaded Ringstar City, commanding all residents, regardless of age or gender, to ascend the mountains to mine. According to the cultists, the mountains surrounding the city concealed numerous treasures of jade and gold. Tragically, the toll had already reached over 100 fatalities among the townsfolk due to accidents while mining, yet any sign of resistance resulted in the cultists setting homes ablaze, leaving all with a grim fate. Li Mingwan's teeth nearly ground to dust as fury surged within her. Xuantian pondered quietly for a moment, speculating. If this is the case, Sister Lan must have been among the resistors, hence the fire at her home. However, I extinguished the flames with the water talisman in time. It is improbable that she perished in the blaze, and if she was slain by the cultists, her body would surely be found within the premises. There is something amiss in this matter. Li Mingwan suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Xuantian's words and promptly responded, "You mean?" However, Xuantian did not allow her to finish, interjecting, "Indeed, Sister Lan has merely been captured by the cultists. As for the reason, Mingwan, ponder it carefully." Lost in thought, Li Mingwan mused, "The reason? Alas, despite racking my brain, I cannot arrive at a satisfactory answer." Atop a hill encircling the starry ring city stood a solitary figure, exuding an air of defiance. Clad entirely in black armor, his countenance was fearsome, marred by several scars, with eyes deep and inscrutable, their pupils flickering with a sinister crimson glow. The phrase fierce and malevolent could not more aptly describe him. The murderous aura emanating from the depths of his soul rendered the flora and fauna around him withered and decayed. He leaned upon a colossal ebony sword, its blade inscribed with strange red runes, and the protruding parts of the hilt resembled the wings of a demon. The chill radiating from the blade evoked a dread that eclipsed all other emotions. Under the moonlight, the sword reflected a dazzling silver sheen, bestowing upon the weapon an even greater sense of authority. Beside the armored figure lay a wooden frame, upon which was bound a slender, delicate young woman, her complexion pale yet her gaze unwaveringly resolute. "The one you await has arrived. Yet, why does she not stand before me?" mocked the armored man. "She will undoubtedly appear, and at that moment, it shall be your demise," the woman replied earnestly. In the square of Starry Ring City, a throng had gathered, all agitated by the news of Sister Lan's house ablaze. Xuantian and Li Mingwan also arrived to gather information. At this juncture, Xuantian suddenly discerned two significant issues and questioned, "Are not the miners typically at work now? Where do the minions of the Madslayer sect reside?" These inquiries struck at the heart of the enigma. A burly man responded, "Mining occurs from the hour of the hare until that of the dog, and the lackeys of the Madslayer sect seem to dwell upon the mountain." Xuantian, intrigued, asked, "Dwell upon the mountain? Then why have we not seen them?" At this moment, Li Mingwan finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, "It is entirely my fault for being too hasty and careless. I had indeed noticed an illusion set upon a hill to the northwest, yet my concern for Sister Lan's safety caused me to overlook it." Xuantian nodded, stating, "That simplifies matters. I suspect those cultists anticipated our arrival and intended to use Sister Lan as a hostage to ensnare us. The illusion was likely a test of our capabilities. Mingwan, do you believe we stand a chance together? After all, their numbers are formidable." Mingwan smiled and nodded in affirmation. Understanding this, Xuantian thanked the townsfolk before resolutely heading towards the stronghold of the Mad Slayer sect. The summit to the northwest was devoid of life, the surroundings desolate, with only the whisper of the wind through the grass breaking the silence. Such tranquility felt like a mockery and a derision. With a serious expression, Li Mingwan formed a lotus seal with her right hand and gently waved it twice before her. In an instant, the scene before her vanished into an impenetrable darkness, only to be replaced by the true reality. On the mountaintop, dozens of armored figures appeared, standing resolutely like well-trained soldiers. The leader standing ahead was strikingly conspicuous, towering over a height of more than 10 feet. His armor appeared to be forged from the finest steel, impervious and unyielding. This individual bore a visage that was both menacing and grotesque, yet commanded an undeniable respect, primarily due to the decaying aura of death that emanated from him. Coupled with the colossal broadsword he wielded, which was nearly as tall as he, even from a considerable distance, Xuantian could still sense the chilling murderous intent that seeped from the blade. Li Mingwan's gaze did not linger on the leader for long. Instead, it drifted towards the wooden frame behind the throng of dozens, where her dearest friend, Lan Jie, was bound. That moment, Lan Jie smiled at Li Mingwan, her expression seemingly conveying that she was well and that there was no need for concern. You see, I have been rather lenient with you, sparing your friend's life. I hope your capabilities will not disappoint me, the leader taunted with an air of arrogance. Xuantian felt a deep disdain for such hubris and thought to himself, he seems to regard me with utter contempt. As if I am of no consequence. But what does unparalleled in the world mean? When did Mingwan earn such a title? At this juncture, Li Mingwan suppressed her seething anger and spoke in a firm tone. Lord Dusk, I have indeed come with the intent to rescue. I beseech you to show mercy and release my friend. I shall certainly repay your kindness. What unparalleled in the world? It is truly laughable. To me, you appear nothing more than a delicate woman, dreaming of my letting her go. Not unless you demonstrate your abilities for my amusement. Dusk scoffed. A hint of disdainful amusement played at the corner of Li Mingwan's lips as she replied. Then let them come at me all at once. Dusk laughed heartily. Excellent. How refreshing. Brothers, charge. While Dusk remained rooted in place, the 50 or 60 men behind him leaped down from the mountaintop, like famished tigers pouncing on their prey, surging toward Li Mingwan with ferocity. Each of these individuals was robust and brawny, their armored forms enhancing their already formidable presence. Observing the frenzied assault of these zealots, Xuantian felt a chill creep into his heart. Uncertain of their prowess and unsheathed his sword, vowing to protect Li Mingwan at all costs. At that moment, however, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Mingwan making a gesture for him not to intervene. Before Xuantian could fully comprehend her signal, Li Mingwan had already been encircled by the ravenous pack of zealots, the situation looking increasingly dire, with no time to ponder the meaning behind Li Mingwan's gesture. He charged into the fray, sword in hand. Was that a roar of an ancient lion awakening from slumber, the resounding chime of the thunderous temple's altar, or perhaps the rare tidal surge unseen for millennia upon the seas of revelation? A brilliant blue light shot up to the heavens, transforming the night into day. Under this radiant glow, the world seemed to take on a singular hue, an endless expanse of blue. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Those who close their eyes, even if they are adept practitioners, will lose half of their power, let alone mere mortals, blind to the world. One could not accurately discern the position of their adversaries unless they had long been sightless and learned to rely on their ears to gauge their surroundings. Clearly, the numerous individuals surrounding Li Mingwan had become utterly incapacitated. A series of sharp sounds echoed in Xuantian's ears, cracks of armor shattering and the thuds of bodies colliding with the stone walls. In a mere span of fleeting moments, such sounds reverberated nearly 100 times. Perhaps only with Xuantian's exceptional dynamic hearing could one fully discern them. The azure radiance dissipated, and the hues of the world reverted to their mundane state. Xuantian slowly opened his eyes, only to be utterly astonished. Time seemed to stand still in that instant, and he found it hard to believe that all he witnessed was genuinely occurring. It was simply beyond comprehension. Just a few heartbeats, merely a matter of seconds. At that moment, dozens of disciples lay unconscious on the ground, evidently gravely injured. Yet this was of little consequence. The truly breathtaking sight was that the armor of these individuals had been reduced to mere powder. Scattered across the earth, a gust of night wind swept through, carrying the armor's residue aloft, shimmering in the moonlight like a celestial spectacle. After witnessing this with his own eyes, Xuantian began to grasp the profound significance of the title peerless in the world. Li Mingwan's strength defied description. Even someone as formidable as Luo Yong could not possibly attain such a level of cultivation. Perhaps only when he accidentally unleashed the true power of the dragon eye during the trial of the heart sword could he be considered comparable. Xuantian could not fathom how this girl, 3 months his junior, had ascended to such heights of mastery. At that moment, Li Mingwan gazed up at the dusk, her expression unchanged, devoid of any signs of surprise. Maintaining her usual calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of excitement, "Do you wish to challenge me one-on-one? Or shall I summon additional assistance?" she inquired with a smile. Huang Dong chuckled derisively a few times. Shaking his head, "Your earlier performance does not yet qualify you for a duel with me. I shall have to find more people to test your mettle." With that, he whistled sharply, and soon over 100 individuals emerged from all directions. The three at the forefront stood out the most. To the left, a handsome young man clad in azure armor, wielding a massive spear. To the right, a bewitching woman donned in beast skin, brandishing a tamer's whip, and in the center, a dark-skinned giant dressed in a king's robe, grasping a colossal iron axe. Huang Dong declared, "Should you manage to vanquish them all, I might consider engaging you in a battle." Channeling my spirit through both hands, I sing in the tranquility of the moonlit night. Xuantian thought. An intense blue light emanated from his hands, a serene glow akin to the bright yet tranquil moon in the night sky. Unobtrusive and humble, devoid of ostentation. The greatest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things without contention, dwelling in places that others disdain. Thus, it approaches the Tao. The moon and water share a kinship in their attributes. Perhaps only through such serenity could the most resplendent radiance be emitted. Perhaps only by discarding complexity and ostentation could one attain the strongest power. Reluctantly, Xuantian closed his eyes once more, only to suddenly realize his own sluggishness. He had once sought guidance from Yin Rui regarding the art of the heart eye, and had made some progress, yet now he had forgotten it. Upon this realization, Xuantian focused his consciousness and activated his heart eye. In an instant, darkness was dispelled, and the external world came into vivid clarity, its colors more vibrant than ever before. In the realm revealed by his heart eye, the brilliant blue glow in Li Mengwan's hands appeared considerably gentler. Xuantian silently rejoiced in possessing such a wondrous ability, for it would enable him to intervene in the battle at any moment, lending Li Mengwan a helping hand. Xuantian directed his gaze towards the three leaders of the enemy reinforcements, and an involuntary shudder coursed through him. These individuals could still open their eyes under such blinding light. Such a feat must surely require an exceptionally high level of cultivation. Quietly, Xuantian felt a twinge of anxiety for Li Mengwan. Without hesitation, Li Mengwan stepped forward, her palms radiating an even more intense blue glow, forcefully thrusting towards the chest of the dark-skinned giant, her attack executed with no restraint whatsoever. The wind howled violently. As if mountains were being toppled, the giant neither evaded nor blocked, allowing Li Mengwan's palms to strike him squarely in the chest. The dazzling blue light erupted, sending forth waves of energy, the force of the blow capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones with ease. The unfortunate giant was mercilessly propelled backward, soaring over 10 zhang in the air before finally crashing to the ground. Just as Xuantian was about to inquire about Li Mengwan's actions, 100 beams of emerald light suddenly burst forth before him. The source of this green radiance was a handsome young man clad in emerald-scaled armor, wielding a magnificent spear that, infused with true energy, glowed brilliantly, its tip spinning incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the man brandished the spear and darted to Li Mengwan's side, unleashing a flurry of strikes targeting her upper, middle, and lower body. The swirling light enveloped her entirely, leaving her with no opportunity to evade. After gazing at Li Mengwan for a prolonged moment, the dark-skinned giant whispered a few words to the enchanting woman beside him, then turned to Li Mengwan, stating, "Please wait a moment. Given our current lack of full armor, it is unlikely we would be your match. I trust you do not mind." Li Mengwan shook her head with a smile, replying, "The stronger my adversaries, the greater my resolve to fight. However, you have committed a grave error by approaching me in this manner. I shall not point it out, but it would be wise for you to recognize it soon, lest you regret it later." The giant and the alluring woman appeared unfazed by Li Mengwan's words, dismissing them as mere whispers in the wind. They donned the golden steel armor provided by their subordinates, feeling considerably more secure. Once fully armored, the giant declared loudly, "We may begin. Come at me with all you've got." His voice now carried a newfound confidence. Li Mengwan could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, it seemed that people were perpetually resistant to heeding sound advice. Why is it that the truths of loyal words are hard to hear and bitter medicine is good for the disease elude understanding? Since you have made a request, I too shall propose one. May he join the fray? Li Mengwan gestured towards Xuantian, who stood idly by. The giant nodded, showing no inclination to refuse. In his eyes, did Xuantian hold no more value than mere weeds? Li Mengwan called Xuantian to her side and whispered to him. Confusion flickered across his face, but gradually he began to comprehend. Nodding repeatedly, Li Mengwan lowered herself, bending her left knee slightly and placing her right hand upon the ground. Instantly, a colossal circular magic array materialized beneath them, nearly enveloping the entire hill. The array sparkled with vibrant colors, adorned with strange incantations, each character in a different hue. The inner ring bore symbols representing the myriad elements of the universe. while the center displayed an ever-changing array of exquisite garments, each style novel and breathtaking, evoking the sensation of wandering into a high-end tailor's shop to admire new attire. The entire magic formation was a marvel of craftsmanship, exquisitely beautiful. Li Mingwan closed her eyes, channeling her thoughts into the array, softly intoning. To escape the mundane is a daunting task, as love and hatred intertwine. The sea of suffering churns with countless waves, while fame and power surge forth from the center, casting aside irrelevant desires. I wish only for clarity of spirit and the return to freedom. As I have articulated, let us unlock the gateway to liberation, unhindered and translucent. The heavens and earth seem to chant in unison with her. While the hills commence a violent tremor, the fabric of space quakes precariously, ultimately appearing unable to sustain itself, gradually crumbling into oblivion. Before my eyes, all scenes begin to dissolve into nothingness, plunging into profound darkness. Subsequently, the cosmos reconfigures itself, unveiling a new vista. It is a scene of gentle breezes and radiant sunshine, where a pristine expanse of verdant grassland sparkles under the warm, golden rays, devoid of any taint. The grass sways like undulating waves in the gentle breeze. This world is known as a barrier, constructed from thought and mediated by the soul, into which all individuals within the barrier's operational range shall be drawn. The marvel of this barrier lies in the fact that it engulfs not only souls but also corporeal forms, effectively transporting individuals into the space crafted by the barrier's creator. The heart's ability to transform matter aligns perfectly with this barrier. Hence it is regarded as the most formidable of techniques. At this moment, all have entered the boundless and translucent barrier laid by Li Mingwan. Standing at a distance, the dusk, also ensnared by the barrier, scrutinized the surroundings with trepidation, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, heighten your vigilance. This is that woman's miracle barrier, exceedingly difficult to contend with. That a moment's negligence could spell instant demise. We must unite our efforts, or face certain death." Xuantian nearly laughed at Dusk's call for unity, observing the chaotic demeanor of the frenzied cultists, each seemingly steeped in self-importance, making collaboration improbable. Yet, what does the miracle barrier truly entail? Noticing Xuantian's puzzled expression, Li Mingwan utilized a telepathic method to elucidate. Her cheeks flushed, she giggled. "Hearing you say that makes it seem rather peculiar." The instant Xuantian recalled the patterns adorning the garments at the heart of the formation, he grasped the essence of this barrier's power. Though he remained uncertain as to why he could discern it so accurately, while Li Mingwan appeared unfazed. "Brother Tian, calm your mind and seek out the battle attire that belongs to you." Li Mingwan's voice resonated within his thoughts. Xuantian inhaled deeply the fresh air of Qingyuan, instantly invigorated, his energy heightened 100-fold. He plunged his consciousness deep into the recesses of his soul, endeavoring to locate the flicker of power birthed within the barrier, envisioning it akin to the imaginative force of Long and Fist, freely manifesting in his heart, unrestrained, crafting the battle attire most suited to himself. Li Mingwan smiled knowingly at Xuantian's appearance. Indeed, she had not erred. He possessed a heart of unparalleled purity, rare to find in the world. Only he could materialize such an enigmatic garment, the Bagua Dao robe, which signified boundless spiritual energy, facilitating the rapid circulation of true qi or spiritual power, inexhaustible and everlasting. The Bagua Dao robe fluttered gently with the breeze, its edges dancing lightly. At this moment, Xuantian's mind was clear. Devoid of any base desires, his awareness focused solely on the flow of true qi within him. Over 100 frenzied cultists surged from all directions, attacking with fierce intent, as ravenous as a pack of wolves on the hunt. The congregation, fully resolved to meet their demise, reveals their inherently savage nature, which becomes even more pronounced under the looming specter of death. Their singular desire now is to reduce their foes to a pulpy mass before the battlefield runs red with blood. Heavy footsteps stir the air, sending ripples through the ground as if it trembles in fear of the congregation's deeply ingrained bloodthirst and ferocity. It is said that a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Thus, faced with the overwhelming might of their adversaries, Xuantian cannot help but harbor a sense of foreboding. Yet, fearing a lapse in mental clarity, he ultimately refrains from deliberating on strategies. As the congregation draws near, Li Mingwan suddenly radiates a dazzling brilliance. White flowers bloom, ethereal feathers flutter, azure clouds swirl and dance freely. Even though Xuantian, aided by boundless spiritual energy, erects a protective barrier with his true qi, he is still thrust back over 2 zhang by the raging winds. The terrifying onslaught of the congregation falters, their already chaotic formation now rendered even more disordered and clumsy. If one's heart can remain untainted by the dust of the mundane world, Unshackled by external turmoil, it can transcend myriad troubles and constraints, wandering freely in the vast void, soaring and gliding with ease, navigating through all endeavors without hindrance. This embodies the true essence of boundless clarity and freedom. The limitless spiritual energy of the two instruments Tao robe and the supersonic azure gale feather garment harmoniously illuminate the battlefield, becoming the most resplendent spectacle. In this moment, Li Mingwan and Xuantian are entirely in sync. Undaunted even in the face of a myriad of foes that a pack of ferocious wolves regroups, driven to madness and cruelty, having lost all semblance of humanity. Among the congregation, a tall, lean youth dashes forward, suddenly leaping high, wielding his blade in a fierce downward strike. What appears to be an immensely powerful blow is, in reality, quite ineffectual. Li Mingwan channels her true qi into her left hand, then effortlessly sweeps it aside, unleashing a domineering gust of wind that mercilessly sends the youth sprawling, his body tracing a long arc through the air. Xuantian, not to be outdone, continuously cycles his true qi, his sword pointing and striking with precision. In an instant, brilliant light surges forth, and sword energy weaves through the AIR.AS. The clear radiance flows. The congregation is struck by invisible sword energy, collapsing one after another, across the boundless azure plains. Waves of air create a spectacle as the verdant grass sways back in response. Awed by Xuantian's unparalleled swordplay, the congregation begins to retreat. Yet alas, there is no escape to be had. The blinding white light flickers incessantly, and amidst its rise and fall, over 30 members of the congregation fall unconscious to the ground. Xuantian is momentarily dazzled. Even a master of martial arts would struggle to discern each movement in the face of such supersonic speed. He catches only fleeting glimpses of Li Mingwan's form, but the specifics of how she repels the enemies remain elusive. Witnessing this tragic scene, the enchanting woman and the burly man can no longer contain themselves and rush forward. Without a word, the enchanting woman draws a beast-taming whip from her waist, invigorating it with a vigorous shake, causing a crimson light to seep from the whip and a chilling aura to disperse. Accompanied by the whip's undulations, a chilling wail reminiscent of anguished spirits pierces the soul, instilling dread. It echoes the cries of wronged souls, cast into the depths of hell, who, after enduring countless torments, scream in utter despair. The burly man, witnessing the whip's formidable power, is momentarily shaken, drawing forth a massive axe of black iron from his back, where dark energy coalesces and entwines, refusing to dissipate. Yet amidst that dark aura, a different scene unfolded. Within the nine hells river of darkness, accumulated over millennia, lay the grievances of ages and the hatred of eternity. It was the agonized moans born of human greed, the enmity fueled by rage, and the pain of obsession that clung to existence, resonating with the heart-wrenching cries that pierced the veil of mortality when all returned to dust. The whip, sinuous like a serpent, arced through the air, striking towards Li Mingwan. As it neared her, the shadow of the vengeful spirit attached to the whip lunged forward, as if grasping at a lifeline with uncontainable urgency. Yet, Li Mingwan stood unflinching, extending her right palm towards the specter. With a heart unburdened and unwavering spirit, she emanated an aura of righteousness. Only those burdened by guilt can be haunted by specters, with a mind unclouded and a life devoid of malice. How could the shadows dare approach her? A thunderous roar resounded as a burst of blue brilliance erupted, engulfing the alluring figure, rendering the dark aura into nothingness. Witnessing a companion's swift defeat, the black giant seethed with rage. Brandishing his colossal axe, unleashing a tempest of black mist that enveloped Xuantian, imposing upon him the weight of desire, hatred, and unyielding attachment, intent on inflicting the utmost torment upon his spirit until he shattered. Alas, like his compatriot, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Xuantian had never coveted anything nor harbored malice towards anyone. Even his yearning for Qi Ling had just been severed. Such emotions held no sway over him. A beam of transparent sword energy coalesced and shot forth, striking the black giant squarely in the chest. The dark mist dissipated, the axe returned to its normal form, and the ominous aura that pervaded the air was eradicated in that instant. Both leaders were swiftly rendered unconscious, with an elegance that left no room for hesitation. Xuantian and Li Mingwan exchanged applause and celebration, their smiles a source of mutual encouragement. As Huang Dong beheld the unfolding scene, a long-forgotten tension stirred within him. He could not ascertain whether he could gain the upper hand against Li Mingwan in their impending confrontation, but at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply, gripping the massive horse-slaying blade tightly. Whispering an incantation, The king of the underworld resurrected from the depths of silence, summoning forth a tide of calamity. The body of the ghostly king, formed from the endless dark energy, emitted a howl that threatened to shatter the very barriers of existence. Xuantian sensed the dire straits he faced. This time, his opponent was prepared to fight to the death. The adversary's power would likely rival that of Luo Yong, and regardless of his boundless spiritual energy, the disparity in strength could not be bridged. His own safety mattered little to Xuantian. In his heart, life and death were but a fleeting dream, devoid of attachment or fear, merely natural phenomena. However, he could not help but fret over Li Mengwan's fate. Could such a perfect maiden be entombed alongside a wayward soul like himself? Absolutely not. He would not allow such a fate to transpire. Xuantian's heart screamed in protest, urging himself to exert every ounce of strength to protect this kind-hearted maiden. Huang Dong raised the horse-slaying blade high above his head, channeling all his might to bring it crashing down. The ghostly king before him, now under control, brought his hands together as a surge of pitch-black radiance swelled between his palms, coalescing into a massive sphere of spiritual energy. Within that obsidian orb resided boundless anguish, eternal resentment, and unfathomable darkness. The Demon King let out a furious howl, commanding the heavens and the earth to tremble in response. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky and the ground. The realms of Yin and Yang turned upside down. The only sound that pierced the air was the echo of his roar. Drowning out all else, the pitch-black orb was unleashed, bearing the immeasurable might to obliterate both illusion and reality. Hurtling towards the two individuals, the barrier, which should have been an infinite expanse, appeared to be entirely shrouded in the dark radiance. Li Mengwan, fully aware of the formidable power of this attack, was poised to channel her energy in defense. When an unforeseen scene unfolded before her eyes, in the face of such cataclysmic force, who was that figure, boldly extending their arms without fear? The overwhelming darkness seemed to lose all its luster in the presence of that silhouette. Though their encounter was fleeting, it felt as if they had been destined to meet for millennia, their hearts resonating with one another. The figure stood protectively before Li Mengwan, seemingly fragile against the terrifying onslaught. A faint smile illuminating their pale visage, exuding a sense of nonchalance, as if sunlight itself had bestowed upon them boundless hope. In this moment, silence reigned. The unspoken conveyed more than words ever could, transmitting the truest of intentions to her. I have no regrets. Even if time were to repeat itself countless times, I would make the same choice. Live on, for me, and for all those who love you dearly. Live well, Mengwan. The dark radiance descended like a heavenly cleaver, and Xuantian, facing that brilliance, concentrated all his cultivation into a formidable shield, radiating a blue-green light that rivaled the darkness, a dazzling spectacle. The final beam of light he exchanged for his very life. The two forces collided in midair. The resulting explosion of light tinged the barrier a deep azure, causing Li Mengwan to squint against its brilliance. The barrier neared destruction. The impact of the radiant clash, if manifested in the real world, could annihilate an entire city. Time passed, though its measure was lost in the chaos, until the light finally dissipated. The figure wore a victorious smile, then fell backward, vitality seemingly withering away. In this moment, the cosmos was shrouded in silence. Li Mengwan, entranced, knelt gently upon the ground. She could not believe it, could not accept it. She would rather remain forever in a dream than confront this reality. Xuantian's voice echoed within her soul once more. Live on, for me, and for all those who love you dearly. Live well, Mengwan. Suddenly, Li Mengwan smiled, her expression as natural as if speaking to herself. I will certainly do so. But only if we can be together. We shall traverse the world and save those innocents who suffer. Rising to her feet, she softly recited, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Therefore, always remain desireless to observe its wonders, and always possess desires to observe its boundaries. These two emerge together but are called by different names. Both are to be referred to as mysterious, the mysterious beyond the mysterious, the gateway to all wonders. Grant me the supreme power of nature. Unveil the wondrous sword. The resplendence shone brighter than the myriad stars in the sky. The previously azure light appeared as mere fireflies in comparison, as the true source of legendary power unveiled its secrets in that very moment. The master had once said that magical artifacts were ranked. The innate treasures could only be wielded by the most exceptional among sages. Among the acquired spiritual treasures, there were 4 grades. The first grade was the sacred artifact, originating from the primordial. The second grade was the celestial artifact, beginning in the ancient. The third grade was the divine artifact, emerging in the antiquity. And the fourth grade was the treasured artifact, originating in the medieval. The titles of saint, immortal, divine, and treasure have distinctly delineated the users of various magical artifacts, and the sword bestowed upon me by my master, known as the Xuantian sword, is classified as a third-tier divine weapon. My master cautioned me that this sword cannot be drawn unless a stringent condition is met. When I encounter an individual whose soul resonates with mine and is willing to sacrifice everything for me, even their life, the seal on the Xuantian sword will be lifted. As long as I remain in proximity to that person, I may wield the sword's power at will. However, should I distance myself from them, the sword's potency will diminish rapidly, ultimately sealing itself once more. Only through reunion can the seal be reinstated. Li Mingwan recalled her master's words, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. The proximity referred to was not merely physical closeness, but rather the profound intertwining of two souls. Without hesitation, Li Mingwan drew the Xuantian sword from its sheath. To her surprise, the legendary artifact was fashioned from a piece of ancient sandalwood, yet the radiance it exuded rivaled that of a sky full of stars. One must not judge by appearances, nor can the vastness of the sea be measured in mere buckets. The truly enlightened remain inconspicuous, living modestly and leading an unremarkable life, much like this sword itself. At that moment, the Xuantian sword seemed to resonate with Li Mingwan's intent, harnessing the light within the barrier and channeling the forces of nature to manifest unparalleled power. Only the strength derived from nature itself could be deemed invincible, omnipresent, and all-encompassing. Dusk was taken aback by the artifact's command over the elements, silently chanting the word calm in an attempt to soothe his frayed nerves. But this very suggestion only deepened his inner turmoil, causing him to retreat involuntarily. Seeing their leader falter, the gathered disciples erupted in chaos, some fleeing in panic, yet their heavy armor hindered their escape. Li Mingwan smiled faintly, casually inquiring, "Have you heard of the four domains of the technique?" Lord Dusk, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Of course I know. The four domains refer to the tiers of offensive range in the technique, categorized into four levels: slaying individuals, exterminating armies, toppling nations, and annihilating worlds. Am I mistaken?" Li Mingwan nodded affirmatively, stating, "You are correct. I wonder, can you withstand my nation annihilation strike, Lord Dusk?" The atmosphere grew solemn, as winds howled and thunder roared, mountains and seas sang, and deities and demons cried out, creating an overwhelming presence that even the formidable Demon King could not withstand. Retreating in terror, even the most vengeful spirits in the depths of hell could not escape the awe-inspiring force that stirred the heavens and earth. Dusk's taut nerves finally snapped, and he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Do not forget that the barrier forcibly draws everyone within its range. Though I cannot see them, your friend must be somewhere within the barrier, and your attack will surely kill her." Li Mingwan responded with a gentle smile. "You are mistaken. It is the inexperienced who are constrained. When I activated the barrier, I did not include Sister Lawn, so you need not worry about that." Fear and dread were etched across Dusk's face. And in that moment, he knelt, pleading, "Please, spare us, my lady. I vow never to commit evil again." The other disciples followed suit, kneeling in unison and imploring, "Please grant us a chance at life, and we shall forever be grateful. Repaying your kindness in due course." Li Mingwan shook her head gently, letting out a soft sigh. "When wood is strong, it can endure. When soldiers are strong, they shall fall. If you were to approach lightly armed, perhaps this tactic could allow you to evade disaster. Alas, you have disregarded my counsel, turned a deaf ear to my warnings, and clung stubbornly to your beliefs. Ultimately, you shall reap the bitter fruits of your choices. And I find myself powerless to assist you now." The sword is drawn once more. Light is on the verge of blossoming. Li Mingwan recited softly, her voice extraordinarily melodious, akin to a gentle whisper. "Wuxiang Chuanmi Lu, true skill, enlightenment, 5 forms, return to life, a moment of splendor." With a delicate sweep of her sword, the heavens and earth froze in time. Light transformed into a spectrum of colors, coalescing into a vibrant assault upon the followers of the Guangsha sect. A rainbow, infused with the essence of nature, radiated with an ineffable brilliance, its splendor and beauty beyond the grasp of mere words. As the rainbow arced through the air, everything within the barrier appeared resplendent and vivid. Moments later, the entire barrier resembled a celestial abode of the 33 heavens, breathtaking in its beauty. The 7-colored radiance, gentle yet not blinding, enveloped every corner without exception. The luminous spectacle lingered only for a few breaths before dissipating without a trace. As the followers of the Guangsha sect lay prostrate upon the ground at dusk, Li Mengwan spared their lives, granting them a chance for redemption, hoping they might repent and regain their humanity. Within the barrier, silence reigned, for in this tranquility, one could hear the faintest of sounds. Thump, thump. The sound, though subtle, was undeniably present, sending a tremor through Li Mengwan's heart. Thump, thump. She realized that this sound she perceived was not a figment of her imagination. It was the rhythmic beating of a heart, weak yet distinctly audible. For the first time in her life, she felt an overwhelming joy, tears of excitement streaming down her cheeks. Xuantian had not given up on life. He still lived. Li Mengwan's heart swelled with comfort, as if it were she who had been resurrected rather than Xuantian. She cradled Xuantian in her arms, stepping forward with an elegant gait, as the scene behind her gradually faded. Restoring the world to its original state, she cast aside her burdens and relinquished her worries, striding forward with a lightness in her step, bidding farewell to yesterday and welcoming tomorrow, regardless of how yesterday had been shackled by sorrow, pain, or hatred. As long as one forgets it all, the morrow shall bring forth a being of joy, positivity, and freedom. On Moonshadow Island, within the palace courtyard, Li Zixing had been plagued by unusually strange dreams during the nights of late. In these dreams, he transformed into a demon, slaying all on the island, leading to the downfall of Jinghua. Each night, he was jolted awake by the same nightmare, leaving him listless and mentally disordered throughout the day. Yet, whenever anyone inquired about the cause of his distress, he consistently refrained from uttering a word, often dodging the question that he remained oblivious to the fact that his innate goodness was gradually being consumed. With the darkest desires lurking deep within his heart being beckoned forth, among the royal family, only one person had not emerged from the shadow of Song Taimin's death, Li Zixing. His hatred for the Tang Empire had reached an unparalleled intensity. When his father established Jinghua with the intent of avenging his kin by conquering the Tang Empire, a flame of hope ignited within him, filling him with indescribable exhilaration that he envisioned a day when Jinghua would rise to dominance. Its army strong and its horses robust. In that moment, the iron hooves of Jinghua would trample across the lands of the Tang Empire, vanquishing the despicable and shameless individuals of the realm. Such a grand dream was ultimately shattered by his father's own hand. Since the reign of Emperor Shang began his study of the sacred texts, his mind has unexpectedly found tranquility. He resolved to relinquish all grudges, both new and old, and to lead the most ordinary life, coexisting peacefully with all neighboring nations, vowing never to instigate conflict or provoke discord without cause. At that time, Li Zixing was consumed by an endless disappointment towards his father. He had engaged in numerous debates with him, only to be met with vehement rebuttals and scoldings, culminating in his utter defeat. As a mere prince, he was powerless to act without his father's consent. He finally grasped his own impotence, realizing he lacked the ability to alter the current state of affairs. Thus, he had no choice but to endure, to wait, donning the guise of humility and courtesy, eagerly anticipating the day his father would pass and the throne would be bequeathed to him. Though he appeared indifferent to all matters, a tempestuous ambition lay hidden within his heart. One day, he suddenly comprehended that even if his father were to die, the throne would not be his. It would rightfully belong to Song Zhendong. His anger ignited. He descended into madness, unable to contain himself, resolutely deciding to forsake all reason for the sake of his nation, surrendering to an abyss of unrelenting darkness. That night, the wind howled fiercely and rain poured down in torrents. Lightning seemed to tear the heavens asunder, followed by deafening claps of thunder. Such capricious weather appeared to herald impending calamity. Suddenly, a blood-red bolt of lightning rent the sky, an alarming sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Such a hue was not characteristic of ordinary lightning. Its vivid scarlet pierced the eyes painfully. Li Zixing thrashed in his sleep, as if enduring immense torment. Li Zixing, what is it that you desire? What do I wish for? It is futile. I shall never fulfill my dreams. Why so pessimistic? Li Zixing, confront the desires buried deep within your soul. They are a part of your consciousness. All you yearn for is to strengthen your nation and avenge your cousin. What is amiss with that? I understand, but I doubt the power you seek. I can lend to you, in whatever measure you desire. As long as you are willing to collaborate with me, your dream shall undoubtedly come to fruition. Very well. What must I do to gain power? The only barrier to your freedom is one man, your own father. Eliminate him, ascend the throne, and all your aspirations shall be easily within reach. I shall bestow upon you the means to vanquish him without a trace. The rest relies on your cunning, which I need not further elucidate. Zixing convulsed in his slumber, akin to a victim of epilepsy. His facial muscles contorted. The mental anguish he suffered was palpable. No, that is the one thing I cannot do. He is my father. How could I harm him? Then you shall forever be denied the realization of your ambitions. Choose between familial bonds and your ideals. The decision is yours, and I have no authority to intervene. After an indeterminate period, Li Zixing's voice emerged hoarsely. Please grant me the power, for the sake of my ideals. I have no other choice. Li Zixing awoke suddenly, sitting upright, his eyes wide open. All he beheld was a blood-red haze, a color far removed from that of human eyes, more akin to that of a malevolent spirit at this moment. The radiance in Li Zixing's eyes mirrored the darkness of the visions within his heart, blood-soaked, rife with relentless slaughter. His aspirations were but a means to satiate his own selfish desires, and it was this very craving that consumed him, dragging him into the abyss of the underworld, along the ceaseless current of the river of the dead. Silently, he traversed through the tempest, where the heavens above crackled with incessant lightning, casting shadows of his frail form and those blood-red eyes. Though drenched by the rain, his demeanor remained unruffled. In his realm, the thunderous roars of the storm, the howling winds, and the pattering rain were but echoes of silence. At last, he arrived before the emperor's chamber, gently pushing open the tightly shut door. Inside, the lamp at the desk still burned brightly, emitting a soft yellow glow. The emperor had not yet retired, engrossed in reviewing memorials, upon hearing the sound of the door opening and footsteps. The emperor effortlessly discerned that it was Li Zixing. Without raising his gaze, he continued his work, merely inquiring in a detached manner, Zixing, what brings you to the chamber at such a late hour? Is there a matter of importance you wish to discuss? Father, is the vendetta against my uncle truly left unavenged? Do you not desire a stronger Jinghua? Li Zixing retorted, his voice rising in urgency. Father, he exclaimed, the chilling realization dawning upon him that his father held no regard for him. A profound coldness enveloped him. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss, the sinister smile contorted his face. The crimson glow in his eyes intensifying, a palpable aura of malice radiating from him. Father, I intend to unveil a new Jinghua for you. Alas, it necessitates your sacrifice. Should you possess knowledge in the afterlife, you would surely take joy in my endeavors. The emperor, taken aback by these words, raised his head only to meet the blood-red gaze of Li Zixing. Before he could utter a sound, Li Zixing swiftly waved his right hand. A scarlet flash striking the emperor's chest. Li Zixing's actions were executed with such speed that he afforded his father no time to react. Tragically, the emperor's soul departed before a cry could escape his lips. Li Zixing employed dark sorcery to terminate his father's life, leaving no trace of injury on the emperor's body. The emperor had long suffered from a hidden heart ailment, frequently plagued by sharp pains. Thus his demise could easily be attributed to a sudden cardiac event. On the following morning, the emperor's personal guard discovered that he had passed away, causing immediate chaos within the palace. When a eunuch uncovered the emperor's posthumous edict on the bookshelf, all present unanimously concluded that the emperor had succumbed to a sudden heart condition. Consequently, the royal family found themselves in a state of frantic disarray. After 49 days, they finally managed to conduct the funeral rites properly. Interring the emperor's coffin within the royal mausoleum, Jingwood observed a year of national mourning, during which numerous prohibitions were enforced, such as weddings and gatherings, with the populace clad in mourning attire. An aura of desolation permeating the land. 3 days after the emperor's passing, the prime minister proclaimed the late emperor's will, officially bequeathing the throne to Li Zixing, who would henceforth be known by the era name of Wu, referred to as Emperor Wu. Regarding the cause of the emperor's death, no one harbored doubts except for one individual. Song Zhendong was acutely aware that the emperor's ailment was not as grave as purported, and he could not possibly be nearing his end. It was evident that foul play was afoot. Despite exhausting his wits, he could unearth no clues. Yet, a voice within him insisted on a conclusion that he found impossible to accept. The perpetrator was none other than Li Zixing. The sun shines brightly in the sky, with a vast expanse of clear blue overhead, occasionally adorned by a few drifting white clouds. Yet another invigorating day. At this moment, Li Mingwan finds herself seated in an entirely unfamiliar room. Near the edge of the bed, lying upon the bed is Xuantian, his face still pallid and devoid of vitality, his eyes tightly shut, were it not for the faint sound of his breath. One might assume he had already passed into eternal rest. Li Mingwan gazes at this man who willingly sacrificed his life for her, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The depth of her gratitude is indelible. A singular grandeur that exists nowhere else in the world. Why choose to endure yet refuse to awaken? You bear a heavy burden, awaiting your fulfillment. You should not evade it, but confront it with courage. Do you not understand? I would willingly relinquish everything rather than lose you. Tian-gu, I need you, and this world needs you even more. Awaken, I beseech you. Li Mingwan repeats in her mind, yet sees no results. As two streams of tears cascade down her cheeks, that a figure enters the room, none other than Sister Lan, who has been rescued, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed medicinal soup, steam rising from it. Observing Xuantian's continued lifelessness, Sister Lan furrows her brow and expresses her concern. This medicine has been administered countless times, yet there is no sign of improvement in our benefactor's condition. Should we not consider a different prescription? Continuing this way may jeopardize his recovery. Li Mingwan takes the bowl, shaking her head with a faint smile. We have changed the prescription numerous times, to the point where I can no longer keep count. Yet, Tian-gu remains unresponsive. For now, we must resign ourselves to fate. He is a man of great destiny and will surely prevail. Upon learning of Xuantian's condition, a wealthy patron sought out a renowned physician for assistance. However, after examining Xuantian's symptoms, the physician declared him beyond salvation, stating that his internal organs had sustained severe damage and that he could only linger for a month at most. Hearing this, Li Mingwan felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, her spirits plummeting to the depths. Subsequently, numerous physicians were summoned to treat him, yet all delivered the same disheartening prognosis. No remedy could be found, that a kind-hearted elderly physician prescribed 7 different remedies for Xuantian, urging Li Mingwan to try each one, even if they merely prolonged his life. In her gratitude, Li Mingwan knelt before the old physician, leaving him utterly astonished. As he departed, the old physician smiled at Li Mingwan, saying, "Good deeds beget good fortune. If your patient truly embodies the heroic spirit you describe, he shall undoubtedly recover." Sadly, none of the 7 prescriptions proved effective, although they managed to sustain Xuantian for an additional month. Later, Li Mingwan and Sister Lan scoured various apothecaries in search of treatments for severe internal injuries, spending a considerable amount of silver without any progress. Yet, Li Mingwan never succumbed to despair. The old physician's words bestowed upon her boundless hope. She firmly believed that Xuantian would awaken. It was merely a question of when. Thus, until that moment arrived, she resolved to remain by his side, caring for him with unwavering devotion. At the bottom of the 18 layers of hell flows a crimson river. Rather than a river, it is more akin to a sea, an endless expanse, infused with the emotions of human greed, anger, ignorance, resentment, hatred, and desire, rendering it foul and reeking of decay. This is the ceaselessly flowing realm of sin. The river of Hades. In the realm of the 3 worlds, it was once believed that the river of oblivion marked the edge of the primordial chaos, a place where no space existed beneath its depths, leaving only a void. Alas, nature knows no boundaries. The primordial chaos extends infinitely, and within its expanse lies an abundance of spaces. Beneath the river of oblivion, indeed, there exists a void. Yet this void is merely one manifestation among many. What is termed void is but a superficial appearance. Within that abyss of nothingness lies a peculiar energy, an extraordinary element known as negativity, for it has the power to evoke all negative emotions within the human heart, leading one to a complete loss of self, ultimately culminating in the torment of the spirit and the cessation of life. The first to unearth this secret was the revered sage, who had long since transcended into immortality. Known as Fanpu. At that time, he sought to pay his respects to the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva atop the sacred mountain, but due to insufficient cultivation, he fell into the river of oblivion and, by a twist of fate, plunged into the so-called void. He felt an overwhelming agitation within, as all memories that brought him sorrow, anxiety, and pain surged forth, nearly engulfing him. Countless desires emerged before him, attempting to awaken the greedy and persistent facets of his humanity, seeking to utterly shatter his resolve. Had it not been for Fanpu's serene state of mind and formidable composure, he might have perished from mental collapse long ago, upon successfully traversing the lengthy passage of the void. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. He had traversed various corners of the 3 worlds and was no stranger to the vistas of the 33 heavens, yet what lay before him left him in awe. His jaw agape.it was a boundless expanse, where no boundaries could be discerned from any angle, resembling a scene from an arcane realm. At the very center of this space stood an inverted triangular pagoda, its apex astonishingly suspended in midair. The pagoda boasted thousands of layers, its exterior a deep black, reminiscent of dark iron, yet distinctly different. the material of its construction a mystery. Each layer's outer wall was inscribed with uniquely different incantations, not belonging to either Taoism or Buddhism, nor bearing much resemblance to the characters of the demon race. The runes shimmered with hues of varying brilliance, each layer distinct from the others. The entire pagoda exuded both solemnity and resplendence, dazzling in its beauty, a design so novel and exquisite that it was the first of its kind Fan Pu had ever encountered. The base of the pagoda was suspended above a palace whose dimensions exceeded 10,000 feet in both breadth and depth, its grandeur rendering the celestial palaces of jade and gold mere cottages in comparison. Such vastness could only be comprehended through first-hand experience. The materials used in the construction of the palace bore similarity to those of the pagoda, yet the colors were even darker. The exterior still sparkled with brilliant hues, yet rather than being adorned with incantations, it was embellished with a myriad of magical artifacts, their patterns vividly lifelike, appearing as if genuine treasures were embedded within the walls. The overall appearance of the palace was exceedingly solemn and magnificent, instilling a sense of inviolability, even causing those of timid disposition to feel an unexplainable chill of impending doom, sending shivers down their spines. The psychological implication of this palace was unequivocal, the straightforward message that obedience ensures life, while defiance leads to death. Fan Pu understood that this palace was the very heart of the entire space, the sole source of light within emanating from the pagoda and the palace, illuminating the boundless darkness. Although the sky bore a hint of dark crimson, it remained overwhelmingly shadowy. Now, within the enigmatic pagoda, the layer obscured by black mist remained unknown, suffused with ominous energy and lurking dangers. In the midst of the black mist, countless sharp and malevolent eyes surveyed their surroundings, as a stunning conspiracy awaited revelation at the moment the fog dissipated. Within the enveloping darkness, a figure emerged in mid-air. With a gentle sweep of the right hand, the heavy concealment was instantly lifted, unveiling hundreds of figures clad in black robes. Upon sighting the figure in the air, the multitude immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Salutations, Deputy Commander." The figure, draped in a dark purple cloak that obscured both form and visage, rendered any attempt to discern their appearance utterly futile and no need for formalities. You are all likely aware of the recent failure of the Quangsha sect's mission. Initially, we believed that the one known as Huang Dusk possessed some merit, hence his elevation in rank, yet it appears he is nothing more than a drunkard and a glutton. However, those so-called righteous individuals are proving to be a significant nuisance, incessantly buzzing around us like flies. To expedite our grand endeavor while minimizing losses, we must devise a means to divert the attention of these righteous folk and clandestinely execute our plans to ensure absolute success. It is imperative to remember that this is a crucial task personally assigned by our Lord, the Demon Sovereign. Any misstep could cost us our lives. I shall now relay the intricate details of the entire plan, and I implore you to listen attentively. The figure intoned solemnly, their voice resonating with gravity. The gathered figures responded in unison, understood. A light drizzle fell, shrouding the world in a gloomy twilight, the sun obscured by a thick veil of clouds. Passers-by on the road lifted their gazes to the horizon, their hearts burdened with an inexplicable heaviness and sorrow. The clouds resembled a sorrowful visage, while the raindrops fell like unceasing tears. Xuantian lay motionless on the bed, an eerie stillness enveloping him, his complexion paler than ever, devoid of any trace of color. Limingwan remained seated at the same spot by the bedside, her dazed gaze fixed upon Xuantian's face. Though her heart never ceased to call out and pray, the glimmer of hope in her seven-colored eyes had nearly extinguished. It was as though she understood that Xuantian would not awaken again. She seemed to know that even if Xuantian were to turn to ashes, she would still remain by his side, forever, until the end of time, her feelings unwavering. "Tiangu, I am sorry. You wished for me to be strong. Yet I find it utterly impossible." The tears had run dry, and her dreams lay shattered. Yet the girl remained stubborn, unwilling to concede. Suddenly, celestial music filled the air, offering a sense of tranquility that allowed one to forget all pain. A fairy, adorned in garments of resplendent hues, appeared before Limingwan amidst the enchanting melody, smiling as she spoke. "I can aid you in awakening your friend, but you must pay a steep price. Are you willing?" Limingwan queried with suspicion. "What kind of price? If it contravenes morality, I shall never acquiesce. Tiangu would not desire me to act against the heavens for his sake." The fairy replied with a knowing smile. "Rest assured, it does not violate morality. but the secrets of heaven must remain undisclosed. She then shifted her gaze, fixing Li Mingwan with an intense stare, and asked, "If I were to awaken him, you would endure endless suffering. Would you still be willing?" As Li Mingwan prepared to agree, a cacophony of voices within her soul erupted in protest. "You must not agree. This is a trap that will only lead to your ruin and a tragic demise. Let go of your obsession and abandon this path. To open one's eyes and confront reality is indeed the wisest choice." Li Mingwan's hesitation lasted but a fleeting moment. Her conviction had become unshakable. Right and wrong are never absolute, and she no longer cares about the dichotomy of truth and falsehood. What does it matter if she falls into a trap, or if she bears scars? She has chosen to remain obstinate. She has never been particularly wise, often unable to discern black from white. Yet she has steadfastly believed in her choices, never wavering, never doubting. The pain of her body and the fatigue of her spirit are burdens she bears alone, untouched by anyone else. And why should it be otherwise? Even as an ordinary person, she has no reason to refuse, let alone when it comes to Xuantian, the youth she vowed to protect for life. "Let me be resolute this once. I have never altered my decision, and I certainly shall not this time." The cry that emanated from the depths of Li Mingwan's soul silenced the opposing voice completely. "I have made my decision," she said with a gentle smile to the fairy. "Once a decision is made, there is no room for regret." The fairy replied earnestly. Li Mingwan declared each word with conviction. "I shall never regret." "Please, fairy, cast your spell to awaken my friend." The fairy nodded, her right hand gracefully pointing towards Xuantian's Baihui acupoint, a cascade of radiant, multicolored light immediately streaming into the crown of his head. "The contract has been established. Your friend will awaken shortly," the fairy proclaimed before elegantly departing, vanishing without a trace. The celestial music abruptly ceasing. Li Mingwan focused her gaze intently on Xuantian, allowing not a moment of distraction. The gentle rain gradually ceased, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Before her lay a sky as clear as if washed clean. The rain had passed, the sun's warmth enveloping all that a rainbow arched across the horizon, its dazzling colors becoming the most beautiful hue in people's hearts. Xuantian's complexion regained its rosy glow, his breathing normalizing, his eyes flickering open to reveal a pair of bright, spirited orbs, indicating that his internal injuries had fully healed. At that moment, Sister Lan entered with medicine. Witnessing this miraculous scene unfold, her joy beyond words. Though naturally a quiet person, she could not concern herself with appearances at that moment, seemingly infected by Li Mingwan's exuberance. She placed the medicine bowl on the table and took Li Mingwan's hand, both of them bursting into jubilant cheers. Seeing the two so elated, Xuantian couldn't help but smile from the depths of his heart. Newly reborn, he discovered his cultivation had remarkably increased, filling him with delight. Xuantian inquired of Li Mingwan how he had recovered. She recounted the truth, but intentionally omitted the price paid. Upon learning that it was the Nine Heavens fairy who had saved him, he hurriedly knelt in reverence, vowing henceforth to act in accordance with heaven's will, never to betray the divine favor bestowed upon him. To test his newfound strength, Xuantian proposed a contest with Li Mingwan within the boundless tranquility, agreeing that neither would hold back until a victor emerged. Ultimately, despite Li Mingwan unleashing her formidable move, Momentary Bloom, Xuantian managed to endure for a full 6 hours, with Li Mingwan narrowly claiming victory. Though this demonstrated the gap between them, Xuantian felt immensely gratified. Had it been his former self, he would have likely faltered against even a single strike from Li Mingwan. The island was shrouded in an eerie silence, the surrounding expanse devoid of sound, as though it had lost all vitality. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Mingwan felt an even greater sense of anxiety welling within her, spotting an elderly man with white hair sweeping the ground beside a nearby cottage. She hurried over to inquire, "Elder, why is the island so quiet? Has something happened?" The old man scrutinized Li Mingwan, evidently unaware that she was the princess herself. He replied, "You are an outsider, I presume. More than a month ago, the emperor passed away. Everyone knows the kind of man he was. During his reign, the nation flourished and the people lived in peace, and we all cherished him dearly. Now that he is gone, how could we not grieve?" At his words, Li Mingwan felt darkness envelop her, nearly fainting on the spot. But fortunately, Xuantian reacted swiftly, supporting her from behind. As Li Mingwan gradually steadied her heartache, her mind began to clear. Xuantian then asked, "Do you happen to know who the new emperor is?" The old man responded, "It is the emperor's legitimate son, who now seems to be called Wudi." Upon hearing the term legitimate son, Xuantian felt a jolt of unease surge within him. Before leaving the island, his father had appeared in robust health, How could such a tragedy have unfolded in such a brief span? Li Mingwan, her face now resembling a rain-soaked pear flower, exclaimed in distress. Father, truly. Before she could finish her thought, Song Jindong gently nodded, a glimmer of sorrow crossing his eyes. Upon confirming the news of her father's demise, Li Mingwan surprisingly found a sense of calm washing over her, as though she had come to accept this harsh reality. Just before Li Mingwan and Xuantian entered the hall, Song Jindong gestured for them to speak with Li Zixing in private before proceeding to his quarters, to which Li Mingwan silently acquiesced. The interior of the Golden One Hall remained unchanged, save for the figure seated upon the dragon throne. With the death of the Qing Emperor, Wudi ascended the throne, and Li Zixing sat upon the dragon chair, his demeanor grave, exuding an innate authority that commanded respect. After Li Mingwan and Xuantian performed their kneeling salutations, Li Zixing engaged them in casual conversation, posing nearly identical inquiries to those he had directed at Song Jindong, to which he received the same answers. The atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious, until Li Mingwan's question shattered the tranquil mood. Brother, how did father die? She asked earnestly. Li Zixing replied solemnly. Over a month ago, the emperor suffered a sudden heart ailment and passed away unexpectedly in his chambers. However, before I departed from the island, my father was in remarkably good health. How could this be? Before Li Mingwan could finish her words, Li Zixing interrupted sternly. Had it not been for your sudden disappearance, our father would not have been in such a state of distress, which consequently led to his deteriorating health and ultimately to this tragedy. From now on, you are forbidden to go anywhere without my permission. Li Zixing's tone was grave, his expression marked by anger. As if he were delivering a reprimand, Li Mingwan was left speechless, at which point Li Zixing deliberately shifted the topic, and the three engaged in idle conversation for the duration of a tea session. Throughout this time, Li Zixing repeatedly praised Xuantian for his profound knowledge, expressing a desire to retain him on Moonshadow Island and appoint him as a high-ranking official in the court. Naturally, Xuantian graciously declined, stating that he had pressing matters to attend to and could not remain here for long. After leaving the Jinwan Hall, Xuantian and Li Mingwan hastened to Song Jindong's palace. After exchanging opinions, the trio unanimously concluded that the Emperor Sheng had not died of illness. There was certainly something amiss, and they feared a more sinister conspiracy lurked behind. Yet, despite their deep contemplation, they struggled to uncover a single clue. Both Song Jindong and Xuantian harbored suspicions about Li Zixing, but in order to spare Li Mingwan further heartache, they chose not to voice their concerns. The three decided to temporarily set aside the matter, focusing instead on observing any developments, planning their next step should anything unusual arise, while Xuantian prepared to monitor Li Zixing's every move. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, dark clouds obscured the moon, and a thick fog pervaded the air, chilling the atmosphere. At this moment, Li Zixing's chamber was shrouded in swirling black mist, within which faintly echoed the voices of two individuals. Li Zixing, our assistance in elevating you to the throne is not merely for your indulgence and comfort. The responsibilities resting upon your shoulders are of utmost importance and must be executed promptly. Starting tomorrow, you shall recruit soldiers and diligently train them. Once prepared, you will lead an assault against the barbarian tribes. Those willing to surrender shall be incorporated into the Jingwo army, while those who resist must be the boundless expanse of verdant grasslands, the pristine azure sky devoid of clouds, and the gentle warmth of the sun casting its soft rays are among the most vivid images etched in Xuantian's memory. From a distance, Li Mingwan gestured towards Xuantian, who immediately comprehended her intent. The two no longer required words. A mere glance or movement was sufficient to convey their thoughts to one another. Realizing that Li Mingwan desired him to unleash his full power, Xuantian wasted no time. Centering his mind and activating the abilities of his duality robe, merging with the heavens, he soared forward with the swiftness of a gale, appearing before Li Mingwan, drawing a peachwood sword from behind, and striking downwards in midair. The sword's energy pierced the void, creating ripples that spread outwards, while the compressed air emitted a sharp, piercing howl. Li Mingwan, however, chose not to draw her sword, attempting instead to block the attack barehanded. The clash between her palm wind and the sword's energy caused the temperature in the air to rise dramatically, and the pressure eventually became unbearable, resulting in an explosive release. The sparks ignited amidst the friction, burning fiercely in the air, dazzlingly bright like low-hanging fireworks. Both Xuantian and Li Mingwan were pushed back several paces by the aftershock of the explosion, each silently admiring the other's profound cultivation. Xuantian, perplexed, pondered, How could she possibly defend against such a multitude of sword energy simultaneously? Li Mingwan shook her head and laughed. Is this all you've got? You haven't made any progress. Xuantian, however, was not swayed by her taunts. He remained motionless, internally narrowing the range of his own true energy, reducing it again and again, thereby exponentially increasing its penetrating power. In an instant, he swung his sword, the sword energy shrinking to a size imperceptible to the naked eye, its speed unmatched even by sound itself. Yet, Li Mingwan remained untroubled by Xuantian's potential tricks. She silently chanted, "My sword, resonate." The sword remained sheathed, yet an immense aura enveloped her, suppressing all air currents within, subsequently devouring even the formless sword energy Xuantian had unleashed. Witnessing his signature technique effortlessly countered by Li Mingwan, Xuantian finally acknowledged the profound depth of the Wuxiang Chuanmi flow sword technique, which bore no vulnerabilities nonetheless. He was determined not to concede just yet and resolved to fight with all his might. With his mind fully concentrated, he approached the seriousness and focus he exhibited during trials within the realm of the mind sword. Seemingly silent, yet tumultuous waves surged beneath the surface. In an instant, a flicker of light appeared, capable of rending the heavens asunder. Xuantian, employing his keen intellect, unleashed his ice-breaking true energy without the need for resistance. Suddenly, a colossal diamond-shaped rift manifested behind Li Mingwan, resembling a breach in space. Seemingly intent on devouring and dissolving everything within the barrier, the space within the rift was swiftly filled with blinding light, radiant as the midday sun and splendid as the stars in a night sky, emanating an intensely scorching warmth. Although Xuantian recognized Li Mingwan's unfathomable prowess, he refrained from exerting his full strength, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. The dazzling brilliance obscured Li Mingwan's figure, leading Xuantian to believe he had successfully subdued her, filling him with unwarranted pride. However, from high above came a series of melodious giggles, mocking, "What are you so proud of?" "I'm right here." Xuantian was taken aback, looking up to see Li Mingwan indeed waving at him from an astonishing height. The radiance birthed from the act of breaking the ice had ensnared her, yet she effortlessly transcended it, soaring instantaneously to the heights of the heavens. Xuantian had lost all desire to continue his battle with Li Mingwan, as the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Upon catching a glimpse of Xuantian's waning spirit, Li Mingwan promptly remarked, "Brother Tian, the Wuxiang Chuanmi flow is best suited for long-range assaults. In close-quarters combat, you would undoubtedly triumph over me. Do not forget your extraordinary ability to perceive flaws and swiftly master the techniques of others." Her words acted as a clarion call to Xuantian, who had momentarily forgotten his possession of the dragon eye. Although he could not yet wield it with finesse, it held the potential to alter the tide of battle. With Li Mingwan's encouragement, Xuantian's fighting spirit reignited, a brilliant light igniting within his gaze, revealing the faint imprint of a golden dragon deep within his pupils. At this moment, should he lock eyes with another, they would be compelled to feel an inexplicable reverence and trepidation towards him. Li Mingwan, brimming with vitality, could not wholly suppress her competitive spirit. She secretly hoped Xuantian would surpass her. However, her demeanor remained unyielding and her movements devoid of hesitation. In an elegant retreat, she gracefully floated back to Zhang, withdrawing from the fray. With her left hand gently resting upon the scabbard of her wooden sword at her waist, she firmly grasped the hilt with her right, closed her eyes, and entered a state of deep meditation. Immediately, the barrier underwent a terrifying transformation, as all radiance illuminating the surroundings converged before Li Mingwan, gathering, merging, and coalescing. The once vibrant grasslands and skies were now shrouded in a dim hue, losing their original luster. The world fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Yet to Xuantian's ears, it was a different sensation altogether. The entire barrier trembled. The air howled violently, reminiscent of a monstrous beast's growl or a divine chant. Suddenly, Li Mingwan opened her eyes, and with a voice as melodious as celestial music, she softly recited, "Wuxiang Chuanmi flow true technique. 5 styles return to life. Momentary bloom." The sword was drawn in an instant. Light permeated the vast expanse, transformed into a spectrum of radiant hues. The brilliance illuminated every corner of the boundless barrier, showcasing the world in resplendent colors, vibrant and dazzling. The barrier instantaneously morphed into a rainbow-hued celestial abode. Beautiful yet not garish, resplendent yet not harsh, ornate yet not excessive. Such ethereal luminosity was not easily withstood, even by the divine. Yet Xuantian would not falter. The might of the dragon eye surged forth, Time appeared to halt as the wooden sword gracefully swept through the air, as if in a gentle stroke. Even the softest radiance, when doubled in its brilliance, becomes dazzling, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon. An endless collision of seven-colored light intertwined, merging and coalescing. The primal essence of the seven hues was a translucent white, as the barrier plunged into a blinding void that threatened to sear the very eyes of onlookers. By the time Xuantian and Li Mingwan reopened their eyes, they had already emerged from the barrier, standing amidst the desolate wilderness outside Star Ring City. Their gazes met, recalling the exhilarating clash they had just experienced. And they both smiled. Their smiles, like a gentle spring breeze, warmed their souls and dispelled all past sorrows. Xuantian felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body. Aware of his utter exhaustion, he knew he had been defeated. Mengwan, it appears I am still lacking. You have won this contest. With that, he succumbed to his weariness, collapsing to the ground, ensnared in a deep slumber. Mengwan chuckled softly and murmured, "Fool, your internal cultivation has reached a level comparable to mine. Were it not for the profound depths of the Wuxiang Chami flow and your momentary lapse in utilizing your abilities, how could I have gained the upper hand? In truth, our final struggle was indeterminate. Alas, you relinquished victory to me. It is truly remarkable that in light of this, I shall not hesitate to accept." Upon finishing her words, Li Mingwan tilted her body and collapsed onto Xuantianshi, succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a deep slumber. The sky was clear, bathed in radiant sunlight, with a gentle breeze caressing the air and clouds gracefully floating by. It was indeed a splendid day, within the capital of the Tang dynasty. Outside the western gate of the imperial palace stood the residence of the prime minister. The gatehouse was constructed of the finest mahogany, exuding an air of grandeur. The plaque inscribed with the words "Prime Minister's Residence" was penned by the emperor himself, showcasing a powerful and vigorous brushstroke, neat and upright. Even the gatehouse alone was extraordinarily opulent, majestic and imposing, a testament to the emperor's esteem for this prime minister. Although it was now deep into the night, at the stroke of midnight, the prime minister's residence remained ablaze with light, filled with laughter, singing, and dancing, an atmosphere of vibrant revelry. Today marked the prime minister's 45th birthday, and officials from the court had gathered to celebrate. Presenting an array of rare calligraphy, paintings, and jade ornaments at that moment. On the stage, the troupe was fervently performing their most skilled repertoire, while the officials below indulged in joyous drinking and animated conversation. Blissfully unaware of the impending peril, seated in the main seat, the prime minister donned a simple blue robe, its style neither outdated nor particularly modern. Stripped of ostentation, he possessed a square face with well-defined features, and his profound gaze radiated erudition. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Xue Huai, who had orchestrated the demise of Song Time in a decade prior. Xue Huai, having been well-versed and strategically adept, had been promoted thrice over the past decade, ultimately ascending to the position of the most powerful prime minister, leading the ministers. He had long felt deep remorse for his past transgressions, plagued by guilt and an unsettled conscience. As the clock struck twice, marking the second watch of the night, the song and dance continued unabated, the banquet persisted, and the officials reveled in their indulgence, wishing for this celebration to stretch into eternity. However, the more fervently they wished, the greater their disappointment, for what gathering in the world remains unbroken? Within the prime minister's residence, thick black mist began to spread ceaselessly. Where the darkness loomed, flowers and trees lost their vitality, wilting and decaying. Amidst the pervasive fog lurked fear, cowardice, and unease, negative emotions that rendered individuals incapable of confronting their own hearts. Lacking the courage to confront the past, they became lost within the mist, guided towards an unknown realm, like puppets, manipulated without awareness of their destination, ultimately leading to a desolate grave. Xue Huai could not recall when he had departed from his friends, his banquet, his residence, or even the boundaries of the Tang dynasty. He wandered through the black fog, through the profound darkness, along a winding path that stretched indefinitely. Uncertain of his destination, Xue Huai pressed on, haunted by the most agonizing figures that flickered before him from the abyss of forgotten memories. Memories may fade and renew, yet karma follows eternally. The sins he bore brought forth a nightmarish darkness that lingered in his heart, never to be forgotten until the debts of fate were settled. Though he had not transgressed the natural law that dictates every beginning has an end, the marks of wrongdoing, once etched upon the soul, are difficult to erase in this lifetime. Xue Huai gazed ahead at the figure of Song Taimin. yearning to apologize, to beseech forgiveness, yet found himself utterly at a loss for words. Song Taimin's complexion appeared pallid, and when he met Xue Huai's gaze, there was no trace of animosity. He merely coldly uttered, "Follow me to a place, and there I shall forgive you." Upon hearing these words, Xue Huai felt as though a glimmer of dawn had touched his soul, overwhelming him with joy. The torment of his conscience, the entanglement of his sins, the indelible remorse, if these could vanish, he would willingly pay any price. Xue Huai nodded vigorously at Song Taimin, who, upon receiving his assent, turned and ventured forth into the distance. Xue Huai resolutely followed, fearful of losing him, his pace quickening with urgency. It was uncertain how long they had been hastening when Song Taimin's figure halted not far ahead. Xue Huai hurriedly approached, locking eyes with Song Taimin for an extended moment. There was no emotion in Song Taimin's eyes, yet the fear, pleading, and anxiety reflected in Xue Huai's gaze were unmistakable. At that moment, the mist of confusion dissipated, revealing a transformed scene before them. By the edge of the forest and beside the babbling brook, the gentle flow of water and the swaying branches created a serene tableau. The rippling water and the fluttering leaves mirrored the tumultuous state of Xue Huai's heart. After the conclusion of the Moonshadow Island incident, Mingzheng ceased to pursue the matter, allowing Jinghua to establish and flourish, primarily due to Xue Huai's counsel, which left him feeling guilty towards the people of Moonshadow. Your actions are justified. I have never blamed you. The unrest, regret, and suffering you experience stem from the reproach of your own conscience. The forgiveness you seek does not arise from me, but from within yourself. If you cannot release the past, even if all debts are settled, you shall not attain rebirth. Xue Huai, I have never denied that you are an exceptional minister. Upon finishing his words, Song Taimin's figure transformed into a radiant light and dissipated. Xue Huai watched Song Taimin depart, feeling all his inner turmoil subside, and a long-lost, knowing smile graced his face. Xue Huai slowly remarked, as the end approaches, if one cannot let go, would it not be folly to carry such malevolent thoughts into the next life? Absurd, absurd. The past has become history. No matter how one calculates, it cannot be altered, so why cling to it? The cycle of cause and effect ensures that every transgression bears a consequence. One should not be ensnared in the whirlpool of the past, fixating solely on how to amend mistakes and seek understanding. Rather, one ought to confront the errors committed, strive for self-correction, release distractions, and move forward. Only thus, when the repercussions arrive, can one face them with equanimity. The phantasm before Xue Huai vanished, revealing an exceedingly unfamiliar place. Golden and jade structures adorned the landscape, and gem-studded pathways resembled those within a royal palace. Xue Huai instantly comprehended that he was in the Jinghua imperial palace. Yet he felt no trepidation or fear. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. When one's time is up, death cannot be evaded. In the midst of the illusion, Xue Huai attained enlightenment, disregarding life and death, meeting the sudden retribution with an open heart rather than resistance. Indeed, before Xue Huai could take any action, dozens of guards appeared from all directions, encircling him, binding him tightly, and dragging him towards the prison. Within the palace courtyard, Li Zixing was engrossed in reading when a guard burst in, conveying the news of Xue Huai's capture. Li Zixing nodded, solemnly instructing, ensure he is closely guarded. He must not escape. If any mishap occurs, let his head be brought before me. Satisfied that the matter was settled, Li Zixing ordered the civil and military officials to convene in the Golden Throne Hall for a discussion. Once all the officials had assembled, Li Zixing cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Today, I have summoned you all for a matter of grave importance. I have captured the villain who orchestrated the treachery against our esteemed hero, Song Taimin. This individual is cunning and treacherous, possessing a deep-seated malice, and is currently imprisoned in our dungeons. That I seek your esteemed opinions on his fate." That a military officer stepped forward and advised, in my humble opinion, this scoundrel, who caused the demise of our esteemed patriarch, should pay with his life. He ought to be executed by beheading. At that moment, another scholar from the back row approached and interjected, "Would not beheading be too lenient? He is responsible for the death of our former leader. The enmity of nations and families cannot be overlooked. It is a matter of life and death. I believe he should be subjected to dismemberment by 5 horses." Evidently, neither Xuantian nor Li Minglu was present among the civil and military officials. However, Song Zhendong, as the Prince of Ningchuan, stood prominently at the forefront. Li Zixing smiled faintly and remarked, "Dismemberment by 5 horses? I find that quite agreeable. Zhendong, what are your thoughts? Your father was tragically ensnared by this villain, and I am determined to act in your favor. Your Majesty, I believe it would be unwise to execute Xue Huai. Song Zhendong spoke, his voice deep and gravelly yet melodious. Upon hearing Song Zhendong's objection to the execution, Li Zixing felt a surge of uncontainable anger, but he restrained himself, replying in a subdued tone. Then I would like to hear your reasoning. Song Zhendong replied earnestly. We must not hastily execute Xue Huai for 3 reasons. First, Xue Huai is the prime minister of the Great Tang and the head of all officials. To execute him would undoubtedly provoke the emperor of the Great Tang, escalating tensions and igniting conflict. Second, the Great Tang is the foremost power in the Eastern Victory Continent. Although my father won several battles against the Tang forces a decade ago, much has changed since then that we are unaware of the current state of the Tang strength. Only through understanding ourselves and our adversaries can we emerge victorious in battle. To execute Xue Huai for immediate gratification would certainly invite disaster. Third, in the event of war, it is the common people who suffer the most. Can your Majesty bear to witness the citizens of Jinghua, caught in the turmoil of war, lacking food and shelter, fleeing in desperation? If war breaks out between our nations, countless lives will be lost and suffering will be inevitable. Have you considered the toll of a single war in terms of the lives it claims? This enmity is something the late emperor chose not to pursue. Why then do you remain so obstinate? This is a matter of national vengeance. How could it go unavenged? Moreover, you are the son of Song Taiman. To not avenge your father would be an act of great filial impiety. Li Zixing retorted bitterly, to not seek vengeance for a father is indeed unfilial. To disregard the lives of the common people is an act of great injustice. I would rather forsake filial piety to uphold righteousness, Song Zhendong asserted solemnly. Preposterous, Li Zixing exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his face flushed with rage. Are you implying that I am unjust and unkind? Ridiculous. Today, I shall consider your offense a first transgression and grant you clemency. Otherwise, your words could be seen as treason against the throne, and you would undoubtedly face punishment. You may leave now and need not attend court in the future. Li Zixing stated coldly. Seeing Song Zhendong's troubled expression, Li Menglu hurriedly inquired, has the discussion reached its conclusion so swiftly? Why does your face appear so troubled, cousin? Has something occurred? Before Li Menglu could finish her sentence, Song Zhendong had already begun recounting all that had transpired in the court. Xuantian, after a moment of contemplation, softly inquired, Elder brother, as the commander of the city's imperial guards, are you aware of whom Li Zixing dispatched to the Tang dynasty to apprehend Xue Huai? Song Zhendong shook his head with a sigh, replying, to my knowledge, the emperor has not sent a single soldier to the Tang dynasty, which leaves me utterly perplexed. Upon hearing that Song Zhendong had been expelled from the court, Li Mingwan was filled with indignation and exclaimed, when did my brother become like this? It is truly detestable. Fear not, for tonight I shall confront him and take the opportunity to glean some insights. Both Xuantian and Song Zhendong were not entirely in agreement, yet they could not oppose Li Mingwan's resolve, thus reluctantly acquiescing to her departure. Before she left, they specifically cautioned her, stating that Li Zixing was a person of profound schemes and advised her to exercise utmost caution at the hour of Su. Li Mingwan entered Li Zixing's study, where she found him engaged in the perusal of memorials. Recognizing he was occupied with important matters, she took a seat on a nearby chair and patiently awaited the completion of his duties. Noticing her presence, Li Zixing understood that she sought his counsel, and thus he set down his brush, rose from his seat, and sat beside her, inquiring with a smile, it is rare for you to visit without cause. Does Mingwan have a matter for which she requires her elder brother's assistance? Li Mingwan nodded and said, I merely wish to ask my royal brother a question. Li Zixing smiled slightly and assured her, as long as it is within my knowledge, as your elder brother, I shall certainly provide you with an answer. After a brief pause, Li Mingwan solemnly stated, why did my royal brother expel cousin Zhendong from the court today? Upon hearing this, Li Zixing's expression darkened, and he replied sternly, as a young lady, you should not concern yourself with matters of state. These affairs are of no relevance to you. Li Mingwan let out a cold laugh and deliberately raised her voice. Is my royal brother feeling guilty? Li Zixing, rising abruptly, shouted in anger, how can you still fail to discern right from wrong? In this world, only my mother and I are your true kin. You must place your trust solely in us. At this moment, Li Zixing trembled with rage, struggling to catch his breath, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. Li Mingwan softly stated, Mingwan has offended my royal brother. I beseech him to impose punishment. Li Zixing placed a hand upon his chest, calming himself, and his tone softened. Ming Wan, you are my sister. How could I ever wish you harm? However, it would be wise for you to refrain from recklessly discussing matters of state in the future. Feigning agreement, Li Mingwan nodded and murmured, I am merely curious about why my royal brother expelled cousin from the court. After taking a deep breath, Li Zixing slowly replied, Song Zhendong publicly contradicted my decisions before the civil and military officials, which is an act of disloyalty. Rather than seeking vengeance for our father, he attempts to exonerate our enemy, which is an act of unfilial conduct. Such a person deserves to be executed as a warning to others. Yet I spared him solely because he is the son of my maternal uncle. Li Zixing chuckled and added, what else is there to do? My days are filled with reading, taking walks, and occasionally riding horses and hunting in Ningchuan. Li Mingwan gradually leaned closer to Li Zixing and whispered in his ear, I have heard that my royal brother has captured the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. And I am most curious, if it were I, capturing a high-ranking official of the Tang dynasty without engaging a single soldier would be exceedingly difficult. I wonder how my royal brother accomplished such a feat. Li Zixing replied in a low voice, your elder brother has his own skilled allies to assist him. Li Mingwan, noticing the situation, hurriedly inquired, which esteemed person might this be? Could you share this with Mingwan? Li Zixing shook his head with a smile and replied, Mingwan, how is it that you have become so loquacious? You are quite different from your former self that I still prefer the carefree Mingwan of old. This matter is a court secret. It cannot be casually divulged. It would be wise for you not to pursue it further. Seeing that she could not extract any information and finding no loopholes in Li Zixing's words, Li Mingwan grew concerned that further questioning might reveal her own vulnerabilities and thus abandoned her interrogation plan. She bid farewell to Li Zixing and proceeded to Song Zhendong's quarters. Li Zixing, stealthily exiting the study, observed that Li Mingwan was not heading to her chamber, but rather to Song Zhendong's, a flicker of red glinting in his eyes as he murmured darkly, at this juncture, even Mingwan has begun to harbor doubts about me. If this continues, the situation will become dire. It appears I must alter my plans. Song Zhendong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, the investigation into Li Zixing can be set aside for now. What is paramount is how to rescue the chancellor of the Tang dynasty, Xue Huai. If he were to be executed, the relationship between the Tang and Jing nations would be irrevocably shattered, igniting a war that would be impossible to extinguish, ultimately leading to mutual destruction and ruin. Xuantian and Li Mingwan nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Song Zhendong's perspective. Li Mingwan, her face etched with anxiety, declared earnestly, the Tang nation is your homeland. Brother Tian, that no matter the cost, we must prevent this war from occurring. It must not be allowed to unfold. Song Zhendong replied solemnly, the execution is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. We must devise a plan to rescue Xue Huai, without a single misstep. At that moment, Xuantian interjected, Mingwan's strategy is indeed feasible, requiring merely some auxiliary tools. Both Song Zhendong and Li Mingwan voiced their skepticism in unison. Tools? Xuantian nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Consider this. If Mingwan and I disguise ourselves, no one will recognize us. If these two mysterious individuals were to suddenly vanish, and the boat departed on its own, what would be the outcome? Song Zhendong clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, your identities would remain undisguised, and Xue Huai would successfully escape. It would be impossible to prepare a boat at the Mianyu River at the last minute. Thus Li Zixing would be powerless to intervene as Xue Huai makes his escape. Xuantian then produced 3 talismans from his robes and stated seriously, these consist of 2 invisibility talismans and 1 swift movement talismans. The invisibility talismans can create an illusion over a large area, rendering the user invisible, and the range of this effect shifts with the user's movement, meaning that once activated, the person effectively disappears. The swift movement talismans, as the name suggests, allow the user or objects to move rapidly. With that, Xuantian pressed one of the invisibility talismans into Li Mingwan's hand, advising her to keep it safe and not to lose it. Thus, the plan to rescue Xue Huai was firmly established, and all 3 breathed a sigh of relief. By dawn the next day, Song Zhendong's servants had prepared the wooden boat by the Mianyu River. As noon approached, Xuantian and Li Mingwan began their transformations into humble villagers. With time slipping away, they hastily set off and soon arrived at the execution ground. Surrounding the execution ground, a sea of people gathered. Nearly all the inhabitants of the island had come to witness the execution. Xuantian could sense from their expressions and words the deep-seated hatred they harbored for the Tang dynasty, as well as the sense of relief brought to them by the death of the Tang chancellor. Observing the look of helplessness on Xuantian's face, Li Menglu offered him a radiant smile as a gesture of comfort. Startled, Xuantian realized that even in the guise of an unattractive and coarse village woman, Li Menglu's smile remained irresistibly captivating, making it impossible to look away. What a perfect disposition it must take to achieve such a lure. Yet, as the notion of disposition crossed his mind, the ethereal figure of Qi Ling resurfaced in Xuantian's thoughts, dancing with her sword. Clad in flowing white, her ribbons fluttering in the breeze, could even the flower fairies of the heavenly realm compare to her? Noticing Xuantian lost in thought, Li Menglu feigned annoyance and playfully chided. Silly goose, what unseemly thoughts are you dwelling on now? Mind your image. Her words carried a deeper meaning, urging Xuantian to remain vigilant and focused on their mission, casting aside all distractions. Understanding her intent, Xuantian collected himself and directed his gaze firmly upon the execution ground. Before long, a dozen prison guards ushered in a prison cart, accompanied by 5 palace guards leading 5 magnificent horses into the execution area. The guards opened the cart, escorting the condemned prisoner to the center of the ground. This prisoner appeared dignified, with striking features, and was roughly in his 40s. Both Xuantian and Li Menglu surmised that this man was Xue Huai and silently prepared themselves. At this moment, the guards secured 5 iron chains to the horses, fastening the other ends around Xue Huai's neck and limbs. Once all was set, the executioner awaited the appointed hour for the execution. Xuantian and Li Menglu felt a surge of anxiety, for this was their first attempt at such a daring act. They held their breath, not daring to let their focus waver. After a brief moment, the executioner picked up a wooden token from the sandalwood table before him, emblazoned with a conspicuous crimson character for execution, and hurled it to the ground, proclaiming loudly, "The hour has come. Execute." Exchanging a glance, Xuantian and Li Menglu signaled that the moment to act had arrived. Before the 5, Li Mengluan instantly comprehended Xuantian's intentions and inquired in the language of Moonshadow, "Might you be the esteemed prime minister of the Tang dynasty?" Lord Xue Huai. Her use of Moonshadow's dialect was a cunning stratagem, designed to obfuscate their identities. However, the man shook his head vehemently, declaring, "You must be mistaken. I am but a resident of this island, wrongfully condemned due to a grave offense." Xuantian bowed his head in silent contemplation, while Li Mengluan, gritting her teeth in frustration, muttered, "This must be my brother's cunning ploy. He is exceedingly sly, and it appears our scheme has already been unraveled by him." With heavy hearts, Xuantian and Li Mengluan made their way to Song Zhendong's chamber, their spirits considerably dampened. Song Zhendong had been awaiting their arrival for some time, and upon observing their expressions, he surmised the grim truth. Li Mengluan lowered her head, apologetically stating, "My brother has deceived us with his trickery, leading us to believe that the condemned man was indeed Lord Xue Huai, and while we were absent from the execution site, her voice faltered, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Song Zhendong quickly offered words of solace. The demise of Xue Huai was surely predestined, beyond our control, and thus, you bear no blame. His passing may indeed signify the resolution of his past entanglements, which could be viewed as a blessing." Upon hearing Song Zhendong's calm remarks, Xuantian felt a semblance of relief and held a profound respect for Song Zhendong's composure. After a moment of quiet reflection, Song Zhendong articulated, "We are now faced with 2 formidable dilemmas. First, the Tang dynasty will undoubtedly seek retribution, and the specter of war looms ominously. Second, Li Zixing has likely begun to harbor suspicions about us. Henceforth, our every action will be under scrutiny, rendering our endeavors perilous." Xuantian nodded in agreement, affirming, "Elder brother speaks with utmost clarity. We must exercise caution in our future undertakings and remain vigilant." With a heavy sigh, Xuantian pondered the uncertainties that lay ahead. The following morning at court, Li Zixing appeared in remarkably high spirits, inexplicably promoting the 7th rank official Cui Hao, who had suggested the gruesome dismemberment of Xue Huai, to a 2nd rank position. Once the accolades were dispensed, Li Zixing proclaimed, "Our borders are currently fraught with insta." With a sharp crack of the whip, a crimson line appeared on the elder's right arm, and the blood that flowed from the wound was a harrowing sight. Witnessing his grandfather being unjustly struck, the young boy was filled with righteous indignation and exclaimed, "Grandfather bears no grudge against you. Why do you strike him? Do you not know that to bully the elderly and the young is to be lower than a beast? I shall accompany you willingly. Do not torment my grandfather any further." With that, he allowed the 2 guards standing nearby to take him away, leaving behind the guard, rendered speechless by the boy's reprimand, and the elderly man, kneeling and weeping in despair. Not far off, a youth in his early 20s was kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately with the guards, "Please, esteemed officials, do not conscript me into the army. I have a frail and ailing mother at home who relies on me for support. If I leave, she will surely perish from grief." The guards, witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene, were reluctant to forcibly separate families, causing homes to be shattered and loved ones torn apart. However, bound by the emperor's decree, any misstep could cost them their lives, compelling them to feign a heart of stone. Observing this distressing tableau, Li Mengwan felt a tumult of emotions within her, deeply saddened and unable to remain indifferent. Thus, she cried out, "Princess Huiyang is present. Who dares to harass the common folk?" Upon seeing the princess, the guards hastily ceased their dealings with the populace and bowed deeply to Li Mengwan. Arriving at the Golden Yuan Hall, the morning court had just concluded, and the civil and military officials had dispersed, leaving only Li Zixing behind. Li Mengwan strode confidently to the dragon table and performed the customary rites. Li Zixing inquired with a smile, "What brings you to the Golden Yuan Hall?" "Mengwan?" Li Mengwan replied earnestly, "I have heard that His Majesty intends to conscript all men over the age of 16 into military training. Is this true?" Li Zixing nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is true. Our kingdom faces the imminent threat of annihilation. The borders are repeatedly besieged by barbarian tribes, and the Tang Empire may strike at any moment. Our military strength is lacking. If we do not conscript and train soldiers to bolster our forces, the kingdom of Jing will surely become a vassal of the Tang. My brother's actions are in the interest of the nation and its people." Li Mengwan shook her head. "If it is truly for the nation and its people, why then must you assassinate the prime minister of the Tang and exacerbate tensions between our two nations?" Li Zixing suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Avenge my uncle's death is the will of the people, and I refuse to allow the kingdom of Jing to be labeled a small nation for all eternity. My brother swears to make Jing immensely powerful, to be the foremost nation in the eastern Xinzhou, compelling the Tang Empire to bow in submission. We cannot allow anyone to look down upon us." After pondering for a moment, Li Zixing recognized the merit in Li Mengwan's argument and said, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. The conscription plan shall be temporarily halted. We will reconsider it during the off-season." Seeing her persuasion succeed, Li Mengwan felt immense joy, and she requested an imperial gold medal from Li Zixing, instructing the guards to cease the conscription. Thus, a potential uproar was navigated with minimal peril. That night, as dark clouds obscured the moon, the winds howled fiercely, and the temperature plummeted. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings. The leader of the Black Mist Army appeared in Li Zixing's chamber and coldly remarked, "Your conscription plan has failed." Each time Li Zixing beheld this figure draped in an oversized black robe, obscured from view, exuding an eerie aura of menace, he trembled in fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. At that moment, upon hearing the inquiry, the tone seemed tinged with anger, which inevitably instilled a deeper sense of fear within me. I hurriedly replied, "It is solely my sister's meddling that has thwarted my plans." Before Li Zixing could finish his words, the figure in the black robe abruptly growled in a low voice, "I care not whether it is your brother or sister. Should anyone else interfere with the plan, they shall be executed. We can no longer afford to waste time. You have 7 days to muster your forces. Should you fail by then, you shall meet your demise." Having declared this, the figure in the black robe vanished without a trace. The surrounding black mist gradually dispersed, revealing the moon amidst the clouds, and everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. Li Zixing, consumed by anxiety, realized that the conscription plan could no longer be postponed. But how could he persuade Li Mengwan? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He had completely overlooked the teleportation technique bestowed upon him by the leader of the Black Mist Army. As long as he seized the opportunity while the three were gathered together, he would assuredly succeed. A cold smirk crossed Li Zixing's lips as he mused that this time, no one would dare to thwart his plans, ensuring his success beyond a shadow of a doubt. Thus, Li Zixing dispatched guards to check on Li Mengwan and Xuantian in their quarters, only to find them conspicuously absent. He surmised that the three had once again convened to conspire and promptly bit his right index finger until it bled. Tracing mystical symbols in the air while silently chanting an incantation, a flicker of crimson light danced in his eyes, his expression turning fierce. At that moment, Li Mengwan, Xuantian, and Song Zhendong were deliberating on methods to prevent Li Zixing from initiating another conscription during the farming off-season, when suddenly a vast blood-red magical array materialized beneath them. The array was adorned with bizarre patterns and densely packed, haphazardly arranged incantations. The trio immediately sensed peril, but before they could react, the array enveloped them, causing them to vanish from the room as if they had evaporated into thin air. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an utterly unfamiliar place. The ground was strewn with weeds, and the surroundings were fortified by iron walls, seemingly composed of exquisite dark iron. That a small door stood firmly shut before them, its thickness surpassing that of the iron walls. The air was thick with a putrid, decaying stench, and it dawned on them that they had been imprisoned in a cell through someone's teleportation technique. Seizing the moment was crucial. Opportunities like this were rare. Although Li Zixing was confident in the cell's ability to contain any martial arts master, he understood that he must act decisively and without hesitation. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Therefore, in the dead of night, he summoned the palace guards, instructing them to commence the second round of conscription the following day, and warned them that anyone attempting to impede this effort need not inform him, but should be dealt with on the spot. The guards, having received their orders, immediately set to work. This time, the conscription plan proceeded with remarkable swiftness, free from the interference of Li Mengwan and her companions, and within a mere day, tens of thousands of soldiers were gathered. The news reached Li Zixing, filling him with elation. It seemed as though divine providence was aiding this conscription, allowing it to unfold seamlessly. With this thought, Li Zixing burst into raucous laughter, his face alight with triumph. Li Mengwan, observing Song Jindong's expression, felt a mix of confusion and amusement. Yet, she ultimately managed to suppress the urge to smile. Inquiring, "What do you think of the thickness of this iron wall?" Song Jindong shook his head and replied, "If it were merely a few inches thinner, perhaps the three of us together could breach this prison." Xuantian, taken aback, questioned, "Is the iron wall truly that thick?" Li Mengwan playfully slapped him on the back, laughing. "Do you not trust your cousin's words?" Xuantian contemplated for a moment before exchanging a knowing glance with Li Mengwan. The unspoken understanding between the two facilitated their communication significantly. Li Mengwan immediately grasped Xuantian's intent. He wished to inquire if she deemed it appropriate to reveal her extraordinary prowess in front of Song Jindong. Despite the close bond shared between Song Jindong and Li Mengwan, Xuantian harbored a lingering suspicion that Song Jindong remained unaware of the depths of Li Mengwan's capabilities. Song Jindong nodded, cautioning her, "Exercise utmost caution. This iron wall is remarkably sturdy. Do not injure yourself." Li Mengwan acknowledged his words with a nod, promptly concentrating her vital energy in the palm of her right hand. Radiance illuminated the darkness, warmth dispelling the chill, and the vast expanse of sky and sea merged into a singular azure. The cerulean light blossomed in Li Mengwan's hand, pure and unblemished, serene and far-reaching, crystal clear and translucent. Xuantian gazed intently at the luminous aura emanating from Li Mengwan, unable to divert his gaze. Suddenly, as Xuantian was lost in thought, Li Mengwan struck the prison door, which was twice as thick as the iron wall. The iron gate shattered under her blow as if it were made of mere straw, while Li Mengwan remained unfazed, appearing to have exerted only a fraction of her strength, as if the iron was no more formidable than rotting wood beneath her hand. With a playful laugh, she remarked, "This iron wall is nowhere near as tough as you claimed, cousin. It is practically worthless." Having resolved the matter, she urged, "Now, let us hasten our escape. We must not allow my brother's plans to succeed." Song Jindong was rendered speechless by Li Mengwan's display of power, yet the urgency of the moment left little room for contemplation. The trio swiftly exited the prison, incapacitating the guards along the way, and emerged into the open without further incident. The next moment brought with it an overwhelming sense of regret. Numerous elderly individuals sat on the ground in dazed silence, tears streaming down their faces, while many mothers clutched their children, weeping softly. The island's vitality appeared to have been entirely stripped away, presenting a scene of desolation and tragedy. The summer breeze, which should have felt warm, now cut through the air like icy blades. If hearts had frozen, the world had indeed descended into a cruel winter. Li Mengwan could not suppress her fury, exclaiming, "A nation is built upon its people. How can my brother, who inflicts such harm upon the populace, still be called an emperor? I shall not stand idly by, even at the cost of my life. I will rescue everyone." Song Jindong interjected, "Mengwan, do not act rashly. Reasoning with him is futile now, as he will not heed it. Given the current situation, we can only observe the developments." Xuantian nodded in agreement, stating gravely, "Eldest brother speaks wisely. We can only monitor the emperor's movements and plan accordingly once he takes action. Perhaps allowing him to lead his troops into battle and suffer a defeat would not be a bad thing." After hearing their perspectives, Li Mengwan's spirit drooped as she asked, "Do you both believe that losses are inevitable?" Xuantian gently placed his hand on her shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. one must pay a price to reap rewards. If sacrificing a few lives can prompt the emperor to amend his ways and abandon his ambitions, then it is worth it. Understand that mere obstruction will only inflate his aspirations further. Though Li Mingwan felt a sense of reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. With the intervention of the Black Mist Army, Li Zhaixing managed to amass an army of over 200,000 within just 3 days. A result that filled him with ecstatic joy. In order to prevent Song Zhendong and his 2 companions from causing disruptions, Li Zhaixing discreetly relocated the military training grounds to a secluded area in Ningchuan. Once arrangements were finalized, he issued orders for the drills to commence. As the dream of unifying Dongxing Xinzhou drew ever closer, Li Zhaixing found himself so exhilarated that he could hardly sleep soundly. Time flew by, and after 3 months of rigorous and urgent training, they were nearing completion. Li Zhaixing had learned of the trio's escape early on, yet he chose not to pursue the matter. He had initially anticipated that Li Mingwan would return to engage him in debate, but the unfolding events took him by surprise. The past 3 months had been remarkably tranquil. His 3 formidable adversaries had exhibited no signs of activity, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Could this be the calm before the storm? Li Zhaixing mused to himself with a wry smile. However, with the mission accomplished, he felt a sense of temporary relief. On the following day, at the hour of the rabbit, Li Zhaixing commanded Zhou Shichang, who was temporarily replacing Song Zhendong and leading the Imperial Guards, to muster 50,000 troops for inspection in the training grounds of the Imperial City. Today, Li Zhaixing appeared radiant and full of vigor, clearly harboring great hopes for the impending military campaign. At the hour of the dragon, Li Zhaixing stood before the 50,000 soldiers and proclaimed loudly, "The barbaric marauders have harassed the borders of our Jing kingdom for decades, inflicting suffering upon the populace, while we have been powerless to resist. But now, the situation is different. Our Jing kingdom is strong and ready for revenge. Soldiers, raise your swords and cleave through the barbarian horde to defend our homeland. Cleave through the barbarians, defend our homeland. Cleave through the barbarians, defend our homeland." The soldiers echoed his rallying cry. Having successfully raised their morale, Li Zhaixing made a gesture for silence and continued. "This expedition is of utmost importance. It is crucial for elevating the reputation of our Jing kingdom within Dongxing Xinzhou. We must ensure absolute success. Victory is the only option. Defeat is not permissible. Each of you must be prepared to fight with unwavering resolve." Hearing the soldiers vow in unison not to disappoint His Majesty's expectations, Li Zhaixing felt a deep sense of satisfaction and gestured to Zhou Shichang. Understanding the cue, Zhou Shichang drew his sword, raised it to the heavens, and shouted, "Soldiers, let us march." Amidst the thunderous sound of their battle cries, the troops mounted their steeds and set forth towards the barbarian tribes. At that moment, in Song Zhendong's chamber, the 3 convened once more. Xuantian inquired, "What does elder brother foresee for our chances in this campaign?" The 3 were already aware of Li Zhaixing's intentions to attack the barbarian tribes. After pondering for a moment, Song Zhendong replied, "In my view, this expedition is destined for failure." Li Mingwan blinked and questioned, "What leads you to such a conclusion?" Song Zhendong elaborated earnestly. "Firstly, the majority of the troops are common folk who have never set foot on a battlefield, and they lack the necessary experience. Secondly, the training period has been a mere 3 months. Most soldiers are physically unfit, and should combat ensue, they would suffer greatly. Thirdly, the leader of the campaign is Zhou Shichang, a man who has scarcely read a handful of military texts. How can he possibly comprehend the art of warfare? Li Zhaixing, though wise in many respects, has made a poor choice in his commander," Xuantian sincerely praised. "Truly, elder brother, your analysis is astute and comprehensive. I can only aspire to reach such heights." Song Zhendong let out a long sigh and remarked, "This battle is a necessary confrontation to shatter Li Zhaixing's ambitions. Although it is rather inappropriate to wish for the defeat of one's own nation's army, we find ourselves in such a predicament." He glanced at Li Mingwan and suddenly smiled, saying, "Younger brother, should events unfold as we anticipate, if one day, Jingguo and the Great Tang engage in battle, which side would you support?" Xuantian was taken aback. He had never contemplated this question before. He gazed into the 2 pools of radiant colors in Li Mingwan's eyes, whose shimmering brilliance seemed to exude a hint of expectation, for reasons unknown. Xuantian's heart raced, and his breath became unusually heavy, leaving him momentarily torn and uncertain of how to respond. Li Mingwan discerned Xuantian's unease at a glance. She approached him, gently resting her hand on his shoulder, her face blooming with a smile as radiant as a garden in full bloom, and softly said, "There are but few in this world as enlightened and rational as you, Brother Tian. Your decision will undoubtedly carry its own significance. Regardless of the choice you make, Mengwan shall follow you. In that instant, Xuantian felt a tumultuous wave surge within his heart, and his eyes grew slightly moist. It is often said that men seldom shed tears. Yet Xuantian could not quell the overwhelming emotion swelling within him. Mengwan, why do you treat me so kindly? Li Mengwan gently shook her head and replied, I, too, am uncertain. Once I comprehend the emotions within my heart, I shall certainly convey them to you. Upon hearing her words, Xuantian's cheeks flushed slightly, a touch of embarrassment gracing his smile, yet a flicker of worry glimmered in his eyes. That I will not stand with either side. The only thing I can do is to exert my utmost effort on the battlefield to save as many lives as possible. The warhorses galloped, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Though the barbarian tribe was several hundred miles from the imperial palace, their steeds were of superior breed, and it did not take long for them to arrive before the encampment of the barbarians. Zhou Shichang commanded his soldiers to set up camp on the spot. After a brief period of organization, he ordered 2 young soldiers, around 16 or 17 years of age, to beat the drums and sound the challenge. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding drumbeats echoed clearly within a 10-mile radius. After the drums had sounded 3 times, a horn echoed from the opposing camp. A towering brute, standing over 8 feet tall, emerged from the tent. Mounting his horse and advancing alone to the front lines, clad in a tiger skin garment and adorned with python-scaled boots, he rode a chestnut warhorse, wielding a massive hammer that matched his height. Seemingly forged from fine steel, this brute appraised Jin Shichang from head to toe, then glanced at the army behind him. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, muttering, "A rabble dares to challenge me." His words, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Zhou Shichang's ears, and he was immediately consumed with rage, bellowing, "You barbarians, encroaching upon my territory and disturbing my people, shall not be forgiven today. Where have your soldiers hidden? Are they not afraid? Call them forth to meet their doom." Upon hearing this, the brute laughed boisterously, mocking, "Do I need my brothers to deal with such a rabble? I alone am sufficient." Zhou Shichang, consumed by rage, found it impossible to calm his tumultuous emotions. His blood surged to his brain as he bellowed, "Song Zhu, Luo Sheng, behead this wretched scoundrel." Both Song Zhu and Luo Sheng, trained in martial arts since childhood, were formidable warriors among the ranks, their skills truly exceptional. The fact that Zhou summoned them both to the fray indicated the depth of his fury. Armed with silver spears, the 2 galloped forth at the command of their commander, and without uttering a word, thrust their weapons forward. Their silver spears danced like a long serpent, weaving effortlessly through the air in an instant. A torrential assault rained down upon the brutish foe, enveloping him in a shimmering cocoon of silver light, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. Yet, undeterred by the luminous barrage, the brute appeared unfazed. He stood resolute, welcoming the onslaught without flinching. The spears struck him like relentless raindrops, yet Song and Luo felt as if their tips met an unyielding iron barrier. For every attempt to penetrate further was met with insurmountable resistance. Realization dawned upon the duo. This savage had mastered an impenetrable form of martial prowess, rendering their ordinary weapons ineffective in their growing dread. Their assault slowed considerably in battle. The greatest taboo is the disarray of one's spirit, and thus, the vulnerabilities of Song and Luo became glaringly apparent. The brute, seizing this prime opportunity, wielded his massive hammer with ferocity, causing the yellow sands to churn violently, clouds of dust spiraling into the air, and upon descent, the force was akin to that of a colossal boulder, creating a gaping crater in the earth. Alas, these young generals, barely in their 20s, met a tragic end, their blood staining the battlefield in a valiant sacrifice for their country. The brute glanced at the trembling white flag in Zhou Shichang's hand, and for a moment, silence ensued. It is often the case that just before the most terrifying calamities unfold, an eerie stillness pervades the atmosphere. After a brief, profound silence, the brute unleashed a roar akin to that of a lion. "The greatest disdain of my life is reserved for the feeble. You have utterly disappointed me. None of you shall return today." With a resounding whistle, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. From the sands encircling the Jingwu army, hordes of barbarian warriors emerged, brandishing blades and axes, charging forth like madmen, recklessly lunging at the Jingwu soldiers. The cacophony of battle cries immediately shook the heavens, as the fighting spirit of the barbarian warriors blazed like an unquenchable fire, releasing boundless energy. The Jingwu soldiers, devoid of battlefield experience, quickly descended into chaos. their formation collapsing as they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Although Zhou Shichang was equally terrified, he endeavored to regain control of the situation, commanding his men to unite against the enemy's onslaught. However, such orders proved futile against soldiers who had already succumbed to panic and despair. The barbarian warriors, inherently bloodthirsty, showed no mercy in the blink of an eye. The battlefield transformed into a tempest of flashing blades and axes, the air thick with the scent of blood and the cries of the fallen. After but the briefest moment, all that remained was a scene of devastation. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, some dismembered or gruesomely bisected, the yellow sand stained crimson with blood, the atmosphere heavy with a nauseating stench. In the aftermath of this fierce confrontation, amidst the chaos, only a little over 10,000 managed to carve a bloody path to escape the barbarian horde. While the remainder met a gruesome fate, Commander Zhou Shichang, besieged by dozens of barbarian warriors, succumbed to exhaustion before being pierced through the chest by a steel blade. Upon reflection, the barbarian tribes not only achieved a resounding victory, capturing over 30,000 fine steeds, but also suffered a mere handful of casualties, scarcely amounting to 100, rendering their losses insignificant. In stark contrast, the initial campaign of Jinghua ended in disgraceful retreat, marked by heavy casualties that could only be described as a loss of face. Ever since the scouts relayed a comprehensive report of the battle's outcome to Li Zixing, he found himself engulfed in an abyss of disappointment and confusion. The toll of this conflict was devastating, with the loss of 40,000 valiant soldiers, including the commander who perished on the battlefield. The defeat in this war cannot be attributed to a lack of morale among the troops or an unfavorable strategy. Rather, the crux of the matter lay in the disparity of strength between the opposing forces. The soldiers, unaccustomed to prolonged specialized training, were physically frail, and engaging in combat with the rigorously trained barbarian warriors was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Suddenly, three figures emerged in Li Zixing's mind. He let out a long sigh towards the heavens, shaking his head with a bitter smile, lamenting, "If only I could dispatch capable generals to the front lines. Victory would be assured. Alas, they are all opposed to me and cannot be utilized." Li Zixing's heart echoed with a despairing lament. In the profound darkness where visibility was utterly obscured, the voices of dialogue seemed to resonate once more, recounting tales of ancient sorrow and lament. Why did this expedition, less than a day old, return in such disarray? Though there was ample military strength, it was devoid of competent generals. Presently, I am surrounded by 3 talented individuals, yet none can be employed in my service. It appears they are all opposed to your methods. No matter. Do any of these 3 share your bloodline? My dear sister, Li Mingwan, is among them. Excellent. This issue should be easily resolved. Come forth, and I shall impart a brilliant strategy to you. After a brief exchange of whispers, the leader of the Black Fog Army presented an enigmatic bracelet, dark as night yet shimmering with a hint of purple light, into Li Zixing's hands. Upon receiving it, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, as though he had acquired a rare treasured the zenith of the heavens. Crimson light flashed fiercely, while a deep, resonant voice echoed endlessly. A torrential downpour of scarlet rain fell relentlessly, seemingly unceasing. Whose heart bleeds in anguish? For whom does the heavens weep? Amidst the purple radiance, can one discern the immutable fate cloaked in darkness, a spectacle unseen for millennia, unfolded before all on Moonshadow Island, as the crimson rain cascaded from the sky, coalescing on the ground into flowing rivers of blood. This red rain persisted until the early hours of the following day before gradually abating. Yet the vivid crimson stain upon the streets proved resistant to fading, a shocking hue that felt like an ominous portent from the divine. Xuantian, having gazed upon the rain throughout the night, found his heart in turmoil. Unable to attain tranquility, he sensed that an event of great consequence was imminent, yet he remained oblivious to its nature. The foreboding intuition gnawed at him, warning of impending calamity destined to befall an individual. Though he could not discern who that person might be, the sorrowful outpouring of red rain stirred ripples of unease within Xuantian's heart, plunging his once serene soul into depths of anxiety and unrest. As the hour of Chun approached, with the sun rising high in a cloudless sky, the weather felt refreshingly crisp, seemingly at odds with the somber notions of grief and sorrow. Xuantian trudged forward with heavy steps, wandering aimlessly, while an inexplicable sense of loss tugged at his innermost being, foretelling the imminent loss of someone extraordinarily significant to him. Suddenly, Xuantian halted his stride and sprinted towards the northeast direction. Exerting every ounce of his strength, he seemed to grasp something. An ominous sensation flooding his chest. A remark that was initially quite ordinary resonated in Xuantian's ears like a thunderclap on a clear day. His mind plunged into a void, with only the word danger incessantly surfacing. Xuantian's pupils constricted instantaneously, his expression turning gravely serious, and his body involuntarily trembled. The maid, witnessing Xuantian's alarming transformation, instinctively recoiled several steps. Xuantian, trembling, inquired of the maid, "Do you know why His Majesty summoned the princess?" The maid hastily shook her head, replying, "I am afraid I do not know." Without pausing to ponder, Xuantian turned and activated his lightness skill, racing towards the Golden Chariot Hall. Half an hour earlier, within the Golden Chariot Hall, Li Zixing, wearing a beaming smile, addressed Li Mengwan. "During this morning's court session, a minister presented me with a treasure. Can you guess what it is?" Li Mengwan shook her head, signaling her inability to guess. Li Zixing chuckled. "It is, in fact, a bracelet. This exquisite piece is crafted with remarkable skill, radiating beauty while imbued with an air of mystery. Exuding an undeniable nobility. It is of no use to me, but it would suit you perfectly, so I wish to gift it to you. What do you think?" As he spoke, he retrieved the ebony bracelet bestowed upon him by the leader of the Black Fog Army and placed it upon the dragon table. Although Li Mengwan had an affinity for black, she was not fond of the bracelet's cumbersome appearance, and the intricate symbols adorning it made her uneasy. "Your Highness, I do not particularly like this bracelet. Perhaps you should keep it for your consort." Li Mengwan gently declined. Li Zixing remained unfazed, simply lifting the bracelet from the table and waving it before Li Mengwan. The bracelet's purple light suddenly flickered, causing a thunderous echo in Li Mengwan's heart as if struck by a powerful blow. At that moment, her heart seemed to cease beating, her blood appeared to congeal, and her consciousness was gradually consumed by an endless darkness. The world lost its hues in an instant, leaving only the dim black and eerie purple. Her body no longer obeyed her commands, her thoughts faltered, and Li Mengwan struggled desperately in the abyss of despair. Loneliness and silence, sensing the impending calamity. She could not afford to falter, could not become a mere pawn subject to others' whims. She must escape this snare, as the cost of losing herself was too great to bear. "Brother Tian, be cautious. I have a voice, both exquisitely gentle and profoundly unsettling," echoed in Xuantian's ears. Although he did not fully comprehend its intended meaning, he recognized that Li Mengwan was ensnared in dire straits. Channeling all his vital energy into his legs, Xuantian found himself standing before the Golden Chariot Hall in an instant. Yet, before he could charge inside, an enchanting figure emerged from within the hall. Bathed in sunlight, her ethereal beauty was striking, yet her countenance bore the weight of profound fatigue. Her already porcelain-like visage appeared even paler, and the once vibrant pools of radiant, flowing colors in her eyes seemed to have dulled, losing their inherent brilliance. Her delicate and slender frame appeared frail, as if it could be swept away by the slightest breeze. The sight of Li Mengwan's weariness and frailty pierced Xuantian's heart with anguish. Stifling the urge to weep, Xuantian mustered a somewhat awkward smile as he greeted the figure of Li Mengwan. "Mengwan," Xuantian called out, slightly raising his voice. "My apologies. The Emperor did not discuss any significant matters with me today. He merely gifted me a bracelet," she replied. Xuantian glanced down at Li Mengwan once more, noting the pallor of her face, likely a result of insufficient sleep. For days, she had been preoccupied with state affairs, and a degree of fatigue was only to be expected. Detecting no signs of distress, Xuantian could not help but question his own heart. Was the unease and trepidation he felt merely a fabrication? What then of Li Mengwan's warnings? His thoughts became ensnared in a web of endless doubts and profound fears, assailing his spirit. It seemed yet another sleepless night awaited him. The following morning, during the court assembly, Li Zixing unprecedentedly summoned Song Zhendong to attend, reinstating him to his former position. Before the watchful eyes of all, Li Zixing showed no mercy, delivering a lengthy reprimand to Song Zhendong. "The barbarian tribes are rampaging, encroaching upon the territories of Jinghua and disturbing its people. This is a grave threat. If we do not swiftly eradicate this menace, we shall invite calamity upon ourselves. Song Zhendong, as the king of Ningchuan, you command the armies of Jinghua, yet you have so egregiously failed in your duty. The inadequacy of our forces is a result of your negligence. The frail condition of the soldiers stems from your lack of diligent training. The recent campaign against the barbarians resulted in catastrophic losses, a defeat for which you bear the primary responsibility. The barbarians, emboldened by their victories, will surely seek to launch a full-scale assault on the imperial city. And if that occurs, Jinghua shall be doomed. Song Zhendong, you are a pillar of Jinghua, an arm of mine. I could choose to overlook your transgressions. However, you must redeem yourself by leading the troops to quell the barbarians, avenging our fallen countrymen and safeguarding our land. With your leadership, I am confident the barbarian forces will crumble. Song Zhendong was utterly taken aback by Li Zixing's words, each point resonating with undeniable logic. Delivered with fervor that left no room for rebuttal, even though he recognized the absurdity of the situation, he found himself unable to refuse. At that moment, the ministers in the hall, as if sharing a collective understanding, echoed in unison the praises of the emperor's wisdom. As a seasoned military commander, Song Zhendong was well versed in all strategies of warfare, having fought against the barbarians for many years and understood their tactics thoroughly. Therefore, he felt a strong conviction in his ability to overcome them. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that taking command would not only allow him to control the course of the battle but also significantly reduce casualties, achieving a favorable outcome for all. With his mind made up, he stepped forward and declared, "I am willing to accept the imperial decree to lead the campaign against the barbarian tribes." Li Zixing, upon hearing this, was greatly pleased and exclaimed, "You truly are a man of discernment, well acquainted with the larger picture." It is widely known that Meng Wan once single-handedly repelled 1,000 barbarian troops with her sword. Surely, the barbarian army must tremble at the thought of her. I shall send Meng Wan to accompany you, ensuring your triumph and swift success. Tomorrow at dawn, I will gather the troops in the training grounds. Prepare yourself accordingly." When Song Zhendong heard Li Mengwan's name, he felt somewhat bewildered. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it fortuitous, as having her by his side would alleviate many complications and provide mutual support. A night passed peacefully, and at the break of dawn, the valiant soldiers gathered in the training ground. Before the eyes of all, an imposing sight of the Jingwa soldiers emerged, numbering an astonishing 50,000. Song Zhendong and Li Menglu stood at the forefront of the assembled warriors. Behind them congregated all the esteemed generals of the Jingwa army, a formidable assembly of over 30 skilled individuals well versed in martial arts and military strategy. Clad in resplendent armor and adorned with a golden helmet, Song Zhendong exuded an air of heroic grandeur. In stark contrast, Li Menglu remained in a flowing black gown, devoid of any protective gear, evoking more the image of a leisurely outing than that of a battlefield. At this moment, Li Zixing strode confidently to the front of the assembly to commence the roll call. I hereby appoint Song Zhendong as the Grand Marshal of Pacification, commanding the entire army, and bestow upon him the Dragon's Roar sword. Li Menglu is appointed as the General of the Opening Era, taking the lead as the vanguard, honored with the Jingxua sword. Zhang Hai, Yu Gui, and Jiang Changsheng are designated as Generals of National Defense, serving as deputy vanguards. The positions of the remaining commanders shall be personally assigned by Song Zhendong. The strength of the barbarian forces is formidable, and their soldiers are fiercely brave, presenting a considerable challenge. Caution is paramount in our offensive. We must not act recklessly. Zhendong, I entrust you with 50,000 troops. Should you falter, the only outcome shall be the ruin of the nation and the destruction of our homes. I firmly believe that with you and Menglu working in unison, the defeat of the barbarian army will be a simple task. I hope you will not betray my trust. Upon hearing these words, I felt a sense of relief. Li Zixing raised his right hand and proclaimed loudly, "Eradicate the barbarian tribes, safeguard our homeland. Eradicate the barbarian tribes, safeguard our homeland." The resounding echoes of their voices surged like thunder, declaring their unwavering resolve to the heavens. Throughout the march, Song Zhendong observed Li Menglu's expression, only to find her gaze vacant and her demeanor stiff, resembling that of a puppet. Typically, Li Menglu was effervescent, always ready to share laughter and joy, yet now she appeared unusually composed. Her emotions concealed. A wave of unease coursed through Song Zhendong as he pondered the cause of her transformation, uncertain of what had transpired. He attempted to engage her in conversation, and she responded with fluidity. Subsequently, Song Zhendong selected 50 of the most agile youths from the ranks, led by Zhang Hai, under the cloak of night, at the darkest hour. They stealthily approached the site where Jin Shichang's 50,000 soldiers had previously fallen victim to an ambush. The group moved with utmost silence, their steps light and swift, clearly evading any notice. Upon reaching their destination, they dispersed, concealing themselves behind trees and bushes, patiently awaiting the enemy's approach to set their ambush. After approximately an hour, as predicted by Song Zhendong, stirrings arose from the barbarian camps. As thousands of soldiers emerged from their tents, heading directly towards the area under observation, Zhang Hai silently marveled, reflecting, "The marshal truly possesses remarkable foresight." The night was tranquil, the moon casting a gentle glow, and stars twinkling in the heavens. After Zhang Hai relayed the intelligence gathered from their reconnaissance, Song Zhendong nodded in agreement, stating, "Understanding the enemy's formation and restraining their movements is crucial for victory." Now that we are aware of their strategy, our approach will be considerably easier. He commanded the three to disseminate this intelligence among all the soldiers, urging them to remain vigilant and avoid arrogance or carelessness. Ensuring they rested sufficiently to prepare for the battle on the morrow at dawn the next day, Song Jindong led his troops to the front lines, beating the drums to declare war. The sound of drums roared like thunder, echoing across the vast expanse. Moments later, the resounding calls of horns from the barbarian camp rose and fell in succession, as the fierce warrior who had previously vanquished Jin Shichong once again charged forth alone onto the battlefield. Song Jindong scrutinized this individual, noting his aura of bloodlust and his unrestrained demeanor, exuding an innate authority without a hint of anger, thus discerning him to be a formidable general of rare caliber. Having been driven to retreat in disgrace during their last encounter, he now returned seeking vengeance, clearly showing a reckless disregard for life. The barbarian let out a boisterous laugh, exhibiting an air of defiance. With a calm expression, concealing his emotions, Song Jindong spoke with a grave tone. This land belongs to the kingdom of Jing, yet you, sir, are no citizen of Jing. May I inquire why you linger here? He continued, in recent years, the borders of Jing have faced incessant disturbances from your kind, leaving the populace in dire straits. Is this the conduct befitting a gentleman? Your words and actions resemble those of a rogue. Yet you boldly proclaim them here. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Unfazed by Song Jindong's prophetic words, the barbarian regarded him with scorn and derision, snorting before retorting, "You, young man, are exceedingly arrogant. Bloodshed? I am eager to see who will truly face the calamity of blood. Let us hope it does not unfold as it did last time, when your words proved futile at this moment." Song Jindong cast a sidelong glance at Li Mingwan, who stood to his right, only to find her expression vacant and unresponsive, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos, like a wooden statue. Witnessing this, Song Jindong shook his head and called out to the officers behind him. Which general is willing to face this barbarian warrior in combat? A young commander, around 20 years of age, gallantly rode forth, declaring, "This humble general, Yu Gui, is willing to engage." Song Jindong nodded, advising, "This barbarian is not to be underestimated. You must exercise caution. If you find yourself outmatched, retreat swiftly. Yu Gui accepted the command, charging toward the barbarian, bellowing, "Barbarian warrior, reveal your name." The barbarian chuckled in response, clearly dismissive, which incited Yu Gui's fury, causing him to brandish his halberd with ferocity. Summoning a tempest of killing intent within a tuzhong radius, the barbarian, however, displayed no sign of fear, effortlessly grasping his massive steel hammer with a sinister grin. Yu Gui advanced, seemingly frenzied, the halberd dancing in the air, twisting and turning with rapid thrusts and heavy strikes, resembling a silver dragon soaring through the skies. Yet, the barbarian remained steadfast, unaffected by the relentless onslaught of the halberd as it struck against him. A smile of amusement graced the barbarian's face. To him, Yu Gui's silver weapon was akin to a child's finger, merely a tickle. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Jindong's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Iron cloth shirt. This barbarian is a master of martial arts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he called out, "General Yu Gui, you are no match for him. Retreat at once." Regrettably, Yu Gui, caught in the throes of battle, failed to heed Song Jindong's warning. The halberd continued its relentless assault, seemingly unstoppable, each strike aimed at the barbarian's vital points. Song Jindong understood that Yu Gui's wrath had clouded his judgment, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoed as a dagger fell mercilessly, and poor Yu Gui, caught unawares, lost his head, which rolled several feet away, leaving a trail of crimson upon the earth. The blood, liberated from the confines of the cranium, gushed forth with a ferocity that sent it soaring 3 feet into the air, cascading downwards and staining the earth below. The brutality of the scene was so harrowing that even Song Jindong could hardly bear to witness it. Carnage. With his own hands, he painted a vivid tapestry of crimson. Indeed, it was so. The vibrant red transformed into a profound black, as dusk descended and night began its reign, enveloping the world in chaos. At the heart of this turmoil stood a figure cloaked in black, quietly wielding a deep, rust-covered scythe, methodically reaping the weeds from the ground, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. Only when the final glimmer of light vanished from the horizon did the figure cease their actions. Sheathing the scythe behind them, faintly, a sigh echoed, laden with solitude and helplessness. A piercing cold wind swept through, dislodging the hood of the cloak. The diminutive silhouette, standing alone amidst the desolate expanse, revealed its visage. It was an exquisitely perfect face, yet within the pools of vibrant colors lingered only confusion and uncertainty. She could wait no longer. Disregarding military orders and regulations, she mounted her steed and charged directly towards the brash warrior. In her blood-red eyes, only a raw, naked desire for vengeance was visible at this moment. Song Jindong was struck with terror, at a loss as to how to respond, as an endless tide of anxiety and unease surged within him. And an unknown fear rose from the depths of his soul. The brash warrior, upon seeing the stunningly fierce woman approach with eyes ablaze, inwardly chuckled. If this woman is not the sister of that deceased fool, then she must surely be his wife. Truly a tale of deep affection and profound sentiment. Just what I need. A lady to rule my stronghold. If I could possess a beauty surpassing even this celestial maiden, would not even the Emperor of Heaven feel envy? With this thought, the brash warrior laughed heartily, though the mirth quickly froze upon his countenance. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, as if capable of draining life from all it touched. Enveloping him in an instant, the warrior realized he had nowhere to flee. With no time to ponder, he could only charge forward. With a roar akin to that of an ancient lion, he let out a bellow that shook the earth and rippled the air for a mile around. A massive steel hammer was raised high, then brought down with a tremendous force, gathering winds that whirled rapidly. Like a dragon coiling in the sky, the tempest of dust and sand was stirred up, intertwining and merging into a singular force, exponentially increasing its might. The enraged earth dragon, bearing incredible strength, surged forth in an instant. Though it was a desperate counterattack, it exuded an indomitable power, revealing the warrior's profound martial prowess. Faced with the earth dragon, which seemed capable of swallowing entire armies, Li Mingwan made no movement, as if awaiting her own engulfment by the beast, her deep red pupils concealing boundless murderous intent. The world descended into a profound silence, impervious to any violent upheaval that might shatter it. Within this endless stillness, the earth dragon lost its ferocity. Even the thunderous roars that once echoed 10 miles away fell silent. As time itself seemed to halt, beginning in void, returning to dust, all forms are ultimately empty. The decree of heaven is inescapable. A melodious sound, akin to silver bells, drifted through the wind, as if confiding or singing. In its beauty was infused an infinite sorrow, shattering the hearts of those who listened. In the realm of the formless, the profound and arcane flows, where true mastery resides. The ethereal whispers of demons chant intricate incantations, while deities resound with solemn hymns, and sprites softly murmur ancient verses. Sorcerers play mournful requiems with a heavy heart. As the decree of culmination unfolds, a crimson radiance cleaves through the mundane ties of existence, dissolving obsessions, and as fate unfolds, who can defy it? At the moment the sword known as the Iron Sword of Jingshui is drawn, the heavens and earth shift in hue. A scarlet brilliance illuminates half the horizon. Day swiftly succumbs to dusk, as the dying sun casts its last glow, and the setting clouds blush with fiery hues. The world is engulfed in a sea of red, akin to the flames of the heavens consuming all, presenting a scene of apocalyptic desolation. In this moment, the brute truly comprehends the essence of terror, not the endless thirst for blood, but a predestined fate, gazing upon the overwhelming crimson light that threatens to engulf him and obliterate his very being. The brute emits a final, despairing cry, yet alas, no ears are there to hear. Silence reigns, and as the crimson tide recedes, he vanishes, leaving behind a glaring pool of vivid red blood, a sight that is both haunting and shocking. At this juncture, Song Jindong's heart plummets into an abyss of ice, a chilling cold enveloping him as tremors course through his body, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow that he yearns to scream. Yet his voice emerges as a mere whisper. Repeatedly, he breathes deeply, until finally, a roar escapes his lips, only to be swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries. The barbarian warriors, long lying in ambush, surge forth, their eyes ablaze with hatred and loathing, their faces grotesquely contorted, akin to bloodthirsty fiends. As they charge towards Li Mingwan, they remain oblivious to the fact that death beckons them. The ancient demon god breaks free from its seal, shrouding the 8 realms in a veil of terror, as the gates of the underworld creak open, heralding the end of all life, where all past shall converge into nothingness. Li Mingwan raises her voice to the heavens in a lament that encapsulates endless helplessness and sorrow. Her soul bearing countless scars, having already shattered a heart once pure and unblemished, why inflict further harm upon her? A mirror can never reflect 2 shadows simultaneously. To allow one to exist, the other must be eradicated. At this moment, Li Mingwan finds herself enveloped by flames of pitch black, the fire coalescing with the wails of countless vengeful spirits and the roars of myriad demons. The dark fire devours her body, as if the abyss were consuming her very soul. She has sunk into the deepest depths of darkness, utterly ensnared. The sword gleams, a flash of icy brilliance, life frozen in a gaze of desolation. A once resplendent past now rendered ancient. The crimson radiance crackles, seizing souls and claiming lives, as the dance of the sword becomes unfettered. Cleaving through the air and earth alike. Li Mingwan brandishes the iron sword with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The red light flickering upon it as the sin of death gradually permeates the air. To slay a man is as effortless as cutting grass, traversing a realm devoid of witnesses. In an instant. The battlefield plunges into the depths of hell, heads tossed aside, limbs scattered, blood spilling forth. A foul stench ascending to the heavens. The sandy ground transforms into an ocean of flowing blood, the once vibrant barbarian warriors now lost to sight. Leaving behind only heaps of mangled flesh, the gentle breeze stirs, tugging at the blood-soaked edges of Li Mingwan's garments, her wavering silhouette resembling a tragic blood-hued orchid in the depths of an abyss. As the night enveloped the world in its inky embrace, a veil of mist hung delicately in the air, casting an ethereal silence over the landscape. Amidst this profound stillness, a figure gradually emerged from the shrouding fog. The obscured view rendered it difficult to discern the contours of the figure's visage, yet those deep, dark violet eyes gleamed as the most enigmatic hues against the backdrop of night. Their subtle glow flickered, elusive and ephemeral, as if conjured from the very essence of the mist. Long, obsidian tresses were gathered atop the head, emanating a spectral radiance, bathed in the silvery luminescence of the moonlight. His strikingly handsome features resembled a masterfully carved jade, exuding a countenance both austere and brimming with vigor, while the depths of his dark violet pupils seemed to harbor unfathomable secrets. Clad in a flowing lavender robe, cinched at the waist with an ornate sash, and adorned with shoes that appeared to tread upon the very clouds, he was draped in a gossamer black cloak that accentuated his extraordinary presence. Suddenly, the figure in purple halted and slowly withdrew a piece of animal hide from within his garments. Upon this hide lay a map, its artistry steeped in antiquity, reminiscent of a creation from a millennium past. The map merely depicted topographical features, mountains, rivers, lakes, and the distribution of great ancient nations. Its details rather vague. The singular distinction on this map was a conspicuous mark located at the center of a region dotted with numerous lakes, suggesting that this was no mere annotation from later generations. Surely, it concealed a profound secret. After gazing at it for a considerable time, the man in purple shook his head with a sigh, his expression clouded with confusion, as if grappling with an elusive thread of understanding. Tucking the hide map into his cloak, he scrutinized his surroundings, evidently a newcomer to this land, with every aspect appearing unfamiliar. He meandered aimlessly, his footsteps nearly inaudible. As he walked, he occasionally surveyed his environment. And after a brief moment, a flicker of a smile crossed his serious countenance. Hidden beneath the dense fog, the beauty of this place had been obscured, but now, with the mist dissipated, a wondrous vista unfolded before his eyes. All around him lay a panorama of shimmering lakes, their crystal-clear waters flowing endlessly. Under the moonlight's tender gaze, the lakes reflected a magnificent image of the moon, a sight truly breathtaking. Observing this spectacle, the man in purple nodded to himself and murmured, "It seems I have not erred in my quest." However, despite the cover of night, such movements would inevitably attract attention. It would be wise to seek a concealed refuge. Thus, he began to search the area, but not long after, he noticed shadows flitting nearby. Swiftly, he crouched down, using the wild grasses to obscure his form. Those shadows revealed themselves to be cloaked figures clad in black, each adorned with masks that lent an air of eeriness. The movements of these figures were meticulous and cautious, their forms agile and swift, as if fearful of being detected. Most curious was the sight of several of these cloaked individuals wielding objects resembling stone tablets, incessantly waving them about, sometimes pressing them against the ground to observe any reactions. Yet it was evident that they discovered nothing of consequence. The wave of unease began to swell within the man in purple, as if the actions of the masked figures stirred a sense of apprehension within him. Inadvertently, his right foot struck a sizable stone, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that amidst the vast wilderness, there was nowhere to hide. Resigned to fate, he chose to remain still and observe the unfolding scene. The multitude of cloaked figures immediately sensed something amiss. directing their gazes in unison toward the hiding place of the man in the purple robe. After a brief exchange of whispers, one among them suddenly unleashed a palm strike into the air, aimed directly at the thicket concealing the purple-robed figure, with no warning whatsoever. A crimson glow surged through the night, shattering the silence with a deadly resonance that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality in an instant. The air within a radius of 3 paces was enveloped by the force of the palm strike, causing flowers, grass, and trees to sway violently, while the waters of the nearby lake rippled in tumultuous waves. The crimson light completely engulfed the thicket, leaving no crevice unilluminated, before erupting violently, sending a shockwave of brilliance outward that painted the surroundings in vibrant hues. Within a span of 1 pace, the grass was obliterated, leaving behind a deep pit several feet in depth, a testament to the overwhelming power of the strike that could shatter stone and rend the earth. Yet, within that pit, there was no trace of the purple-robed man's corpse. It was eerily empty. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and the purple-robed figure was revealed, suspended in midair, his demeanor cold and grim. His robe billowing in the night breeze, reminiscent of an ethereal being from a celestial painting. Aware of the formidable prowess of the cloaked figures, he felt a sense of foreboding, yet his countenance betrayed no fear. Instead, he exuded an indomitable fighting spirit, poised to confront the challenge. With deliberate grace, he raised his right hand towards the heavens, while his left hand formed a series of intricate gestures, resting upon his chest. Murmuring incantations, "Heavenly fire of the 9 skies, become my blade. The holy might of thunder, judge the wicked." A resounding boom reverberated as azure lightning split the sky, piercing the very heavens, and the crack of thunder resonated with solemnity. Faced with the impending cataclysm capable of reducing all to cinders, the purple-robed man did not flinch nor retreat, but instead extended his right hand to meet it. The blinding light of the lightning ruthlessly engulfed him, only to vanish without a trace. Contrary to expectations, after a flash of thunder, the ominous clouds dispersed, restoring tranquility to the world. The cloaked figures were amused by the spectacle before them. Could this be mere theatrics? A display of inadequate skill leading to self-immolation and a heroic demise. Such folly was laughable in their eyes. Yet, the reality was far from their assumptions. The purple-robed man stood unscathed in midair. And astonishingly, a remarkable transformation was occurring upon his right hand. The heavenly fire of the 9 skies and azure divine lightning now lingered there, pulsating with brilliance, crackling ominously, exuding an aura of invincibility. The cloaked figures, taken aback, realized that this was a superior spell summoning the heavenly thunder for his own use, prompting them to regard him with newfound seriousness, preparing themselves for a full-scale confrontation. Without further ado, the purple-robed man charged directly at one of them, his right hand radiating with blinding lightning, causing the surrounding air to crackle with electricity as faint glimmers flickered in the void. The cloaked figures, recognizing the threat, hastily formed a circular barrier with their hands before them, conjuring a crimson energy shield that rose into the air, inscribed with arcane symbols, its brilliance dazzling and far superior to ordinary protective walls. The lightning struck with relentless force against the crimson barrier, igniting the charged air in an explosion as the thunder clashed and intertwined, the azure lightning slicing through a radius of 1 pace. Leaving in its wake charred remnants, the very air around them became searingly hot from the friction of the thunder, as if they were ensconced within a furnace. As the cerulean radiance and thunder converged into the void, a faint smile at the corner of the purple-robed man's lips stiffened. The crimson barrier remained unscathed. The previously formidable strike had not inflicted any damage upon it. The purple-robed man, unwilling to relent so easily, summoned his full strength, channeling his energy until a ball of lightning coalesced in his right hand, its brilliance outshining even the fiercest of thunderbolts. In the wake of such a potent electric surge, the very fabric of this space began to warp into an electric field. The cloaked figures felt themselves besieged by a creeping current, their limbs gradually succumbing to numbness, rendering them immobile, their consciousness ensnared, and their thoughts becoming increasingly laborious. Observing that all the cloaked figures were ensnared within the electric field, stripped of their ability to act, the purple-robed man hurled the ball of lightning towards them. Where it erupted magnificently above their heads, the fury of thunder manifested, birthing celestial flames, obliterating all in its wake, returning all forms to their origins. The lightning surged forth, devouring all matter, a cerulean glow enveloping the wasteland. The convulsing pulses of electricity causing the air to churn violently, echoing with a cacophony that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Every living entity in the wilderness succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the lightning. reverting to nothingness. Grasses turned to ash, lakes ran dry, and the once picturesque landscape withered into desolation. Yet, some lives endured, emerging unscathed from this cataclysm. The crimson dome-shaped barrier glimmered with a dark, foreboding light, steadfastly resisting the destructive force of the lightning. Safeguarding those cloaked figures within, a look of astonishment finally graced the purple-robed man's face as he murmured, "How could this be? My return to Origin Thunder Seal has actually been thwarted." The cloaked figures erupted into laughter, their leader sneering with derision. "With such meager prowess, you dare to embarrass yourself before us. Truly laughable. If you kneel and bow 3 times, we might consider sparing your insignificant life. Otherwise, prepare to meet a most gruesome end." The purple-robed man was no coward. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened, and he retorted quietly, "If you all bow 3 times, I might also contemplate sparing you, choosing not to stoop to your level." The cloaked figures could not endure such humiliation. Their rage flaring, bodies trembling, blood boiling, and hair standing on end. Do you wish to die? Very well, I shall grant you that wish today. Ever since Li Mingwan and Song Zhendong had set forth on their expedition, Xuantian had felt an unsettling turmoil within, an inescapable premonition of impending calamity. That night, anxiety gnawed at him, rendering sleep impossible, contemplating the army engaged in battle at the borders while the imperial city lay vulnerable. He feared that villains might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, inflicting significant damage. Thus, Xuantian exited the palace to survey the situation within the city. After an hour of ensuring there were no suspicious occurrences, he remained unconvinced and resolved to venture outside the city for further investigation, hoping to calm his troubled mind. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps beyond the city gates when a deafening explosion echoed from the northwest, followed by a skyward eruption of cerulean brilliance accompanied by countless thunderbolts. Xuantian's heart quaked, aware that a calamity had surely transpired, and he raced towards the scene with utmost urgency. 6 blood-red chains erupted from the hands of the cloaked figures, swiftly ensnaring the neck, limbs, and waist of the purple-robed man. Immediately, they exerted their strength, tightening the chains as if intent on crushing him to pulp. The blood-red chain is a mystical artifact known as the bloodthirsty chain, which allows the blood of the bound to continuously seep out, drawn into the chain, and transformed into spiritual energy for the wielder's use. At this moment, the man in the purple robe felt an overwhelming weakness, his blood flowing backward, and his true energy leaking away, on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, his expression remained resolute, his dark purple eyes coldly fixated on the men in black, as if seeking to see through them. The black-clad individuals felt a chill creep down their spines under his piercing gaze. One of them, enraged, exclaimed, "Even when facing death, you still hold such defiance. It is truly infuriating. Brothers, channel more spiritual energy and hasten his passage to the afterlife." The others nodded in tacit agreement, their hands pouring spiritual energy into the chains. As the purple-robed man neared his demise, suddenly, a flash of azure light erupted, a sword's brilliance cutting through the air like falling stars. The blood-red chains were instantly severed, splitting into 2 parts, and the sword's aura stirred a fierce wind that sent the black-clad men tumbling several feet away. A voice resounded, clear and resonant, 6 against 1. "You truly possess audacity in these tumultuous times for the nation. You dare to join in the fray?" The battlefield was engulfed in a tempest of blood and carnage. The setting sun cast a somber glow, illuminating the desolation. Savage warriors continued to surge forth from the depths of the earth, while a girl mechanically wielded her iron sword, unable to cease her relentless assault despite her blurred vision, stiffened movements, and numb spirit. Even as blood flowed like an ocean, and her resentment ran deep as an abyss, there seemed to be no end in sight. Song Zhendong summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Sound the retreat. Signal the troops. The louder the better." The sound of the retreat echoed thunderously, reverberating through the clouds, sharp and jarring. Yet, this deafening call had no effect on the girl. She had lost all awareness, forgotten her emotions, functioning merely as a machine repeating its task. In that moment, Song Zhendong realized that Li Mingwan had lost her sanity, no longer the kind and cheerful girl he once knew. His heart, filled with pain and anxiety, could not bear to watch Li Mingwan thrash about in the sea of sin. He found himself with no other choice. He mounted his steed and charged into the fray. In an instant, he was at Li Mingwan's side. Just as she was about to swing her sword for another slaughter, he raised the longing sword to block her strike, channeling his full strength into the defense. Committing himself entirely, the bloodlust fell like an empty void, Golden light clashed against the heavens, dragons and serpents vied for supremacy, and spirits contended fiercely. In that moment, a dazzling brilliance exploded forth, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the dust. A powerful gale howled and surged, and the savage soldiers could hardly withstand such a torrent, being forced back several paces. In the clash, the victor and vanquished became immediately apparent. The crimson tide surged violently, its overwhelming force nearly suffocating Song Jindong, even threatening to stifle his very soul. The black gown, soaked in blood, took on a dark crimson hue, the stench growing more pungent, inducing nausea. It seemed as though he could hear the wails of countless wronged spirits and the calls of the demon kings from the depths of hell. Li Mengwan's face bore no trace of color, resembling a lifeless specter untouched by vitality. Her once vibrant eyes, often brimming with joy and excitement, now lacked luster, devoid of the brilliance they once held, leaving only an unfathomable emptiness. In the profound depths of the void, where shadows intertwine with an insatiable thirst for slaughter and a yearning for bloodshed, lies an undeniable thread of fear and confusion concealed beneath the surface. The air erupts, and a torrent of crimson cascades forth. The golden radiance upon Song Jindong's sword dims increasingly, ultimately succumbing to the immense weight pressing down upon him, shattering his defensive stance in an instant. The golden glow extinguishes, and Song Jindong can no longer maintain his position atop his steed, mercilessly struck and sent flying. Upon his feet touching the ground, he exerts his strength in a desperate attempt to halt his backward slide. Yet he is propelled backward for approximately 5 zhong, before finally stabilizing his form. That he cannot help but silently lament the unfathomable depth of Li Mengwan's cultivation, yet he remains unable to fathom how she attained such prowess. After all, in his eyes, even if Li Mengwan surpassed him, the chasm between them should not be so overwhelmingly vast. Song Jindong's sudden appearance salvaged the remaining barbarian soldiers, observing Li Mengwan shift her focus from their slaughter. The soldiers conferred and ultimately decided to refrain from a desperate fight, opting instead to retreat to a safe distance and observe the unfolding situation, waiting for a favorable moment to act, thereby avoiding further losses. This reveals that the barbarian soldiers had not lost their reason and still harbored considerable trepidation towards Li Mengwan. Their retreat played directly into Song Jindong's hands. To keep Li Mengwan unaware of his intentions, he charged at her with his sword drawn, secretly channeling the power of the Dragon Roar fist into his sword. A radiant golden brilliance erupted from the Dragon Roar sword, shining like the stars. The ancient colossal dragon, awakening and gazing afar, sang its resounding song that stirred the realms, its legendary might re-emerging after millennia. Brilliant flashes of lightning flickered thrice, the azure radiance obscuring the vision of onlookers. Seizing the moment of chaos, the golden dragon launched its assault. Li Mengwan, momentarily blinded by the lightning, failed to perceive the dragon's onslaught. Summoning the winds and calling forth thunder, the heavenly battle spirit stood unchallenged. The golden dragon unleashed its awe-inspiring might, 1,000 beams of golden light surging into the sky, ensnaring Li Mengwan within their luminous grasp, leaving her with no avenue of escape, seemingly destined to be struck. As the golden radiance erupted in the air, the world trembled, as if reality itself were upended. The barbarian soldiers, affected by the tremors, could not discern the unfolding events, yet when the quaking subsided, the sight before them left them utterly petrified. There stood Li Mengwan, miraculously unscathed, rooted in place, her iron sword sheathed. In that moment, she firmly grasped the head of the golden dragon, crafted from the radiant light, rendering it powerless to break free. The golden dragon, struggling against her grip, found even the slightest movement to be an arduous task. Li Mengwan's true energy surged forth, a crimson halo rising from her hand, ruthlessly constricting and compressing. The brilliance enveloping the golden dragon slowly faded, the radiance that once dazzled now dissipating like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Song Jindong finally comprehended the vastness of the gulf that lay between them, a bitter smile emerging upon his face, reminiscent of self-mockery, laced with a subtle, scarcely perceptible regret. I am utterly feeble, incapable of saving her, or even myself. A voice deep within his soul sighed in despair. Is this how it ends? As he watched Li Mengwan approach him step by step, her countenance remained icy, her gaze as cruel as ever. Song Jindong chose to surrender, ceasing his futile efforts to attack or defend, standing silently in place. When Li Mengwan halted approximately a zhong away from him, She fixed her gaze upon her now adversarial cousin with quiet intensity, as if centuries had elapsed without a reunion. Li Mengwan's gaze harbored a flicker of familiar trepidation amidst its strangeness. Her hands began to tremble incessantly, her body seemingly on the verge of breaking free from some unseen restraint. Yet, at this critical juncture, she compelled herself to close her eyes in that fleeting moment of shutting her eyelids. She experienced an excruciating pain as if her very organs were being torn asunder. Her consciousness sank once more into the long-forgotten void and darkness, her soul ensconced tightly within. An inexplicable voice urged Li Mengwan onward, akin to an irrevocable command, prompting her to slowly draw the iron sword from her waist once more. It resonated like the delicate quiver of a musician's plucked string, like the ripples caused by a dragonfly alighting upon water, like the first glimmer of dawn as the sun ascends. The earth trembled, the void resonated, and a momentary brilliance illuminated the scene. A flash of white light streaked across the azure sky, etching an indelible mark, reminiscent of a fissure separating time and emotion. A bloodstain appeared on Song Jindong's chest, crimson liquid gushing forth from a ghastly, elongated wound, splattering onto the yellow sand, blooming like crimson plums. In that instant, his body slowly crumpled to the ground, yet a barely perceptible, faint smile graced the corners of his lips. A moment, yet it felt as though an entire century had passed. In that instant, she clearly beheld his visage and the profound meaning behind his smile. Li Mengwan comprehended everything, and in an instant, the entire world crumbled before her eyes, scenes of malevolence unfurling deep within her soul, guiding her into the abyss of terror. She witnessed the girl transformed into a demon, relentlessly repeating the same act upon the battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering every soul around her, inflicting pain upon countless bodies, shrouding innumerable worlds in darkness, ultimately sparing even her own cousin, personally ushering him to the gates of the underworld. Such actions, deemed more abhorrent than beasts, deserve to face the most ruthless judgment in the depths of hell. What have I done? Li Mengwan's once ethereal and melodious voice turned hoarse and sharp, resonating with profound sorrow and regret that could be felt by all who listened. That night was not one of sleeplessness, yet it rendered Li Mengwan restless and tormented. The verdant lawn and the children had vanished without a trace, the surroundings transforming into a vast expanse of white snow. What should have been a pristine, luminous environment was tainted by another hue. The once lively and jubilant children now lay silent, their forms sprawled lifelessly, blood saturating the snow, the glaring scarlet continuously oozing and spreading. The truth unfolded before her eyes, yet she remained unable to believe it. She lifted her gaze only to find Xuantian standing at the edge of the snowy expanse. Gazing at her, as their eyes met, Xuantian appeared to express profound regret, gently shaking his head before turning away into the distance. In Xuantian's gaze, Li Mengwan discerned a deep disappointment. She immediately reacted, pursuing him frantically, expending all her strength, her utmost speed, yet the distance between them only widened, until she helplessly watched his figure dissipate into the snow. It remained the chaos of dusk's end and the dawn's beginning. A figure cloaked in black stood in the biting cold wind, appearing so fragile and vulnerable. Regrettably, no one would extend her a helping hand, no matter how tumultuous the storms or perilous the dangers. She could only confront them alone. The future remained an enigma to her, yet her ultimate choice was unwaveringly resolute. Amidst the howling tempest, she stood resolutely, devoid of fear and surrender. She could not falter, nor allow her will to succumb to slumber. The heavy scythe upon her back compelled her to slightly bend, a burden of all the sins she bore. The suffocating weight of oppression was terrifying, akin to a mire leading to hell, dragging one down into despair. While sinking may be simple, escape proved to be as challenging as scaling the heavens. If these sins were wholly her own, not even the heavens would grant forgiveness. Yet, the scales of fate, utterly unbalanced, remained uncorrected by any hand. As she gazed at the gradually fading twilight, a crystalline tear glided down her cheek, not born of hatred, nor of complaint, but solely of regret. She firmly believed that the root cause of all that transpired lay not in deceit or conspiracy, but rather in her inability to restrain her inner demons. Silently shouldering the entire blame, she could not allow anyone around her to suffer the ravages of karma. From the depths of the clouds, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop landing upon her cloak. As translucent as her tears, she lifted her gaze to the heavens, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Although the heavens could not grant her redemption, the mere gift of compassion would suffice to bring her solace. She slowly adjusted the hood of her cloak and began to stride towards the wilderness's end, her figure gradually fading into the chaos. The abrupt appearance of Xuantian startled several cloaked figures, who immediately surveyed him with wary gazes. One of the black-clad men, adopting a stern expression, inquired, "Who are you, and why do you stand against us?" This question was precisely what Xuantian wished to pose. "You bully this man. What is your intention?" Xuantian replied with a serious demeanor. The black-clad men, unable to divulge their motives, found themselves at a loss for words, stammering and speaking evasively. Xuantian responded with a cold laugh, shaking his head. "Your mysterious attire and peculiar actions are indeed hard to trust. If you are willing to spare this brother's life today, I shall refrain from further inquiry. However, should you insist on your obstinacy, I shall be compelled to resort to force." Xuantian exuded a remarkable presence, his extraordinary lineage evident even to the black-clad men, who recognized him as a formidable opponent. Yet, the purple-robed man might have discerned the hints of their plan. Failing to eliminate him could spell disaster. Fearing the authority of their leader, the black-clad men could only brace themselves and solemnly declare, regardless of the circumstances, this man must die. The moment Xuantian comprehended their intentions, he drew his treasured sword from behind and retrieved a binding talisman. He affixed the talisman to the sword's blade, channeling his true energy into it, gathering strength to strike forward. A spark of divine light illuminated all. A clear stream refreshing the surroundings. Celestial melodies echoed as the flowing waters shimmered, dark currents swirling, and the runes flickered within the radiant light. In the blink of an eye, the clear waters formed a circular barrier of 3 zhang, suddenly radiating azure brilliance, with runes floating into the air, dispersing and creating ripples in the void, silently forming a barrier that sealed the space, imprisoning the black-clad figures within, rendering them unable to escape. As the runes emitted ripples, the delicate and crisp sound, akin to the chirping of cicadas, instantly conveyed Xuantian's intentions to the cloaked figures in black. They immediately unleashed their palms in all directions, attempting to shatter the confinement. Crimson flashes surged wildly, and the fierce winds roared with a menacing intensity. Despite the formidable strength of their assault, upon colliding violently with the spatial barrier, it dissipated without inflicting the slightest damage. Although they had witnessed the efficacy of this prison, the black-clad individuals remained undeterred, persistently striking the barrier with fervor. The resounding booms of their attacks echoed like the beating of a multitude of drums, audible even from a mile away. Under the cover of the dazzling red light and the thunderous clamor, Xuantian stealthily approached the man in the purple robe and whispered, "Esteemed brother, while the barrier I have erected appears robust, it cannot endure for long. These individuals in black possess formidable prowess. If we do not escape now, we may miss our chance." The man in the purple robe nodded in agreement, and the two swiftly employed their lightness skills. Soaring into the air and disappearing from the sight of the black-clad figures in an instant, they ran with great urgency for over 10 miles before pausing, glancing back to find no one in pursuit, allowing them to exhale in relief. Observing the calm demeanor of the man in the purple robe, Xuantian couldn't help but commend, "Your profound abilities are truly admirable, esteemed brother. May I inquire your illustrious name?" The purple-robed man smiled warmly and replied, "You flatter me. I am Yi Chen." Xuantian responded, "I am Xuantian. Might I ask where you reside, Brother Yi?" Yi Chen shook his head and said, "I have only just arrived on this island, and unfortunately fell prey to those assailants. Had it not been for your timely rescue, my fate would have been dire. I am deeply grateful and shall repay your kindness in the future. Currently, I have yet to find a place to stay. Could you kindly guide me?" Xuantian chuckled, "Brother Yi, you are too courteous. Allow me to assist you in finding suitable lodging. Please follow me." Yi Chen nodded and trailed behind Xuantian as they entered the city. Xuantian led Yi Chen to an inn named Flowing Years. Yi Chen carefully observed the exterior of the inn and nodded, remarking, "This establishment is indeed quite exquisite. Your discerning eye is commendable." The inn, constructed from sandalwood, featured a simple yet elegant design, exuding a refreshing and refined air. The fragrance of the sandalwood invigorated the senses, dispelling any weariness. After a night of silence, the following day dawned, yet Xuantian had not received any news of the army's return, stirring a sense of unease within him. It was not until the 3rd day that scouts reported on the military situation, stating that the recent expedition had achieved a resounding victory, successfully suppressing the barbarians' aggression. The only downside was that Marshal Song Zhendong had sustained serious injuries. Although he had regained consciousness, he remained exceedingly weak. Xuantian was taken aback by this news and immediately proceeded to the city outskirts to await the army's return. his heart in turmoil. After half an hour, the grand army finally approached the city gates, seemingly unscathed, yet Xuantian sensed a chilling unease lurking beneath the surface. As Li Minglu passed by him, the source of that chill became clear. Her eyes were vacant, as if she were oblivious to her surroundings, her expression resembling that of a soulless, wandering specter. Xuantian felt a tremor coursing through his entire being, expending nearly all of his strength merely to utter a sound. Closely following Li Mingwan was Song Jindong, who lay prostrate upon his steed, gravely wounded and seemingly succumbing to a state of exhaustion due to physical depletion. Xuantian keenly sensed a profound and eerie aura. And at this moment, he recognized the gravity of the situation. What had transpired on the battlefield? How had Song Jindong been so brutally beaten? Li Zixing, elated by the news of the army's triumphant advance, learned from his scouts that the barbarian tribes had fled the island, vanishing without a trace, allowing the borders to once again bask in tranquility. Secretly pleased, Li Zixing firmly believed that the revitalization of the Jing kingdom was imminent. Thus, he hosted a grand celebratory feast, generously rewarding the soldiers. Yet conspicuously absent were Song Jindong and Li Mingl, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere prevailing within the imperial palace. Xuantian's heart weighed heavily with sorrow. He approached the entrance to Song Jindong's chamber, inquiring with the guards about his condition. The guards informed him that Song Jindong awaited his presence and that he could enter to visit. After expressing his gratitude, Xuantian hastened toward Song Jindong's quarters. "Little brother, is that you?" Song Jindong's voice suddenly resonated, albeit faintly, yet distinctly audible. "It is I, elder brother," Xuantian replied, his voice trembling. "You must be puzzled about Mengwan's situation and the cause of my injuries." Song Jindong intoned slowly and gravely. "Can you tell me what transpired? I have an ominous premonition." Anxiety permeated Xuantian's voice. "Indeed, your foreboding is justified, and all unfolded so abruptly that I am still grappling with the enigma of why Mengwan transformed into that state." Song Jindong began to recount the events of the battlefield to Xuantian, his tone calm, as if narrating a fable, yet Xuantian could discern the undercurrents of turmoil woven through his words. Li Mengwan's actions on the battlefield struck like a thunderbolt, causing Xuantian's world to crumble around him. He could scarcely believe that the cheerful, kind-hearted, and pure girl could metamorphose into a fiend from the depths of hell in an instant. Yet, reason contradicted his will, starkly revealing that all Song Jindong had recounted was indeed true. "You must believe in her. She is not that kind of person. She must have been controlled by some external force." Song Jindong urged earnestly. "I understand. I have faith in Mengwan's character, one that even I cannot measure up to," Xuantian responded, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Song Jindong quietly grasped Xuantian's hand, tightening his grip. The warmth emanating from their clasped hands provided a momentary solace to Xuantian's tumultuous heart, both of them acutely aware that the perils they would face in the future far surpassed the realms of imagination. In the Liunian Inn, Yi Chen sat cross-legged upon the couch, his gaze drifting toward the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. The dark violet depths of his pupils sparkled with a faint glimmer at this moment. When the Jing Kingdom's forces returned, he could not resist the allure of the festivities. What captivated him most was neither the commander's imposing presence, nor the size of the army, nor the might of their armaments, but rather the exquisite adornments gracing the wrist of a stunning maiden. The obsidian bracelet, intricately engraved with peculiar runes, possesses a weighty yet antiquated charm, imbued with an exquisite sense of beauty. The occasional flicker of violet light casts an enigmatic veil over it. Yui Chen seems to hold a particular admiration for the name of this bracelet, for it embodies a distinctive quality that encapsulates the inescapable gray fate shared by all. He recites its name repeatedly, as if invoking an ancient incantation passed down through the ages. Chaos Industry Chain. The Great Tang Empire, the foremost nation of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, boasts a rich history and a diverse culture. Thriving in commerce, its vast territory encompasses nearly one-third of the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent. This land is also the birthplace of Taoist immortals, hence the multitude of immortal mountains and Taoist temples scattered throughout. With classic Taoist texts found in nearly every household, the profound teachings of non-action, nature, and the concept of the highest good is like water resonate widely among the populace, revered as the ultimate standard for living. With the immortal mountains come various sects. Countless Taoist schools and lineages reside within these sacred peaks, each intermittently accepting disciples. However, The collective reputation of all these sects pales in comparison to the enduring myth of the Three Clear Gate. A venerable Taoist sect, as one of the 6 major righteous sects in the realm, the name of the Three Clear Gate is known far and wide, though the number of disciples accepted each year is limited. Those trained under its auspices are anything but ordinary. Each disciple emerges as an elite among mortals, possessing extraordinary skills and unflappable composure in the face of adversity. This moment, atop Qingmiao Peak on Sanqing Mountain. A youth clad in a crimson bagua robe, with a dignified countenance and an air of righteousness, stands in the center of the plaza, gazing at the rising sun that illuminates the mountains and rivers of the 9 continents. The young man lets out a soft sigh, as if expressing his discontent, and murmurs to himself, "I wonder how Xuantian and my junior sister are faring. Life without them is dreadfully dull." With that, he joins his hands in prayer, silently wishing, "May the heavens bless Xuantian and Qingling, granting them their heart's desires, transforming misfortune into fortune, and ensuring their safe return." This young man is none other than Juyen. The imperial palace of the Great Tang is lauded as the finest in the world, with all its structures adorned with the highest quality pure gold, white jade, and emeralds, creating an impressive spectacle. The grand avenue before the Golden Wan Hall is paved with Kunlun jade, and under the sun's rays, a golden halo envelopes its surface, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. At intervals of 50 paces along the central avenue, marble lions stand guard, their formidable presence surpassing that of real lions. Flanking these stone guardians are 2 small bronze tripods, from which wisps of aromatic smoke rise, invigorating all who inhale its essence. Even after a sleepless night, the scent of this smoke can instantly awaken the mind. The exterior of the Golden Wan Hall resembles that of other palaces. However, its distinctive dragon and phoenix motif entwined at the apex sets it apart. The intricate decorations shimmer with vibrant colors, a breathtaking sight to behold at first glance. One might mistake it for exquisite glass, yet upon closer inspection, the brilliance of its hue surpasses that of mere glass. Appearing as if crafted from celestial stones, that evokes a sense of awe at the immense wealth of the Tang royal family. This moment, the morning court session was underway within the resplendent Golden Wan Hall. Dressed in a magnificent golden dragon robe, and seated solemnly upon the dragon throne, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Ming Zheng, spoke with a grave demeanor. "Our most powerful official, Chancellor Shuai, has met a tragic fate, having been brutally torn apart by 5 horses in the land of Jingwa. I beseech you, esteemed ministers, what insights do you have regarding this matter?" The young man who dared to voice his counsel was none other than Ming Wei, the sole disciple of Chancellor Shuai, and hailed as the greatest warrior of the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing his son speak, Ming Zheng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, yet he quickly adopted a stern expression and admonished, "You are still young, full of vigor and passion, lacking understanding of the intricacies involved. Once 2 nations engage in battle, it is difficult to cease hostilities without a clear victor. Ultimately, such confrontations often lead to mutual destruction and a depletion of national strength, bringing only harm to the state and suffering to the common folk. Even so, do you still wish to cling to your opinions?" Ming Wei replied resolutely, "Father, one must understand that a person of virtue can be taken advantage of. Just as a good horse can be ridden, if one does not offend me, then I shall not offend others. Now, Jingwa has cruelly slain our chancellor without just cause. If we turn a blind eye and disregard this, the world shall mock our Tang dynasty as a nation of empty bravado." Upon hearing this, Ming Zheng suddenly burst into hearty laughter within the Golden Wan Hall, leaving the courtiers exchanging glances, puzzled by the meaning behind his mirth. "Excellent, truly excellent. You are indeed my son. Ming Wei, pray tell, if we were to dispatch 200,000 elite troops to attack Jingwa, would we have a chance of success?" Ming Wei nodded in affirmation, responding, "With 200,000 elite troops, we would easily vanquish the disorganized masses of Jingwa." Ming Zheng declared, "Henceforth, I appoint you as Marshal Xuantian, commanding an army of 200,000 to march against Jingwa. This campaign must yield victory. Failure is not an option. You shall draft a military decree, for should you return in defeat, I shall strip you of your title as Crown Prince." Ming Wei, filled with joy and gratitude at his father's endorsement and the bestowed military authority, proclaimed, "I thank you, Father, for your trust and recognition. I shall devote myself fully to this battle and return triumphantly at the earliest opportunity." Thus, Ming Wei began to mobilize troops, prepare provisions, and arrange warships, he scheduled the embarkation of the 200,000 elite forces on the 7th day at the hour of the dragon. Setting sail for Moonshadow Island, the impending offensive against Jinghua became the most fervent topic of discussion among the populace. The news spread rapidly, and within 3 days, it reached the shores of Moonshadow Island. The people of Jinghua were thrown into a state of turmoil, their hearts gripped by an impending sense of disaster. The tidings of the Tang dynasty's military campaign soon infiltrated the royal palace, where Li Zixing, upon receiving the intelligence, displayed no sign of surprise, merely smiling faintly as he remarked, "I had anticipated that the Tang dynasty would not cease their endeavors and would seek vengeance for Shuai. This is fortuitous. They shall witness the might of Jinghua. The mission left unfulfilled by my late uncle a decade ago shall now be continued by me, and I vow to succeed, regardless of the cost." On the following morning, within the court, Li Zixing publicly resolved to confront the enemy head-on and articulated his views on the current situation with fervent eloquence. His impassioned speech ignited the spirits of the assembled officials and warriors, who united in exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise, and we pledge to assist you in a valiant struggle against the Tang dynasty." Li Zixing's countenance radiated delight as he replied, "Your unwavering loyalty and commitment to the nation bring me great solace. There exists a matter of great importance for which I beseech your counsel. The esteemed commander, Song Zhendong, has sustained grave injuries on the battlefield and has yet to fully recuperate, rendering him unable to resume his command. I implore you, my loyal ministers, to recommend a worthy successor for the position of commander-in-chief." The military officer stepped forward from the second row, advancing a few paces before proclaiming with clarity, "Your Majesty, I humbly advise that I am aware of an individual who is more than capable of assuming this esteemed role. This person had previously studied the military strategies of the Tang dynasty alongside our late patriarch, thus possessing an intricate understanding of the tactics employed by the imperial army. In my opinion, the position of commander-in-chief rightfully belongs to him." The officer eagerly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is this individual." Li Zixing inclined his head and remarked, "I shall personally extend an invitation to the venerable elder on the morrow." On the following day, Li Zixing dispatched a covert agent to ascertain the particulars of the imperial army's situation. Upon the agent's return, he appeared considerably flustered. When Li Zixing inquired about the intelligence gathered, the agent's face betrayed concern, and his voice was tinged with hoarseness. "The Tang army is gathering immense strength, comprising over 200,000 soldiers and numerous valiant generals, led by none other than the renowned first warrior of the Tang dynasty, Crown Prince Mingwei. Countless warships have assembled along the coast, creating an unprecedented display of might. Their advance is formidable, seemingly fueled by an unwavering determination to triumph. Your Majesty must exercise utmost caution." Contrary to alarm, Li Zixing felt elated upon hearing this, chuckling, "I fear they may not give their all. If our nation prevails in this conflict, the prospect of dominating the eastern Xinzhou shall be within our grasp." With a comprehensive understanding of the enemy, Li Zixing immediately set forth to Lingshui Peak, where he discovered the residence of Lin Xiuxing in a picturesque setting. A small bridge spanned a flowing stream, surrounded by lush vegetation and blooming flowers, with a tranquil bamboo dwelling nearby. Observing an elderly man with white hair fishing by the brook, Li Zixing hurried over, bowing deeply in respect, and stated, "I, the younger Li Zixing, pay my respects to you, esteemed Lin." Lin Xiuxing did not cease his activity but responded slowly, "You are the current sovereign. There is no need for such formalities. As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. Your Majesty's visit must surely pertain to a matter of great significance." Li Zixing, taken aback, then praised, "Indeed, you are a man of great insight. I shall not engage in riddles. I have come because the Tang dynasty is launching a full-scale invasion, and the situation is dire. Our forces are well equipped, yet we find ourselves lacking a commander-in-chief. It is said that you are well versed in the military strategies of the Tang dynasty, and I humbly request your leadership to rally our troops against the impending threat, averting the calamity of national destruction. Should you desire, I would willingly abdicate the throne to you." Lin Xiuxing laughed heartily and replied, "The young lad is quite eloquent, but how do you know I am the unequivocal choice for this command? If I were to lead the troops and suffer defeat, what then would you say?" Li Zixing responded earnestly, "With your wisdom, not only could you repel the Tang dynasty, but even the coalition of the 4 great nations would stand no chance against you. If the army under your command were to falter, it would be but a sign that heaven has decreed the end of our nation, unavoidable. You flatter me excessively. Should I decline to assist you, would it not paint me as a feeble-minded individual? Moreover, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. and this matter pertains to the very survival of our realm. I cannot turn a blind eye. I shall accompany you down the mountain and lead the forces against the Tang dynasty. As for the throne, let it be. I am well aware that I am not suited to be an emperor, especially at my advanced age, where my heart may be willing but my strength is waning. Lin Xiaoxing stroked his beard lightly and chuckled. The azure waves rippled gently, white crests surged quietly, and the horizon merged seamlessly with the sea, creating a serene and vivid blue expanse. Amidst the vast ocean, nearly 1,000 colossal wooden warships sailed steadily, their formation orderly and methodical, indicative of a well-trained regular army. At the forefront of this fleet stood a young man clad in golden dragon-patterned armor, poised at the bow, gazing skyward with a dignified demeanor and an air of arrogance. That moment, a scout approached the youth's side, and before the scout could utter a word, the young man interjected. "How far are we from Moonshadow Island?" The scout promptly responded, "According to my calculations, we shall reach Moonshadow Island in no more than 10 hours. The young man nodded, his eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. Within the training grounds of the Jinghua Imperial City, Li Zixing began mobilizing his troops. This time, he held nothing back, dispatching all available forces while leaving only 10,000 to guard the Imperial City. He appointed martial arts experts such as Yin Feng, Zhang Ping, and Li Jieli as commanders to lead the charge and showcase their skills, with Li Mengwan unsurprisingly taking the lead among the generals once again. After the troop count was completed, the entire army, led by Commander Lin Xiaoxing, set forth to garrison at Snowfall City. In truth, Moonshadow Island was not merely home to a single city, the northern Snowfall City. The northwestern Frost City and the southern Source Flow City also belonged to Jinghua. Xuantian initially landed on the eastern shore of Moonshadow Island, thereby entering the Imperial City directly. However, the repeated reconnaissance conducted by scouts indicated that the Tang army intended to land on the northern part of Moonshadow Island. A piece of news that was like a stroke of fortune for Li Zixing. Consider the implications. If the enemy were to launch a direct assault on the Imperial City, Jinghua would find itself in peril. After Lin Xiaoxing's 200,000 troops settled in Snowfall City, to preempt any sudden shifts in enemy movements, he dispatched 30,000 soldiers to guard the eastern, western, and southern flanks an hour prior. On the road to Snowfall City, Lin Xiaoxing's gaze had scarcely strayed from Li Mengwan, the young girl exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity, which left him astounded. He even detected her efforts to suppress her formidable presence. While Lin Xiaoxing had previously accompanied Song Taimin, he found it impossible to sense the same formidable energy from him as he did from the girl beside him, prompting a silent admiration for Li Mengwan's inscrutable prowess. 2 hours later, as Lin Xiaoxing had anticipated, a soldier patrolling the city walls peered into the distance and spotted the ships of the Tang army approaching the shore. The fleet was vast and imposing, its scale notably rare. Although the number of vessels was countless, their formation remained remarkably precise. The ranks were stern, orderly, and aligned in straight lines, with no vessel out of place. The distance between each pair of ships was uniform, with almost no discrepancies. After the patrolling soldier reported the situation to Lin Xiaoxing, he was taken aback. Feeling a newfound respect for the Tang prince, he commanded the entire army to remain still, observing the unfolding events, and dispatched scouts to continue monitoring the Tang army's movements. An entire day passed. The warships of the Tang army exhibited no signs of activity, resembling empty vessels, and the scouts gradually lost interest, no longer fixating on them. As night descended, the sky was shrouded in dense black mist, obscuring the moon's brilliance, casting the earth into a dull gloom where, without a light, one could scarcely discern anything. This darkened night, however, proved fortuitous for the Tang army, as the soldiers hastily set up long ladders to disembark from their ships onto the shore. Once the entire army had successfully landed, Mingwei promptly began to command the troops in setting up camp. Under his leadership, the soldiers were assigned specific roles and moved with remarkable swiftness, establishing their encampment in an orderly fashion. The following dawn, when the patrolling soldiers could finally discern the scene along the shore with clarity, they were utterly astounded by what lay before them. Overnight, the Tang army had completed the monumental task of erecting tens of thousands of tents along the coast, each uniquely constructed for different purposes to facilitate easy identification. The positioning of each type of tent was meticulously arranged, resulting in a seemingly chaotic multitude that instead exuded an air of cleanliness, order, and precision. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xiaoxing hastened to the city wall, peering intently towards the shore. After a prolonged observation, he sighed deeply, recognizing that this prince was indeed a dragon among men, Such a grand endeavor could be accomplished in a single night with such impeccable order, something even he might not achieve. It appeared they were faced with a formidable adversary, and victory would not come easily at the hour of Chun, a general from the Tang army, leading a contingent of 30,000 soldiers, arrived at the city gates, loudly challenging the defenders. Imd Xiong, known as Pajun, serving as the vanguard of the enemy. If you can hear my words, come forth from the city for battle. Otherwise, we shall forcefully seize the city, and the casualties among the populace will be unavoidable. That I implore you to consider this carefully. The patrolling soldiers atop the city walls, upon noticing the Tang army's challenge, hurried to report to Lin Xiuxing in the military camp. At that moment, Lin Xiuxing was already clad in armor, prepared for action. Upon learning of the Tang vanguard's challenge at the city gates, he promptly selected 10 commanders and assembled 30,000 troops. Arranging them in perfect order, with the resounding beat of war drums echoing, Lin Xiuxing led his forces out of the city, confronting the awaiting Tang army. Lin Xiuxing halted his steed, scrutinizing the adversary before him. There stood the formidable Di Xiang, a man of striking stature, with powerful build, fierce brows, and piercing eyes. Clad in gleaming steel armor and wielding a halberd, he exuded an air of authority. Behind Di Xiang were 4 other valiant officers. Radiating an intimidating aura, Lin Xiuxing, impressed by the vanguard's imposing presence, acknowledged that if such a figure led the charge, Ming Wei must possess extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, Di Xiang spoke, his voice deep yet resonant, carrying an unmistakable force. Who are you that dares to confront us? State your name. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiuxing replied with clarity, I am Lin Xiuxing, serving as the marshal of our army. Are you General Di Xiang, the vanguard of the Tang forces? Indeed, Di Xiang affirmed that I did not anticipate that the marshal of the Jing army would personally come forth to battle. That I greatly admire your courage. Lin Xiuxing chuckled lightly, responding, your praise is unwarranted. I find your gallantry commendable. You are indeed a rare talent among generals. Nodding, Lin Xiuxing declared, very well, I shall not hold back. Where is Zheng Ping? At the call of the marshal, Zheng Ping hurried forward, exclaiming, I am here. Lin Xiuxing, with a serious demeanor, instructed, heed my command and prepare to face the enemy. Simultaneously, Di Xiang dispatched a young officer named Wang Zhun, who approached the front lines with a gleaming silver spear. This Zheng Ping was, in fact, the very warrior who had faced the initial challenge set by Li Mingwan when Xuantian first arrived at Moonshadow Island. At this moment, he donned a suit of silver-feathered armor, wielding a dagger of purple gold, exuding an air of gallantry that was nothing short of imposing. After 2 generals exchanged their names before the battlefield, they faced each other for a brief moment before immediately plunging into a fierce battle. Wang Zhun let out a thunderous roar, his bright silver spear reflecting the rays of the rising sun, casting a dazzling silver brilliance. Seizing the fleeting moment of radiance, he flicked his spear before Zheng Ping, the blinding silver light ruthlessly piercing into Zheng Ping's eyes. Zheng Ping cried out in agony, covering his eyes with his left hand, his body convulsing, nearly toppling from his horse, the pain evident upon his visage. Witnessing the success of his stratagem, Wang Zhun felt a surge of delight within, secretly thinking, all's fair in war. Do not blame me for employing cunning. That he promptly channeled all his strength into his arms, rapidly wielding the bright silver spear, launching a barrage of thrusts aimed at Zheng Ping's vital areas, his heart, ribs, and abdomen. With merciless and vicious precision, the spear danced like the wind, silver flashes cascading like rain. Relentless and unyielding, as Zheng Ping appeared destined to be pierced like a sieve. Yet, in an instant, a turn of events transpired. Zheng Ping suddenly let out a furious roar that echoed across the plains. His left hand, which had been shielding his eyes, swiftly shot forward, accurately locating the bright silver spear amidst the rain of silver. With remarkable dexterity, he seized the quivering spear with his bare hands. Wang Zhun was struck with terror, exerting all his might to wrench the spear from Zheng Ping's grasp, desperate to regain control. However, he found the spear gripped as if ensconced within diamond, resisting all his frantic struggles. Tightening further in Zheng Ping's hold, Wang Zhun felt an overwhelming dread, as if in the next moment, the bright silver spear would be shattered in Zheng Ping's grasp, a wave of unknown fear flooding his heart. And in that instant, he seemed to glimpse death beckoning to him. Moments stretched, time itself appearing to stagnate. Zheng Ping and Wang Zhun silently stared at one another, not a sound uttered. Their gazes, though seemingly indistinguishable, were discernible to the keen observer, for one pair of eyes sparkled with determination, while the other concealed a hint of trepidation that a fleeting moment can determine everything. Yet humans often overlook the significance of an instant, thus missing countless opportunities. Hope is forged by oneself, and fate is chosen by oneself. If one fails to grasp it well, cherishing it becomes akin to digging one's own grave. Wang Jun was undoubtedly one who failed to seize his destiny. Not only did he lose focus, searching for a way out of crisis, but in such moments, he succumbed to anxiety and unease. His actions undeniably flung open the gates to the netherworld that a moment's distraction and hesitation granted Zheng Ping the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. His right hand, wielding the purple gold dagger, slashed upward with a diagonal stroke, a glimmer of chilling purple gold freezing the air. The sharp edge of the purple gold cut through the frigid wind, sending tremors through the vacuum, reminiscent of the depths of winter. Wang Jun suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold that seemed to congeal his very blood. An instant later, a deep gash appeared across his ribcage, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering Zheng Ping's armor in a hue of red. Wang Jun then fell from his horse, convulsing on the ground a few times before succumbing to death beneath his lifeless body. A pool of blood quickly formed, rendering the scene exceptionally grim. Zheng Ping cast a regretful glance at the lifeless body of Wang Jun on the ground, letting out a soft sigh. The battlefield is no child's play. Sparing one's opponent a chance at survival is tantamount to pushing oneself toward destruction. I find myself with no room for choice. Just as Zheng Ping was about to offer words of praise, to his astonishment, Di Xiang immediately sprang into action. His Fang Tianhua Ji, akin to a golden serpent emerging from its lair, struck with remarkable swiftness and ferocity, aiming directly at Zheng Ping's heart with a precision that left no margin for error. Well versed in the military treatises of the Tang dynasty, Di Xiang was fully aware of the strategic advantage of striking first, as the saying goes. The early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer faces calamity. This adage, revered as the supreme principle during duels, undoubtedly holds its wisdom. Zheng Ping, caught off guard, instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet he could not shake off the lingering dread, pondering the ruthlessness of Di Xiang. With the advantage firmly in his grasp, Di Xiang did not relent, pressing the attack with relentless vigor. His Fang Tianhua Ji moved with an almost sentient grace, akin to a giant serpent in a wild dance. Embodying the chaos of 1,000 dragons surging forth from the sea, the shadows of the halberd intertwined in a dazzling display, each maneuver aimed with deadly intent, each step laden with the threat of death. As if he would not cease until Zheng Ping lay vanquished. In this precarious situation, Zheng Ping found himself on the defensive, his form riddled with vulnerabilities. Although his extraordinary agility allowed him to evade Di Xiang's unyielding onslaught, the effort was strenuous, and it seemed only a matter of time before defeat would befall him. Realizing the gravity of his perilous predicament, Zheng Ping admonished himself to remain focused, for to let his guard down would be akin to severing his own path to survival. At that critical juncture, the resounding call of the war horn echoed across the battlefield, piercing through the air and reaching every ear with clarity. Di Xiang's concentration wavered at the sudden sound, causing a ripple of hesitation to pass through him. He attempted to steady his mind and intensify his assault, yet he was oblivious to the fact that the speed of his halberd had diminished significantly. In that moment, Di Xiang comprehended he had been outmaneuvered, which stirred a deep discontent within him. Though tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, he ultimately restrained himself and spoke in a low, measured tone. Are all the leaders of the Jing army merely cowards who flee at the first sign of battle? I hope you will send forth someone truly capable to face me, rather than mere nameless minions. Upon returning to the command camp, Di Xiang recounted the events of the day to Ming Wei in great detail. Ming Wei nodded in approval, stating, "Well done. I believe that Lin Xiuxing, the commander of the Jing army, has suddenly declared defeat and retreated, indicating that his intention was to test the martial prowess of our commanders and to utilize what he has observed today to devise his next strategy. We must not afford him the time to adjust his tactics. For now, you should rest. I will call you to arms at the appointed hour." When the appointed hour arrived and Di Xiang once again led his troops to the gates of Luoxua City, he noticed a notable change atop the city walls. There, prominently displayed above the gate, hung a sign inscribed with the bold words "Cease hostilities." The number of guards and patrols on the city walls had more than doubled since their last encounter, and they now stood in a state of heightened vigilance. Understanding the military situation, Ming Wei furrowed his brow slightly and spoke gravely. "If I'm not mistaken, that old fox Lin Xiuxing is likely concocting a scheme to decisively crush our forces. We cannot allow his plans to come to fruition. Moreover, our provisions are limited, making protracted conflict inadvisable. The only viable strategy now is to provoke him. Di Xiang's face revealed a look of admiration as he nodded and remarked, "The crown prince is indeed wise that if tomorrow we can incite the fury of the Jing army, compelling them to mobilize in full force, then I, Di Xiang, shall certainly live up to expectations and annihilate the enemy in one decisive strike." Ming Wei smiled gently and reminded him, "I hold your prowess in high regard. However, it is essential to acknowledge that the Jing nation is not devoid of skilled warriors. To challenge them single-handedly would be rather ambitious. I shall personally lead our troops to lie in ambush 1 mile outside the gates of Lushui City. Once the Jing army emerges, we can strike them down together." Di Xiang understood and withdrew from the general's camp to prepare for the following day. Within the commander's tent, Ming Wei fell into a state of perplexed contemplation. What exactly was Lin Xiaosheng plotting? What was he waiting for? At the core of it all, what did he truly wish to witness? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Ming Wei's mind, and he comprehended Lin Xiaosheng's intentions. Provisions are the lifeblood of an expeditionary force. Without the means to sustain themselves, failure is all but guaranteed. The supplies carried for this campaign would only suffice for a month, and if this attrition continues, we would inevitably face dire straits. We can no longer remain passive. Otherwise, we risk falling into the enemy's trap. It seems the time has come for our Tang army to display its might. With determination now set, Ming Wei summoned the generals to his tent for deliberation. The enemy currently displays a banner of truce, refusing to engage in battle, and it appears their sole objective is to deplete our supplies. Provisions are the foundation of our march. Once they run dry, we will be compelled to retreat. Therefore, to extricate ourselves from this predicament, our only recourse is to force an assault on the city, compelling them to confront us in battle. What do you all think, esteemed generals? Ming Wei shared his thoughts with the assembly, initially expecting considerable dissent. Yet to his surprise, every general unanimously concurred, asserting that a vigorous offensive was indeed the best course of action. Should we fail to draw them out, we shall penetrate the city and deliver a decisive blow from the front. Di Xiang spoke with unwavering confidence. What General Di has stated is entirely correct. Since there is no opposition, let it be known that at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow, General Di shall lead 50,000 elite troops to assault Lushui City. I wish General Di a triumphant banner and swift success." Ming Wei then issued the command to Di Xiang. Upon receiving the order, Di Xiang vowed to the crown prince, "In 3 days, I shall undoubtedly capture Lushui City. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, I shall willingly submit to military law." Di Xiang declared earnestly. At that moment, a handsome young general seated beside Di Xiang scoffed with a smile. 3 days? You truly are generous with your own timeline. If entrusted with the command, I could dispatch that rabble of the Jing army in no more than 2 days. Chao Hong Yang, do not mock others from the sidelines. You shall have ample opportunity in the future. There is no need for your great knife merely to assault Lushui City. Laughter erupted among the generals at these words. At this moment, a thought flashed through Ming Wei's mind, and he advised Di Xiang, on the first day of the siege, the enemy will undoubtedly resist fiercely. We need not exert ourselves to the fullest. We should merely aim to weaken their forces and withdraw once we achieve some success. By doing so, we can conserve our strength and strike with renewed vigor on the second day to capture the city. Di Xiang nodded. This subordinate shall faithfully adhere to the crown prince's instructions. The following day at the hour of the hare, Di Xiang led an army of 50,000 once more to the outskirts of Snowfall City. There, he observed that the truce banner remained prominently displayed above the city gate, while hundreds of Jinghua soldiers stood resolutely atop the walls, braced for the impending onslaught. Having resolved to launch a fierce assault, there was no need for further courtesy. A solemn expression etched itself upon Di Xiang's visage. At that moment, Di Xiang abruptly raised his right arm high and bellowed, "Archers, prepare." The 30,000 infantry stationed at the front then crouched down, revealing the concealed 20,000 archers positioned behind them. Under Di Xiang's command, they each raised their longbows with their left arms while their right hands delved into their quivers to retrieve a white-feathered arrow, drawn at the instant of Di Xiang's command. The archers synchronously knocked their white-feathered arrows onto their longbows, their movements precise and harmonious, demonstrating remarkable discipline. The archers exerted their strength, drawing the longbows to their full extent, adjusting the arrowheads to ensure that the arrows would accurately strike the walls of the city and pierce the bodies of the defending soldiers. With the release of the bowstrings, 200,000 white-feathered arrows soared skyward, tracing countless resplendent arcs in the air. The trajectories of the 200,000 arrows ascended and descended with such uniformity that they appeared indistinguishable to the naked eye. The black shafts complemented the white fletchings, creating a simple yet aesthetically pleasing sight. The multitude of arrows, a stunning blend of black and white, descended upon the city walls with the swiftness of an unexpected deluge. Overwhelming in its intensity, in an instant, from preparation to release, mere moments passed. The strict discipline of the Great Tang Army ensured that all soldiers had undergone rigorous training akin to hell itself. The seamless transition from raising the bows to releasing the arrows left no room for hesitation. The defenders of Jinghua had scant time to react, lacking even the opportunity to call for reinforcements before the powerful arrows pierced through their bodies, leaving them lifeless on the ground. The rain of arrows transformed the walls of Snowfall City into a hellish battleground, with defenders falling one after another, nearly none escaping at times, for these new recruits. The palpable threat of national ruin can paradoxically serve to elevate morale, illuminating the imperative of their actions on the battlefield. There exists no invincible general. Failure can often ring the alarm bell, inspiring the troops in an alternative manner and uniting their resolve. Contemplating this, Lin Xiuxing slightly nodded and issued commands to the soldiers behind him. General Zhang Chongqing was entrusted with leading 5,000 stone throwers, 5,000 archers, and 5,000 swordsmen to take turns engaging the enemy from atop the city walls, ensuring that no breaches were made, thus preventing the adversaries from infiltrating the city. Generals Yin Feng and Zheng Ping were to station 1,000 infantry near the city gates, reinforcing the entrance with wooden stakes and, if necessary, supporting it with their own strength, resolutely refusing to allow the gates to be breached by the enemy. Should the enemy succeed in entering the city, the citizens of Luoxue City would face dire calamities. He urged the soldiers to face the formidable foe without trepidation, to exert their utmost efforts, and to defend Luoxue City with unwavering resolve, demonstrating the valor of the Jinghua army to the forces of the Tang dynasty. The commanders acknowledged their orders and assumed their respective roles. Meanwhile, Di Xiang, observing the considerable success of the first volley of arrows, commanded the infantry to initiate a series of charges. Over 1,000 soldiers hastily advanced towards the city walls, carrying ladders, and swiftly positioned them against the fortifications, beginning their ascent. Another group of infantry pushed siege engines towards the city gates, the wooden battering ram adorned with a sharp, iron-tipped cone, appearing exceedingly formidable. Dozens of infantrymen exerted their strength to propel the siege engine, delivering a powerful impact against the thick, ironclad wooden gates, causing them to buckle under the force. It seemed that only a few more strikes would suffice to shatter the entrance. However, the defenders of Jinghua responded with impressive alacrity. Just as the infantry on the ladders had ascended halfway, a new wave of defenders had already taken their positions. Boulders and arrows rained down instantaneously, striking the soldiers climbing the ladders, resulting in their anguished cries as they plummeted. Worse still, some massive stones were hurled to sever the ladders, causing them to collapse and temporarily thwart the Tang forces' advance. Despite a number of Tang infantry managing to reach the city walls, they ultimately fell victim to the ensuing melee at the gates. Yin Feng and Zheng Ping, alongside several extraordinarily strong soldiers, completed the fortification of the entrance with 3 stout wooden stakes. Subsequently, Yin and Zheng braced their arms against the gates, channeling their inner strength to withstand the onslaught of the siege engine. This tactic proved effective, although the initial impact of the siege engine displayed considerable might. Subsequent strikes yielded minimal results, merely causing the gates to shudder without significant damage. The infantry operating the siege engine were now nearly exhausted. Their ambitions to breach the gates temporarily thwarted. In the aftermath of this initial round of offense and defense, the defenders of Jinghua had suffered considerable losses, with approximately 700 soldiers slain by the assaulting Tang infantry. However, the attacking forces, aside from the 100-strong team tasked with breaching the gates, had been entirely decimated. In total, the Tang army faced greater losses, underscoring the extraordinary valor exhibited by the Jinghua soldiers in their steadfast commitment to protecting the citizens within the city. Di Xiang, at this moment, commanded the attacking infantry to retreat temporarily, while the archers launched a second wave of assault. Confronted with a deluge of arrows from 20,000 archers, the defending forces remained unable to withstand the barrage, resulting in several hundred more casualties in a matter of moments. With each rain of arrows that descends, the defenders of the city suffer grievous casualties. Yet, a steady stream of reinforcements continues to arrive atop the walls to engage in the fray, each time the infantry of the Tang dynasty assaults the ramparts. They are met with fierce resistance, finding themselves unable to breach the city or retreat unscathed, forced instead to perish alongside their foes in bitter vengeance. Jiang Changsheng, a paragon of valor, consistently manages to retreat amidst the arrow storms, only to reappear at opportune moments to wreak havoc upon the enemy, ensuring that no fish slips through the net into the city. Though the city gates are now deeply concaved, they remain unbreached. Yin Feng and Zheng Ping steadfastly hold the line, preventing the siege party from accomplishing their mission. Should one tally the losses at this juncture, the Tang forces, backed by their formidable archers, hold a significant advantage. After 3 rounds of assault and defense, the Tang army has suffered merely over 2,000 infantry losses, while the Jinghua army has endured nearly 6,000 casualties, a devastating toll indeed as the afternoon wanes. Di Xiang perceives the weariness etched upon the faces of the archers and recalls Ming Wei's counsel. The troops, fatigued from the day's exertions, are ill-suited for further combat. The enemy's strength has diminished considerably, and the gates are on the brink of collapse. It is certain that they will be breached by the morrow. Given these circumstances, it is prudent to call off the assault. Lin Xiaoxing, upon receiving this report, finally breathes a sigh of relief. The enemy's capabilities align with his expectations. Had the Tang forces exerted their full might, the city would likely have fallen today. Lin Xiaoxing instructs his trusted confidants to disseminate the grim outcomes of this battle across Moonshadow Isle, fervently portraying the Tang army as brutal and bloodthirsty to incite the people's sentiment. Within the span of mere half a day, the rallying cry of the Tang brigands, who invade our lands and sever our lifelines, shall surely be eradicated, resonates throughout Moonshadow Isle. Known to all, heard by all, Lin Xiaoxing's decision proves to be sagacious, uniting the populace of Jinghua in a shared animosity towards the merciless and cold-hearted Tang forces. Even the pro-peace faction, who yearn for an immediate cessation of hostilities, finds their resolve wavering. The consensus emerges that to confront such merciless, bloodthirsty marauders, only a vigorous resistance may secure a path to survival. While civil unrest brews among the populace, within the marshal's residence of Snowfall City, Lin Xiaoxing receives a secret missive, inscribed with 16 bold characters in crimson ink. Morale surges, the time has come. Strike at the heart, achieve swift victory. A mere glance reveals to Lin Xiaoxing the intent of Li Zixing, who strokes his beard with a smile. As dusk descends, within Ming Wei's tent, the generals gather once more. Ming Wei proclaims with clarity, "Today, General Di has dealt a decisive blow to the enemy, establishing an illustrious military achievement. Thus, we have cornered the Jinghua army into a dire predicament. Should they fail to emerge tomorrow for a direct confrontation, Snowfall City will inevitably fall into our grasp. Therefore, we must prepare for a potential engagement with the enemy on the morrow. For this battle, I have meticulously devised a formation, named the Misty Veil Formation, and I shall now elaborate on the intricacies of this strategy, hoping you will engrave it in your memories. In the Lun Yin Inn, a figure clad in a purple robe stands by the window, silently reciting an unknown poem, the ornate language unable to conceal the desolate essence it conveys. Yi Chen gazed out at the night sky through the window, the gloom persisting, with dark clouds obscuring the moon. He let out a soft sigh and gently pushed open the wooden window. After scanning his surroundings and ensuring that no one was observing his actions, Yi Chen leapt through the window, departing from the inn with swift strides. His figure gradually faded into the night, until it vanished completely. Regardless of the distance that separated them, the thoughts they shared would forever entwine their hearts. Yi Chen moved with remarkable speed, his feet barely touching the ground, giving him a sensation of gliding upon the wind. He navigated through forests, lakes, and hills, finally halting on a stretch of plain in the northern part of Ningchuan. Cautiously, Yi Chen surveyed the area, only to discover that it bore some resemblance to a basin, completely devoid of life and vegetation. Closing his eyes, he leaned down, pressing his right hand against the ground, murmuring softly, "I am the revealer of all lies, the seer of all truths. The whispers of the wind and the rustle of grass cannot escape my ears. The leaps of insects and the slithers of serpents cannot deceive my eyes. All that I seek shall surely return to my grasp." A pale violet glow emanated from Yi Chen's hand, swiftly spreading to every corner of the basin without missing a spot. His expression was solemn, as if he were on a quest to uncover a rare treasure in this desolate expanse. This exploration persisted for nearly half an hour, after which Yi Chen slowly lifted his right hand, shaking off the dust from his garments, and stood upright. The pale violet luminescence faded in tandem with his movements. The tension etched upon his face finally eased, yet it was replaced by a hint of disappointment and helplessness. Yi Chen took a deep breath, expelling the stagnant air from his lungs. It should have been here. Yet despite searching every inch of the land, he found no clues. What on earth? Yi Chen once again retrieved the ancient, indescribably aged map from his bosom, scrutinizing it closely, his murmurs resembling a soliloquy. He approached the center of the basin step by step, his footsteps so light that they barely made a sound, fearful of stirring even the slightest breeze. If my judgment is correct, the arrangement here should serve the same purpose as mine. In the center of the basin, Yi Chen replicated the same action, leaning down to touch the ground. The moment his fingers made contact, a scarlet diamond-shaped array manifested, devoid of any runes, consisting solely of over 10,000 interlocking circles, each exuding a frigid aura. A shiver coursed through Yi Chen as he felt the chill enveloping him. Nevertheless, a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips, appearing rather peculiar in such perilous circumstances. As I suspected, someone else has set up a formation here, Yi Chen murmured, his movements unimpeded as he leapt backward over 5 zhong, his figure swirling gracefully in the air like a swallow, tracing a beautiful arc before landing silently, raising not a speck of dust. The faint smile on Yi Chen's face froze in an instant, disbelief flooding his eyes, as if he were encountering something astonishing for the very first time. Caught between shock and confusion, the diamond-shaped magic array underwent a profound transformation, swiftly morphing into an extraordinary hexagonal form. At its center, the multitude of indistinguishable circles gave way to a lion, its massive body surpassing even that of an elephant. The fearsome beast radiated an exceptionally piercing crimson glow amidst the darkness of night, as if it had struck a resonant alarm deep within the consciousness of Yi Chen. That a sense of foreboding washed over him. This shape indicated a summoning spell. And according to the design, what was about to emerge was, the brilliance of the summoning array surged dramatically, casting a vibrant red hue across the entire basin. Waves of turbulent air roared through the vacuum. Expanding in relentless pulses, the ground began to shake, each tremor more intense than the last, igniting a sense of dread within Yi Chen as he struggled to stabilize his body against the forceful onslaught of the wind. Alas, his efforts proved futile. The ground fissured violently, and the gusts of air furiously lifted the shattered rocks, propelling them into the air with seemingly boundless energy. It was a wondrous yet brutal spectacle. Accompanied by winds that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe, and amidst the swirling, seemingly indomitable debris, the gray giant lion slowly ascended from the blood-tinged magic array. Its size exceeded all expectations. Towering as high as a city gate and vast as an ancient dragon, the colossal lion let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the earth, intensifying the tremors until the ground could bear no more and collapsed entirely. The once tranquil realm transformed into a hellscape in mere moments. The body, now swept up by the turbulent winds and swaying unpredictably, no longer heeded its master's command, hurtling toward the unknown with alarming speed. If it were merely this, it might not have been an insurmountable challenge, yet fate seemed unwilling to bestow its favor, as a massive stone, akin to a bronze cauldron, hurtled mercilessly toward Yi Chen's chest. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the hillside at the edge of the basin and instantly creating a gaping hole over 10 feet wide. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, all Yi Chen could discern were the blood-red eyes of the giant lion, filled with murderous intent. Within the Snowfall City, in the military council hall, Lin Xiuxing appeared radiant, a smile illuminating his face, utterly devoid of the despondency one might expect after a defeat. The numerous generals surrounding him found this quite peculiar, thanks to the valiant efforts of the troops. The enemy had been thwarted from breaching the city today, and their contributions were invaluable. However, if they merely maintained a defensive stance, the city gates would inevitably fall by dawn, plunging the citizens into peril. The only viable strategy was to venture forth and confront the enemy head-on, engaging in a decisive battle to carve out a path to survival. Although they had suffered a setback, the morale of the troops remained unyielding, bolstered by the unwavering support of the people, who rallied behind the righteous cause to vanquish the brutal invaders. The princess herself had taken command of the battlefield. She had single-handedly defeated the barbarian forces twice, her strength rivaling that of 10,000 men, thus enhancing their chances of victory. Opportunities such as this must not, therefore, esteemed generals, it is imperative that you exert your utmost efforts and express your views candidly, ensuring that this strategy is flawless, enabling our forces to achieve victory the moment the battle commences. Abide by the command of the marshal at this moment. The generals comprehended the gravity of the situation and responded in unison with resounding voices. Lin Xiaoxing then proceeded to elaborate in detail on the overarching strategy, to which the assembled commanders applauded fervently, their commendations ringing out continuously. Lin Xiaoxing further raised several points of confusion he encountered while contemplating the strategy, prompting the generals to engage in spirited discussions, each eager to contribute their insights. In less than half an hour, all uncertainties had been dispelled. Lin Xiaoxing picked up a brown token from the table and declared solemnly, "Now that our strategy against the enemy is meticulously prepared, let us commence the allocation of tasks." With that, he raised the token high above his head and called out, "Where is Yin Feng?" Upon hearing his name, Yin Feng hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your humble servant is here. I command you to..." But the words suddenly faltered. Confused by Lin Xiaoxing's abrupt silence, Yin Feng inquired, "Marshal, what has occurred? Why the sudden?" Lin Xiaoxing stroked his beard and interjected before Yin Feng could finish, "I was pondering whether we should assign a name to our army." Lin Xiaoxing praised, "What a fitting name it is. Let us call ourselves the National Defense Army. Yin Feng, I appoint you as the Flying Tiger General of the National Defense Army, tasked with leading the left flank to encircle the forces of the Great Tang from the left." Yin Feng accepted the token handed to him with both hands, responding, "Your servant will obey. Li Jieli, I designate you as the colorful Phoenix General of the National Defense Army, responsible for leading the right flank to encircle the forces of the Great Tang from the right. Zheng Ping, I appoint you as the Soaring Dragon General of the National Defense Army, tasked with leading the central forces to engage the Great Tang directly, striking deep into their heart." Lin Xiaoxing then raised 2 more tokens. "Your servant will obey." Both Li Jieli and Zheng Ping stepped forward to receive the tokens, affirming their commitment. "Where is Zhao Zhengrong?" A slender man with a light step emerged from the rear, proclaiming, "Zhao Zhengrong is here, ready to heed the marshal's command." Lin Xiaoxing nodded and said, "The most crucial task of this campaign rests upon your shoulders. I appoint you as the Sanqing General of the National Defense Army, leading 100 soldiers skilled in stealth and agility to traverse through the forests west of Snowfall City to the enemy's rear. Subsequently, find a way to infiltrate their camp and, amidst the clash of arms, set ablaze their provisions. Upon completion, signal with red smoke. The enemy will undoubtedly be thrown into disarray, their morale shattered." Lin Xiaoxing paused momentarily before continuing, "Where is Zheng Xianyong?" A robust and imposing figure stepped forward, his handsome features complemented by a commanding presence, responding in a deep voice, "Please, Marshal, give your orders. You are to establish contact with the squad stationed on those 3 small islands. They lie along the path of the enemy's retreat. Our army will launch a full-scale assault at dawn tomorrow. Command them to be on high alert before that hour, and upon sighting any fleeing enemy soldiers, they are to intercept immediately. I shall obey the marshal's orders." After completing the assignments, Lin Xiaoxing stroked his beard and spoke earnestly, each word laden with gravity. "Tomorrow's battle is of paramount importance, determining the fate of our nation. I implore each of you generals to devote yourselves fully to your duties, to protect our homeland. We shall face death without hesitation." The generals shouted in unison, their voices echoing with fervor, "Excellent, excellent. With such spirit, our army shall surely achieve great victory tomorrow." Although it is said that the generals of the enemy army possess unparalleled bravery, this poses not the slightest threat to our forces. As long as the princess takes the field, even the most valiant heroes will appear as mere clay chickens and tiled dogs. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Although he had never witnessed Li Mengwan's performance on the battlefield, he could distinctly sense the extraordinarily potent aura she emanated, a commanding presence that repeatedly shook him to the core, akin to a sovereign high above, inspiring involuntary reverence. However, Li Mengwan's unusual demeanor left Lin Xiaoxing perplexed about her true nature. With a great battle imminent, she stood as the most pivotal figure in this campaign, the outcome resting solely upon her performance. This compelled Lin Xiaoxing to seek her out for a deeper understanding of her circumstances. Just as he was about to turn and depart, the door suddenly swung open, revealing the ethereal visage of Li Mengwan. At that moment, her complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, reminiscent of someone recently recovered from a grave illness. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, she remarked, "Ah, it is the commander. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting at the door for so long. Please, do come in." As Lin Xiaoxing followed Li Mengwan into the dwelling, he was immediately struck by an atmosphere that felt eerily chilling. Akin to an icy cavern, rather than resembling a mere empty abode, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a haunted house. Anxiety gripped Lin Xiaoxing's heart. though he dared not voice his trepidation upon reaching the hall. He took a seat beside a table and began to outline the strategic arrangements for the following day. Throughout his discourse, he keenly observed Li Mingwan's reactions, only to find her staring vacantly out the window. Devoid of any movement or expression, she appeared nearly dazed, as if lost in a stupor, disregarding his words as mere background noise. After a moment of bewilderment, Lin Xiaoxing tentatively called out, "Your Highness, Your Highness?" Only then did Li Mingwan awaken from her reverie, as if emerging from a dream, and apologized. "I was momentarily distracted and did not catch what you were saying. I truly apologize," with a resigned sigh. Lin Xiaoxing repeated his previous statements, to which Li Mingwan nodded and replied, "I understand. Tomorrow, I shall do my utmost to assist the commander in repelling the enemy forces." Upon hearing this assurance, Lin Xiaoxing felt a slight sense of relief and smiled. "With your Highness's words, I am at ease. Are you comfortable here? You seem unwell. Do you feel any discomfort?" A faint smile graced Li Mingwan's lips, yet it could not conceal the desolation and pain in her heart. She took a deep breath, as if uttering each word required immense effort. "I am quite well here, not much different from home. My health is sound, and I do not feel any discomfort. Thank you for your concern." "Commander," Lin Xiaoxing nodded, "I am glad to hear that. I shall not intrude any further. Please rest early. I will convene at the military hall at dawn, and I hope you will be present." After departing from Li Mingwan's residence, Lin Xiaoxing's mind was plagued with questions. The eerie atmosphere of the dwelling, akin to a realm of ghosts, and Li Mingwan's lifeless eyes, reminiscent of someone who had lost their very essence, left his heart in turmoil, filled with unease and apprehension. However, in the face of the imminent conflict, there is no time to ponder such matters. Lin Xiaoxing can only silently pray in his heart, hoping that Li Mingwan will be able to fulfill her role in the battle tomorrow and drive back the enemy general. As night fell, the Jingguo imperial city was shrouded in ominous clouds, the sky as dark as pitch, devoid of stars or moonlight. That a lion's roar echoed from the northwest. Was that not the very place where I first encountered Yi Chen? Could it be? Upon this realization, Xuantian instantly sensed the gravity of the situation that he hastily donned his attire, slung his long sword over his shoulder, and dashed out of the imperial city, soaring westward on his sword. It was as if he were plunging into a chasm of calamity, akin to a searing inferno. A crimson tempest raged, its fury shaking the very earth. The heavens darkened, the ground trembled, and trees, rocks, and soil were ruthlessly shredded by the unyielding gales, swirling chaotically in the air, colliding with one another, creating even more violent ripples in the atmosphere that spiraled endlessly. All of this transpired in but a fleeting moment, summoned by the sinister blood-red lion-shaped array. An ancient lion now surveyed its surroundings with a gaze that was both ruthless and piercing. Its crimson pupils reflected disdain and indifference, as if the myriad phenomena of the world were utterly insignificant in comparison to its presence. Yi Chen found himself ensnared within the rocky crevice, unable to move, his consciousness slipping into oblivion. Against the backdrop of the colossal ancient beast, his frail figure appeared especially diminutive and fragile. Suddenly, the giant lion opened its massive maw, unleashing a roar that seemed to fracture the very air, causing the currents to converge and ignite a multitude of dazzling sparks. At last, the pressure exerted by the swirling air reached a critical point, and the enraged currents erupted violently, producing a series of explosive shockwaves that mercilessly toppled the hills lining the basin's edge. The situation was dire, threatening to obliterate Yi Chen's refuge, just as the hill he occupied was on the brink of collapse. A flash of azure light streaked past him, as swift and elusive as a meteor slicing through the heavens. When the brilliance faded, it revealed the timely arrival of Xuantian, alongside the still unconscious Yi Chen. Xuantian gently laid Yi Chen on the undamaged ground nearby, casting a serious gaze upon the imposing creature before him, a flicker of anxiety and unease stirring within him. It seemed that the night was destined for a bloody battle, with fate hanging precariously in the balance. Xuantian remarked, "This beast seeks to annihilate all the hills along the basin's edge. I arrived just in time to rescue you." A moment later, and it would have been too late. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with gratitude as he exclaimed, "Had it not been for your selfless intervention, Xuantian, I would surely have met my demise. Such a great kindness shall be repaid in due time." Xuantian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Among brothers, there is no talk of debts. Extending a helping hand is a matter of course." At that moment, Yi Chen's gaze towards Xuantian shifted, imbued with newfound respect, as if an intangible quality about Xuantian had unwittingly influenced him. It appears that today, if we are to escape this dire predicament, we must engage in a desperate battle with this monstrous being. Xuantian lamented. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen replied earnestly, "Is there truly no way to evade our fate? You must understand that even united, our strengths cannot surpass this creature." Xuantian, with a calm smile, responded, "As the surroundings have been laid to waste, we have nowhere to hide. Escape seems impossible. However, I do harbor a question." Why? Yi Chen, eager for clarity, inquired, "What is your question?" The moment he spoke, Yi Chen fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he exclaimed softly, "I see now." Xuantian, intrigued, asked, "What have you recalled?" Yi Chen, with utmost seriousness, articulated, "This beast is known as the infernal bloodlion, a creature of ancient origins. I have just remembered its characteristics." "What characteristics?" Xuantian probed. "Though it possesses unparalleled ferocity and is nearly indestructible, it harbors two significant weaknesses. It cannot perceive any sound, and its eyes are only capable of detecting movement. Its recent rampage, as it obliterated the surrounding hills, was likely provoked by its sighting of your approaching figure." Yi Chen divulged all that he knew. Xuantian nodded in understanding. "Now I comprehend. If that is the case, a method worth attempting presents itself." With that, he gently drew a long sword from behind him and affixed a sealing talisman to its blade, reciting an incantation under his breath. Thoughts arise from the heart, and intentions flow with the mind. The sword is born of the heart, and it moves with the will. The longsword slipped from Xuantian's grasp, hovering in the void. As he chanted the spell, the blade resonated with a subtle vibration, akin to the delicate flutter of cicada wings, barely audible yet profoundly stirring. Xuantian formed a hand gesture and gently tapped the sword's body. In an instant, the long sword transformed into a radiant azure light. Shooting forth with incredible speed, the sword, aglow with brilliance, resembled a cerulean meteor streaking across the sky, adding a touch of color to the night without leaving a trace. The radiant light encircled the massive lion, which made several futile attempts to capture it. However, the purpose of the sword's orbit around the lion was not to evade its assault. As the light danced, its trajectory gradually formed a colossal command rune, enveloping the lion's immense body within its grasp. The rune shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, casting a sliver of illumination into the moonless night. Brilliant as stars, it illuminated the surroundings yet retained a tranquil depth, serene and profound. Seeing the moment ripe for action, Xuantian could not afford to delay. He bellowed with urgency, "Heavenly Sovereign's decree, seal the demons and banish the evil. Let all wickedness tremble and be subdued." In an instant, the rune blazed with intensified radiance, saturating the vast sky and unifying heaven and earth in its light. That moment, the world fell silent, the surroundings steeped in solemn tranquility, the atmosphere imbued with gravity. Time seemed to freeze, preserving this magnificent spectacle. The previously frenzied movements and thunderous roars of the lion abruptly ceased, as if it had been frozen in time, witnessing the cessation of the lion's activities. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with insight, and he spoke gravely, "Brother Xuantian, was that the sealing technique of the Sanqing sect you just employed?" Xuantian nodded. "Indeed, Brother Yi, your knowledge is truly profound. However, this sealing technique is my inaugural attempt today, and I fear it may not endure for long. Especially considering the sealed entity is an ancient beast, we must seize this opportunity to escape." Suddenly, before the two could take any action, the situation underwent a dramatic shift. A thunderous explosion erupted near their ears, startling them into a swift turn of their heads. They beheld the command runes used for the seal being forcibly breached by the colossal lion. Vanishing without a trace, the freed lion appeared extraordinarily enraged, seemingly incensed by the sensations it experienced during its imprisonment. Once more, the lion opened its cavernous maw, yet this time, it emitted no roar. Instead, a faint crimson glow began to materialize within its mouth, expanding over time, its hue deepening ominously, presenting an unsettling spectacle. After a prolonged gaze, Yi Chen suddenly inhaled sharply. Xuantian, perplexed by the lion's actions, noticed Yi Chen's unusual reaction and hastily inquired, "Brother Yi, what has transpired?" Yi Chen shook his head with a sigh. "Your sealing technique has utterly provoked it. It now seeks to obliterate everything within a 5-mile radius." Although Xuantian was naturally composed, his countenance turned pale upon hearing these words, and he urgently questioned, "Brother Yi, is this truly the case?" Yi Chen replied with a bitter smile, "In such a life and death moment, why would I deceive you?" As the crimson sphere swelled to its limit, it began to spin rapidly, stirring the surrounding winds. The atmospheric pressure escalated dramatically, and in an instant, the world transformed. A second red tempest raged, howling as if it could grind steel to dust. The void became overwhelmingly oppressive, rendering Xuantian and Yuichen nearly breathless, on the brink of asphyxiation. A bloody aura emanated from the depths of murderous intent, accompanied by desperate calls from the abyss of resentment. It heralded the prelude to the path leading to the underworld. Gradually unveiling the gates of purgatory, brilliant red radiance erupted forth, resembling countless beams of light intertwining. Harnessing the power to topple mountains and the might to overturn oceans, it resonated like the wails of thousands of forlorn souls. Descending like falling stars from the heavens, the merciless crimson beams surged towards the two, their might far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Faced with such a lethal threat, Xuantian and Yichen had no luxury to ponder their escape. They could only brace themselves for a desperate confrontation. Both summoned their utmost power, unleashing a simultaneous strike of dazzling azure and violet light, their brilliance rivaling that of the night sky stars. The collision of two formidable forces erupted with a resplendent radiance, felt even by the inhabitants of Snowfall City, who sensed a disturbance in the southeastern direction. Li Minglu stood silently by the window, gazing at the distant flickering lights, her heart racing uncontrollably. She clutched the fabric of her chest tightly, silently wishing, "Brother Tian, you must not come to harm." As dawn broke, a crimson sun ascended, illuminating the vast expanse of the 9 continents. At the hour of the rabbit, within the military hall, the generals gathered in unison. Lin Xiaoxing sat firmly in his commanding seat, his complexion rosy and brimming with vitality. Today marked the day of reckoning between the Wei Kingdom's forces and the invading army of the Tang dynasty. The moment to expel the enemy and rejuvenate the might of our Jingguo army was at hand. Are all the generals prepared for this crucial moment? Lin Xiaoxing declared with a resonant voice. Everything is ready. We await the marshal's command to mobilize. The generals responded in unison. Indeed, the citizens of Jingguo are all elite among men. Should this campaign prove successful, we shall be kings. Should we fail, we shall be deemed as bandits. I implore all generals to exert their utmost efforts, allowing the forces of the Tang dynasty to fully witness the valor and prowess of the soldiers of Jingguo. Lin Xiaoxing nodded with a smile and said, "Since all preparations are in place, let us commence the call to arms. Zheng Ping, Yin Feng, Li Jieli, where are you?" "Present, my lord." "Li Qiu, Zhang Hai, Jiang Chaxing, where are you?" "Present, my lord." "Li Mingwan, where are you?" At this moment, the military council fell into an eerie silence, void of any sound. Lin Xiaoxing lifted his gaze and scanned the room, only to discover that Li Mingwan was indeed absent. He promptly summoned his trusted aide, Lin Chong, instructing him to seek out Li Mingwan at her residence. Meanwhile, within the military tent of the Tang forces, Ming Wei was deep in contemplation, meticulously analyzing the battlefield situation. Suddenly, a scout rushed in with urgent news, prompting Ming Wei to hasten the report of enemy movements. The scout declared, "Your Highness, the sound of drums has erupted from within the enemy city, signaling an imminent assault. Please prepare for their advance." Upon hearing this, Ming Wei sprang to his feet, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Excellent, excellent. The actions of the Jing army align perfectly with my intentions, since they dare to charge forth. We shall annihilate them utterly." In recent days, Ming Wei had been diligently studying the military strategies bestowed upon him by his father, formulating several sets of tactics for engagement, encompassing offense, defense, and retreat. That he meticulously selected the most effective strategies to counter the Jing army and orchestrated corresponding formations to ensure the enemy would find themselves at a loss before our ranks. Initially, Ming Wei doubted whether his efforts would bear fruit, but the news of the Jing army preparing to confront them reignited his hope. Not only could his meticulously devised strategies be implemented on the battlefield, but this confrontation could also determine the outcome of the campaign, culminating in the conclusion of this expedition. Should victory be attained in this battle, it would compel Jingguo to concede, thereby solidifying the Tang dynasty's supremacy in the eastern divine continent. Ming Wei commanded the scout to gather further intelligence and promptly summoned all commanders to his tent for deliberation. Once all the generals had assembled, Ming Wei solemnly addressed them. "We have yet to engage the Jing army in direct combat, and I trust that all of you are eager for action, your spirits aflame with anticipation." The generals, momentarily puzzled by Ming Wei's intentions, nonetheless nodded in agreement. Ming Wei's impassioned words resonated deeply, inspiring them all to declare in unison, "We shall faithfully obey the Crown Prince's orders and will not falter in our duty." Swiftly vanquishing the enemy, Although Ming Wei had thoroughly briefed the generals on the strategies and formations to ensure absolute precision in combat, he reiterated the key points of the strategies and the principles of the formations. Once he confirmed that all understood clearly, he began to assign the roles of each commander. Di Xiang, I appoint you as the vanguard to engage the enemy first. I have no doubt that you can handle multiple enemy generals alone. Yao Tianxuo, I designate you as the Dragon Guard General, responsible for formation, protection, and the operation of our tactics. Ensure that the enemy finds it easy to enter our formation but impossible to exit. As if scaling the heavens. Chao Hongliang, I appoint you as the General of Divine Might, to accompany Di Xiang to the front lines. Should Di Xiang falter, you shall show them the might of our forces. Chen Shu, I command you to assume the title of General Shangyun, leading 1,000 infantry to guard the encampment and protect the provisions, should any mishap befall the granary during the course of battle. I shall hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuxing hastened to a nearby elevation to survey the situation across the field, only to behold, 2 miles distant, an assembly of Tang soldiers clad in indistinct garments of a pale gray hue. They formed an irregular formation and traversed an erratic path, each wielding peculiar weapons resembling whips. Though their appearance suggested chaos, there was an underlying order amidst the disorder. The ranks were aligned, their steps steady and deliberate. The color of their attire, combined with their movements, rendered this formation akin to a swirling mist, perplexing to the observer, ensnaring him within its depths. After merely a few glances, Lin Xiuxing felt lightheaded, his heart weighed down with a newfound reverence for the Tang Crown Prince Ming Wei, and an increased trepidation regarding the outcome of the impending conflict. He hoped that this formation would prove ineffective, allowing our forces to breach it with ease. Otherwise, it would indeed pose a formidable obstacle for our army. At this moment, on the front lines of the Tang army, Di Xiang and Chao Hongliang stood resolutely at the forefront, remarkably accompanied by no soldiers whatsoever. Di Xiang donned a gleaming silver armor and rode a magnificent crimson steed, radiating a striking presence. In stark contrast, Chao Hongliang, with his fair complexion and slender physique, resembled a scholarly figure, adorned in purple gold reverse scale armor, his feet clad in white cloud-walking boots, astride a pure white horse devoid of any blemish. And at his waist hung a long sword embellished with aquamarine gemstones. Despite Chao Hongliang's superior equipment, he failed to evoke any sense of danger. Lin Xiuxing, having arrived at the front line, shared this sentiment. The mere presence of these two commanders astonished him. And upon glimpsing Chao Hongliang's visage, his confusion deepened. Yet, Lin Xiuxing understood that Ming Wei's arrangement must have its rationale, and he could not afford to underestimate them. Thus, he resolved to pay closer attention to Chao Hongliang. At that moment, Di Xiang suddenly spoke, his voice booming. Why do you march so slowly, causing us to wait here for so long? Spare us the idle chatter and swiftly send your horses forth. Even if you all surge forward together, it matters not. Lin Xiuxing perceived the provocative tone in Di Xiang's words, realizing there must be a trap. Should the entire army charge forth, they would undoubtedly be lured into the fray by these two. Hence, he turned to Zheng Ping, to his left, and said, during your last encounter with him, you were fatigued from an earlier skirmish with the enemy commander, which led to your defeat. This time, see if you can vanquish him. But exercise utmost caution. Zheng Ping accepted the command and rode forth to face Di Xiang, declaring in a clear voice, I, Zheng Ping, have come to challenge you. Upon seeing Zheng Ping, Di Xiang could not help but sneer. Is this not the same man who fled in disgrace after our last encounter? What, are you here to humiliate yourself once more? Zheng Ping remained unfazed by the taunt, brandishing his purple gold blade and responding coolly. Did you not just say spare us the idle chatter? Why then do you prattle on now? Well, I will concede you possess some courage, daring to dismiss me so lightly. It seems I must make your humiliation even more pronounced this time, so that you may truly grasp your own weight. With a swift motion, Di Xiang brandished his Fong Tian Hua Ji, slashing diagonally from above, creating a crescent-shaped gale that struck directly at Zheng Ping's chest. The gust of the halberd resembled the silvery radiance of a full moon cascading from the night sky, while the surrounding aura of lethal intent stirred a chilling wind that swept across Zheng Ping's face, causing him to feel as though his very blood were congealing. That a flicker of fear ignited within Zheng Ping's heart as he pondered. How had this individual's prowess reached such an extraordinary level? The difference since their last encounter was as stark as day and night. In the fleeting moment the crescent gale approached Zheng Ping, he caught a glimpse of the enigmatic smile gracing the corner of Di Xiang's lips, accompanied by the softly uttered, lethal words. D-Clan's secret technique, Silver Moon Split. The fierce gale, shaped like a crescent moon, ruthlessly surged towards Zheng Ping, the icy currents threatening to freeze the very air around them. In that instant, paralyzed by terror, Zheng Ping momentarily lost consciousness that a mere heartbeat of hesitation and indecision could lead to fatal consequences. As he gazed at the oncoming gale, Zheng Ping remained motionless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. In the blink of an eye, death's peril was upon him. In that critical moment, a powerful force surged through the air, shattering the stillness with the might to crush gold and stone, moving with the swiftness of lightning. It severed the path of the halberd's gale, colliding head-on with the crescent flow. Such a violent clash of forces went unheard, yet the astute understood the reason. The moment of contact, the fist's wind encountered no discernible friction, effortlessly dispersing the gale conjured by Di Xiang, thus nullifying his lethal strike without exertion. The remarkable blow was delivered by Yin Feng, who had just ridden to Zheng Ping's side, expressing concern. "Were you injured?" Zheng Ping, filled with remorse, replied, "I apologize. It was my blunder that compelled you to intervene. I am unharmed." Witnessing his ancestral technique so effortlessly countered, Di Xiang felt a mix of astonishment and ire. Upon seeing Zheng Ping return to the fray, he mocked. "It appears the Jing army is not so formidable after all. They fled in terror after but a single strike." Before his words could fully escape, Yin Feng had already approached Di Xiang, stating in a grave tone, "Do not be so arrogant. I shall ensure you are stripped of your armor and dignity." Before Di Xiang could react, Yin Feng drew a massive steel axe from behind, delivering a powerful overhead strike towards Di Xiang. The weight of the axe was formidable, and the resulting pressure from the downward blow sent shockwaves through the air, producing a series of ear-splitting sonic booms. Yin Feng exerted 70% of his strength in the strike, and Di Xiang felt the gale pressing against him, rendering his body nearly uncontrollable, as if he might be blown away at any moment. Fortunately, Di Xiang was quick-witted, channeling all his strength to wield the Feng Tian Hua Ji, striving to break through the pressure. The silvery radiance and the gusts held their ground in the air for what felt like an eternity. Until Di Xiang finally overcame the barrier, the dense currents gradually dissipated, and the axe and halberd collided with a resounding clatter of metal. Although he had narrowly escaped disaster, the residual force of the axe still left him struggling to maintain his balance on horseback. Di Xiang attempted to steady himself, yet his efforts were in vain. After several tremors upon the saddle, he ultimately lost his grip and fell heavily to the ground. Yin Feng gazed down at Di Xiang, who lay prostrate on the ground, and chuckled. "You were so full of bravado just moments ago. How have you now fallen to such a pitiful state?" At these words, Di Xiang, seething with rage, swiftly rose from the ground, intent on engaging Yin Feng in a life-or-death struggle. Suddenly, a clear and resonant voice pierced the air, not deep or heavy, yet possessing an unparalleled penetrating quality, ensuring that each word reached the ears of all present. "Di Xiang, stand down. Bravado brings nothing but ruin." Yin Feng, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, remained momentarily frozen, failing to intervene as Di Xiang returned to his ranks. He pondered quietly. "This general is indeed formidable, capable of restraining Di Xiang. I cannot fathom the extent of his prowess." The general's skill was truly remarkable, defeating Di Xiang with a single strike. "I am Chao Hongliang, eager to learn from your esteemed techniques." Chao Hongliang did not hesitate. He unsheathed his long sword from his waist. The mere act of drawing the sword sent shockwaves through the surroundings. The blade shimmered with a faint golden radiance that dazzled the eyes, blending so seamlessly with the sunlight that it became nearly indistinguishable. The sword's brilliance danced in harmony with the sun's rays, casting a golden glow that illuminated all directions. The moment the treasured sword was drawn, Yin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of despondency. In comparison to this sword, how could his battered axe even hope to compete? Chao Hongyang executed a horizontal slash with his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that flowed through the air like a golden ribbon. Vibrant and resplendent, yet concealing a deadly intent within, the heat emanating from the sword energy was akin to the oppressive sun of midsummer. Within moments, Yin Feng was drenched in sweat, his skin ablaze with a searing pain, as if he had been scorched. Seeing this, Yin Feng hastily raised his giant axe to shield himself, bracing against the oncoming sword energy, and infused all his strength into the axe, striving to counter the fierce attack. Yet, even with the axe providing full protection, Yin Feng could still feel the torment as if he were trapped in a furnace. Once the sword energy had been sufficiently dissipated, Yin Feng turned the axe, only to find that the side which had faced the sword energy was charred black. Inwardly, Yin Feng lamented, Even fierce flames could hardly reach such a temperature. What material is this sword made of to yield such formidable sword energy? Chao Hongliang, as if perceiving Yin Feng's astonishment and confusion, smiled and said, "If you believe that one person cannot possibly defeat me, it would not be amiss to call for assistance." This remark was a blatant affront to any warrior. Hardly any general would request aid from their comrades when facing an adversary due to a lack of strength. Yet Yin Feng defied this principle. "Commander, the enemy general is exceedingly valiant. I cannot contend with him alone. I beseech for support." Yin Feng called out to those behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiuxing swiftly dispatched Generals Zheng Ping, Li Jieli, Li Qiu, and Jiang Changsheng to join the fray and lend Yin Feng a helping hand. At this moment, Lin Xiuxing thought to himself, "This quintet of generals constitutes the strongest formation in our army, yet even united, they may struggle to gain the upper hand against Chao Hongliang. I can only hope they will work in unison and hold their ground until the princess arrives." The 5 generals lined up, each firmly grasping their weapons, quietly settling their thoughts and calming their minds, determined not to reveal any signs of anxiety or restlessness in the face of such a formidable foe. Chao Hongliang meticulously surveyed the 5 generals opposite him and remarked with a smile, "You 5 should come at me together. There is no need to hold back your strength." Upon witnessing Chao Hongliang's complete readiness, Yin Feng bellowed, "Let us advance and allow them to witness the might of our Wei Kingdom army." At Yin Feng's command, the 5 men charged towards Chao Hongliang in unison, each brandishing their weapons high. In that fleeting moment, as they closed in on Chao Hongliang, they swung down their arms. As Zheng Ping's purple gold blade descended, a sharp violet glow flashed forth, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that struck like a bone-chilling winter current. Li Jieli's shimmering silver mace swept through the air, creating ripples in the atmosphere, with swirling dust trailing behind like ribbons, darting with the agility of a silver serpent towards Chao Hongliang's neck. When Li Qiu's demon-slaying staff lashed out, a coppery aura flickered, emanating a righteous force that pressed down upon him. Attached to the bronze staff was a talisman that could render one immobile. Aimed squarely at Chao Hongliang's abdomen, threatening to incapacitate him upon impact, Jiang Changsheng's ink-iron spear thrust forward, its dark glow cascading like rain, while waves of energy bloomed like flowers, with rapid thrusts pouring down upon the head of Chao Hongliang's steed like a torrential downpour. The interplay of purple, silver, gray, yellow, and black hues flashed and flickered in an alternating dance, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that ensnared both Chao Hongliang and his mount, leaving no gaps for escape, rendering him seemingly unable to evade his impending doom. In the blink of an eye, a sudden twist of fate unfolded, catching all off guard. The vibrant curtain of colors that had ensnared Chao Hongliang just moments before vanished without a trace. And he, along with his steed, had retreated to stand beside Di Xiang. What should have been the spot where Chao Hongliang stood was transformed into a gaping pit, roughly 10 zhang long and 5 zhang deep. As it turned out, just before the weapons of Yin Feng and his companions struck him, Chao Hongliang had suddenly raised his sword high above his head and proclaimed, "Command the molten sea's flames. Gather the heavens fire, turn black iron to ashes, and celestial jade to charred remnants." In an instant, his sword was enveloped in a blaze of orange-red flames, emanating a terrifying heat capable of melting steel. Continuously expanding outward, the flames, as if imbued with life, writhed restlessly, exuding boundless excitement, for in the next moment, all their energy would be fully unleashed. The fiery brilliance burst forth, spilling like an ocean, molten lava forming waves. Fierce flames crashing like tides, surging torrents refining the 9 provinces. The erupting flames surged around, causing sparks to leap and the surrounding air to heat rapidly, creating a temperature akin to the heart of an alchemist's furnace. Though the area was not vast, it manifested as a miniature ocean of flames, its crimson glow illuminating half the sky. The burning sea did not persist for long, yet it effectively consumed the refined weapons of Yin Feng and his companions, along with all flora, sand, and dust within a 5 zhang radius. Despite their efforts to fend off the searing heat with their true energy, Yin Feng and the others sustained considerable internal injuries. The moment of tranquility enveloped the battlefield. Tinged with an inexplicable sense of desolation, with his strike successful, a smile grazed Chao Hongliang's face. "Now that you 5 have lost your weapons, how shall you engage me?" he taunted, a hint of mockery lacing his laughter. Just then, Lin Xiuxin's voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, shattering the stalemate. "General Yin Feng, victory and defeat are but commonplace occurrences in warfare. There is no need to become overly fixated on a fleeting moment. You five should swiftly regroup, rally your spirits, and once more engage the enemy in battle. This moment, Lin Xiaoxing felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. The expedition had not commenced favorably, and the tide of defeat was unmistakable. The two sides had scarcely begun to clash when a young general obstructed their path, resulting in the loss of 5 crucial combatants. Frustration, agitation, and anxiety flowed unbidden into Lin Xiaoxing's consciousness. He could only hope for the princess's timely arrival, lest he prepare for a full retreat of the army. Upon hearing the marshal's command, Yin Feng and the others displayed no reaction whatsoever, marking their first defiance of military protocol. The resolute determination reflected in their eyes, coupled with a fierce intensity, left Qiao Hongliang feeling uncharacteristically uneasy. After a brief moment of tense standoff, disregarding their injuries, the 5 men simultaneously drew exceptionally sharp short swords from behind their waists, lunging toward Qiao Hongliang's chest with synchronized precision and overwhelming force. Lin Xiaoxing involuntarily gasped, his heartbeat slowing momentarily due to heightened tension and worry. Yet in the next instant, the flicker of disappointment and anxiety in his gaze reignited with a flame of hope. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure all too familiar, albeit belatedly arriving. Her hair, as dark as onyx, framed a visage more beautiful than that of celestial beings, and her eyes sparkled with hues reminiscent of a rainbow spring. Clad in a flowing deep black gown that seemed to dance with her every movement, she rode a steed whose colors starkly contrasted her attire, mirroring the pure white of Qiao Hongliang's warhorse. Her presence infused the desolate battlefield with vibrant color, an arresting sight that drew all eyes. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiaoxing felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his face illuminating with a long-lost joy. "Your Highness," he called out, his tone urgent yet gentle. However, Li Mingwan paid him no heed, her gaze clouded with the same bewilderment as when she first met Lin Xiaoxing, staring vacantly ahead, as if nothing in this world held her interest on the battlefield. Qiao Hongliang, swift and decisive, effortlessly dismantled the 5 men's blades with his sword. Yet, undeterred, they showed no signs of retreat, intent on fighting to the death against Qiao Hongliang. Inwardly, he admired their bravery and loyalty. At this moment, Yin Feng and the others were utterly exhausted, and as they braced for Qiao Hongliang's impending strike, a clear, ringing sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Qiao Hongliang's powerful blow, capable of cleaving steel, was effortlessly intercepted by Li Mingwan. "Your Highness," the 5 exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with astonishment. Li Mingwan remained expressionless, simply stating, "The marshal commands, you 5 must return to formation at once." A sense of reluctance surged within Yin Feng and the others, unwilling to concede or abandon the fight. Zhang Ping spoke up, "Your Highness, we—" But before he could finish, Li Mingwan's stern voice interrupted him. "The princess has issued a decree. Who dares to disobey? You are to withdraw immediately." Qiao Hongliang did not pursue the matter of the enemy general's retreat in the face of battle. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized Li Mingwan from head to toe. Pondering, never in his life had he encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Yet, what utility could a lady of her ilk possess upon the battlefield? Surely, the blow she had just parried was merely a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoxing felt not the slightest flare of anger. Rather, a great weight seemed to lift from his heart. From the expressions of Di Xiang and Qiao Hongliang, Lin Xiaoxing discerned their disdain and contempt for Li Mingwan. The age-old truth that arrogant soldiers are destined to fail fortified Lin Xiaoxing's confidence in this battle that he thought to himself, "You are but a woman. Allow me to grant you 3 moves." "Make your move," Qiao Hongliang addressed Li Mingwan, his tone laced with unmistakable derision. Qiao Hongliang faltered for a moment, then raised his voice to reiterate his previous statement. After a brief pause, still there was no response. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, Qiao Hongliang mused, "Playing deaf. Are we? Very well. I shall allow you to play the part until the end. Not only shall I deprive you of your hearing, but I shall also render you devoid of all sensation, transforming you into a lifeless, cold corpse." Qiao Hongliang had never been one to pursue the company of women. He remained unmoved by Li Mingwan's beauty and harbored no thoughts of cherishing her. At this moment, he regarded Li Mingwan solely as an adversary intent on humiliating him, and his rage surged as he raised his sword to strike at her delicate neck, declaring, "Since you do not deign to make the first move, I am left with no choice but to offend you." Flames leapt from the tip of his sword, igniting the surrounding air, creating an unbearable heat in the vacuum. The conflagration enveloped in blinding radiance traced an orange-red silk in the air as the sword swung. In the instant before the blade met Li Mengwan's body, a dazzling flash of white light flickered and vanished, eluding the gaze of all present. The sword, which had blazed with fire just moments ago, inexplicably extinguished. Chao Hongyang had distinctly heard the clash of weapons, yet when he glanced at the sword at Li Mengwan's waist, he was astonished to find it seemingly undrawn from its sheath. What had transpired? A twinge of doubt and unease surged within Chao Hongyang. Suppressing the tumult of emotions, he launched his assault for a second time. The flames on the sword transformed into a serpent, coiling around its length. As the fiery serpent reached the sword's tip, its form suddenly shifted. The flames that had clung to the blade condensed at the tip, morphing into a brilliant, searing fireball with all his might. Chao Hongliang channeled his internal energy into the fireball at the sword's tip, mercilessly striking down towards Li Mengwan's head. Waves of scorching pulses emanated from the core of the fireball, as if conveying a message of peril. The fiery ball exploded, unleashing an overflow of energy, radiating boiling heat and dazzling brilliance. Li Mengwan's form was engulfed by the devastating wave of flames under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the dim, fading consciousness, it seemed she could hear a dialogue between two voices. Why must you suppress your innermost, most fervent desires? If you wish to showcase your strength, you must trample upon all others. To earn the admiration and reverence of others, you must first allow them to witness your prowess. No, do not speak further. Whatever you say will merely be the wind whispering past my ears. Humph. You are merely evading the issue. You must eradicate those wretched souls who belittle you and oppose you. Otherwise, no one in this world will ever hold you in respect. Heed my words, for I am offering you assistance in realizing the desires that dwell deep within your heart. Silence. I shall never allow you to inflict harm upon anyone again. I will ensure your disappearance, never to resurface again. The haze of confusion in her consciousness gradually dissipated, and Li Mengwan slowly opened her eyes, which she had unknowingly closed. Her vision, no longer shrouded in a veil of obscurity, became remarkably clear. Yet, regrettably, this clarity failed to evoke even the slightest semblance of joy within her. A vivid crimson, blindingly bright, pierced through her gaze like a needle. Some unknown moment. The iron sword at Li Mengwan's waist had already been drawn, its deadly aura concealed within the soft glow of dawn, carving an indelible mark upon the void. Chao Hongliang had already fallen from his steed, lying prone upon the ground. A horrific gash now marred his chest, stretching across his ribs, a sight to behold. Vivid crimson blood continuously gushed forth from the ghastly wound, rapidly saturating the earth within a foot's radius, staining the soil to match the color of the blood. All that met the eye was the glaring red, devoid of anything else. The hue that enveloped her vision seemed to silently accuse the evidence of slaughter. Why? Why has this come to pass? I had clearly suppressed that impulse. A question from the depths of her soul sought a rational explanation. Nay, you did not suppress it. Rather, your repression has only intensified its release. Before her, various scenes abruptly materialized. A man who perished in the flames while attempting to extinguish a fire, a youth engulfed by waves while rescuing a drowning person, and a child crushed by falling rocks while aiding an elderly individual during a landslide. You cannot save anyone. In the end, you will only harm yourself. No. Even if it means sacrificing everything, I must surrender, for you are powerless now. For the time being, rest, and when you awaken, all shall come to an end. Li Mengwan, having exhausted all her strength, wearily closed her immensely heavy eyelids, allowing her consciousness to plunge into the deepest slumber, descending into an unfathomable abyss. The battlefield, a place that instills fear in the hearts of all. For on the battlefield, mercy and compassion are forever absent, and pain and death are inescapable. In a fleeting moment, yet another unfortunate victim appeared on this battlefield, and the one who claimed his life was a maiden of unparalleled beauty, surpassing even that of divine beings. The maiden's once dark eyes had inexplicably transformed into a strange, blood-red hue, her aura now suffused with an oppressive weight, a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. The frequency of the vital energy flowing around a martial artist's body is often used as a measure of their skill. A substantial fluctuation indicates profound mastery, while minimal disturbance suggests a shallow understanding. However, even ordinary individuals exhibit some degree of energy flow around them. Every mortal can perceive it to some extent. Yet now, not a trace of true energy-s movement could be discerned in Li Mengwan's vicinity. As the words fell from her lips, Di Xiang turned his mount around and charged into the fray. Facing due north, in the position of the wind character, the tempestuous mist is unleashed, facing due east. In the position of the rain character, the plum rain mist is released, facing due west. In the position of the thunder character, the thunderous fog is summoned, facing due south. In the position of the cloud character, the floating cloud mist is dispensed. From the southwest and northwest, the dense forest mist is emitted. From the southeast and northeast, the marshy fog is conjured. In an instant, a myriad of colored fogs and thick smoke ascended from the 8 cardinal points of the formation, enveloping the entire array, which was already elusive, now shrouded in an even more enigmatic veil. Li Mingwan stood in place for a while, gazing at the thick mist rising in the distance, until a deep crimson haze caught her eye. At the mere sight of that hue, without the slightest hesitation, Li Mingwan urged her steed into a gallop, charging directly toward the northeast, the source of the smoke. The apricot yellow flag, as it turned out, was a means of communication among the generals of the Great Tang Army. The display of the apricot flag signified that the task had been transferred to the one who raised it, thus concluding the responsibilities of the previous holder. Under the command of Yao Tianxua, the formation in the northeast experienced a slight alteration. The formerly tight ranks suddenly loosened, revealing an entrance wide enough for a rider and steed to pass through. No sooner had the ranks parted than a dark figure surged into the formation with an almost imperceptible speed. Nevertheless, it was evident to all that only the figure was visible, with no trace of a mount in sight. The scout rushed to Ming Wei's steed, kneeling before him, and before Ming Wei could inquire, he proclaimed, "Your Highness, Prince, General Chao Hongliang has been slain by an unknown female general of the Jing army." "What? Is this true?" Even the usually composed Ming Wei could not suppress the tumult within, his astonishment plainly visible. Furthermore, that female general dispatched General Chao with a single strike. I witnessed it with my own eyes. However, General Dixiang has devised a plan to lure her into the formation, and General Yao Tianxua has prepared the illusory mist. Upon hearing this, Ming Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, and with a serious tone, remarked, "In this world, there are likely but a few capable of slaying General Chao in a single move. Even so, once she steps into my dark mist enigma, she shall find herself trapped with no means of escape. This woman is exceedingly perilous. You must swiftly inform General Yao to remain vigilant and ensure she does not escape the formation." "Yes, Your Highness." The visibility, already clouded when observed from the outside, became increasingly obscured within the formation. Various mists floated and swirled, cloaking every corner. Yet, what Li Mingwan beheld was not this shrouded scene. The moment she stepped into the maze, it was as though she had been transported to an alternate realm. Now, she found herself ensnared in a vast quagmire, surrounded by emptiness, devoid of anything to grasp for support. Attempting to leap outward, she discovered that her strength seemed utterly drained, rendering her immobile. Her body sank deeper, submerging into the endless mire. Was it her corporeal form or her spirit that was sinking? The submerged consciousness struggled to awaken. But to what end? To strive for the highest peaks, to advance toward the strongest pursuits, to seek perfection. Does this not merit commendation? Why then does it lead only to eternal descent and ruin? Little do they realize that the 5 colors blind the eyes, the 5 sounds deafen the ears, and the 5 flavors delight the palate. The life of an ordinary person is inescapably troubled by a multitude of desires. The more one covets, the less one attains. Within the endless whirlpool of yearning, there is no perfection, only imperfection remains. There is no fulfillment, only lingering regrets. Li Mingwan, in her struggle, gradually suffocates, and just a second before her breath ceases, the scenery before her suddenly transforms dramatically. She finds herself in a desert, a tumultuous expanse of sand swept by howling winds. The ferocity of the gale is beyond words, rendering Li Mingwan unable to steady her form. Easily swept away by the tempest. Indeed, the howling wind is akin to the passage of time. Time can carry away everything, not merely the span of human life. As time weaves swiftly, a century passes in an instant. Nothing is exempt from decay. All the people, events, and things that once graced the years are like ephemeral illusions. Once gone, they cease to exist, and once vanished, they become elusive, even with the knowledge that one day all things will return to emptiness. Humans remain persistently attached. Flowers appear more vibrant when viewed through mist, and the moon seems fuller when reflected in water. Throughout the vast river of history, who can claim to possess the world in life and take it along in death? The gale carves deep, striking scars upon Li Mingwan, and just as she believes she is about to be crushed by the wind's relentless pressure, it transports her to a lush, verdant forest. The air within the forest is fresh, fragrant with blooming flora, and filled with melodious birdsong. The wounds upon her body have mysteriously healed, and Li Mingwan, lost in thought, finds herself wandering quietly among the trees. She has no sense of how long she has wandered. Yet she discovers she is still within the woods, only to realize the forest is vast and boundless, and she has unwittingly lost her way. But is this truly all there is? To be lost is not merely to stray from the path. To be lost is to be human. Straying from the path is not daunting. As long as one's heart remains steadfast, a way out will always be found. However, if the heart is strayed, even the most open and clear path can bewilder one within its confines. To know others is wisdom. To know oneself is enlightenment. To conquer others is strength. To conquer oneself is true power. For those who lack self-awareness, how can they hope to prevail over themselves? Only those who fully comprehend their own flaws possess the opportunity for transformation and rebirth. Those who are self-aware can cultivate an unwavering heart, clearly understanding their needs, thus remaining unperturbed by external disturbances. After traversing for what feels like an eternity, the once clear sky suddenly darkens. Dark clouds gather, obscuring the sun. Thunder rumbles ominously, akin to the sound of drums. In an instant, a bolt of azure lightning, imbued with the force of thunder, flashes blindingly, striking down mercilessly upon a towering tree. The tree falls in response, its exceptionally sturdy trunk seemingly unable to withstand the blow, while the seemingly fragile wild grasses nearby emerge unscathed, suffering not a single harm under the threat of the lightning. What appears to be an ordinary scene conceals profound truths. The strong are prone to defeat, the rigid may break, strength lies beneath, while weakness resides above. The more one displays their brilliance, the more susceptible they become to setbacks. The more one is self-satisfied and flaunts their strengths, the more likely they are to become a target, inviting peril. If one refrains from ostentation, jealousy will not arise. By choosing to remain in the background, others will find no reason to inflict harm. The sky flashes with blinding light as a second bolt of lightning ruthlessly strikes above Li Mingwan's head. A dazzling brilliance obscures half the horizon, and the surroundings seem to be consumed by an endless radiance. Blood-red beams and azure-purple splendor, incongruous yet intertwined, stand in opposition yet reflectively illuminate one another. In that fleeting moment, time, which ought to have rushed by in a blur, instead lingered with a hesitant gait. The cacophonous clash of conflicting air currents rendered the surrounding tumult but a faint whisper in this dramatic scene. Xuantian and Yichen held taut every nerve, channeling their entire essence into their palms. The two remained intensely focused, acutely aware that even the slightest lapse could result in the dissipation of their vital energies. At this juncture, both understood that any hint of negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. The air grew thick, breaths became labored, and what felt like mere seconds stretched into an eternity. The vibrant hues of azure, violet, and crimson continued to intertwine, yet to the eyes of Xuantian and Yichen, it appeared as a mere monochrome. In this life and death moment, regardless of the world's splendor, who could truly care? As they held their breath in this unbearable standoff, the duration felt interminable. Both Xuantian and Yichen yearned for time to freeze at that instant. Alas, time flows inexorably, and once both combatants committed fully, victory and defeat, along with casualties, became inevitable. Ultimately, the two would exhaust every ounce of their energy, feeling as though their very essence had been siphoned away, leaving their limbs weary and their bones aching. At that moment, they could scarcely withstand even the gentlest breeze. The once radiant azure and violet luminescence in their palms began to wane, flickering like fireflies, threatening to vanish altogether. Both were acutely aware of the impending tragedy that awaited them, their hearts heavy with desolation. As the purple and azure glow faded, the crimson beams surged forth unimpeded, bursting forth with an overwhelming brilliance that resembled a torrential flood of blood. Fierce and terrifying, before them loomed the gravest crisis of life and death, where any decision could alter the course of fate. In that fleeting instant, Xuantian acted without thought or hesitation. It was perhaps a daunting decision, a weighty choice, yet there was not a moment of doubt. Resolute and determined, Xuantian stepped forward, placing his body defiantly in front of Yichen. In the midst of Yichen's astonished gaze, the blood-red torrent rushed forth, mercilessly crashing against Xuantian's chest. Strangely, the force capable of toppling mountains and shattering the earth could not budge the exhausted Xuantian. The conviction to protect his friend ignited within him a boundless strength, allowing him to staunchly intercept the raging crimson flood, preventing it from breaching even a hair's breadth. Time, at that instant, appeared to come to a standstill. The blood-red torrent, now obstructed, began to dissipate quietly, its momentum waning. This was the fearsome visage of the true master Xianchong when he unleashed his wrath in a days. Xuantian heard the reproach of Xianchong echoing in his mind. The fate of all living beings hinges upon you. Yet you treat your own life as a trifling matter. Do you understand? To relinquish your life so easily is to forsake the peace of the world. Faintly, the anxious countenance of Xuantian surfaced in Xuantian's blurred vision. His whispers deeply penetrating Xuantian's heart. Had all the promises made once been rendered void? You swore to return safely. Yet what explanation can you offer now? Where, oh where, is the honor of a gentleman? Where is the integrity? Memories and promises surged into Xuantian's mind, stirring ripples that awakened a consciousness on the brink of eternal slumber. The rhythmic thumping of his heart transformed from a mere whisper to a powerful crescendo. And the hazy vision before him gradually sharpened into clarity that in that fleeting moment of enlightenment, Xuantian beheld a figure that haunted his thoughts day and night, a specter entwined with his very soul. Clad in garments as white as snow, with cascading locks reminiscent of a waterfall, her beauty surpassed even that of celestial maidens. Her graceful demeanor and ethereal aura defied description by mundane tongues. What should have been a scene of utmost beauty was marred only by the sorrow etched upon her exquisite features, with crystalline tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. As the tears fell, they sparkled like diamonds, reflecting a dazzling brilliance in the moonlight. Master, nephew. A mere 2 words, yet they resonated deeper than 1,000 utterances, each syllable driving into Xuantian's very soul.